Chapter 1. I'm your sister. I'm your sister. You bastard. What have you done to me? A hotel room in Jiangcheng. Xiaorian woke up in a daze, staring at her disheveled clothes and the suspicious bloodstain on the sheets. She was utterly dumbfounded. Sister? Is this a new scam? Another person was in the room, a man in a bathrobe, seemingly fresh from a shower, now casually drying his hair. Xiaorian finally snapped back to reality. She looked at the man, her expression a mixture of fury and grievance. Words failed her, but tears streamed down her face. The man finally finished drying his hair. He walked towards her, still in his bathrobe. Xiaorian remained silent. As he reached her side, she suddenly lunged forward, sinking her teeth into his neck. She bit and sobbed simultaneously. Regretting it now? You should have considered the possibilities before you got yourself blind drunk alone. The man spoke indifferently. I do regret it. I regret not killing you sooner. Xiaorian ground out between clenched teeth. She paused, her eyes red-rimmed. Xiao Rufeng, I'm your younger sister. Why would you do this? Why? How am I supposed to live now? The dam of her tightly controlled emotions finally burst, tears falling like rain. The man looked at her, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. How does she know my name? Last night, he had come to Jiangcheng on business and found a woman passed out drunk on the street, surrounded by a group of thugs clearly plotting to take advantage of her. He had intervened, bringing the intoxicated girl to the hotel. She had been completely out of it. He hadn't exchanged a single word with her, let alone told her his name. As he pondered this, Xiaorian's phone rang. She hesitated at the caller ID, but finally answered. Dad, she said, her voice thick with tears. Rian? What's wrong? There was a pause. Have you heard about your brother's death? Xiaorian froze. Dad, what are you saying? Xiao Rufeng is dead. Her father sighed. Although that scoundrel caused our family endless trouble and nearly dragged us into ruin, it's still painful to hear of his death. But the biggest problem now is, what about Grandma? If she finds out Rufeng is dead? Wait a minute. Xiaorian glanced up at Xiao Rufeng, then spoke into the phone. Dad, are you sure Xiao Rufeng is dead? Yes, I'm at the funeral home in Qingqing right now. He tried to assault a girl here, and she stabbed him to death. Did you confirm his identity? Yes, he had his ID on him, and I also had a DNA test done. It's him. Xiaorian fell silent. Rian, her father prompted. Dad, I'll call you back later. She hung up. She looked up at the man again, suspicion hardening her gaze. Are you a human or a ghost? Of course I'm human, Xiao Rufeng replied. Silence descended again. Who are you? She finally asked. My name is Xiao Rufeng. No way. Xiaorian was flabbergasted. Her deceased twin brother was also named Xiao Rufeng. Just as Xiao Rufeng was about to speak again, his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he stepped onto the balcony to answer. Hey, Zaya Bingbing, miss me, he chuckled softly. A black sedan cruised smoothly along a highway, driven by a woman with a sharp, chin-length bob and a cold, stunning face. Her name was Bai Bing, and she was the personal assistant to the commander of the Dragon Kingdom's most powerful northern border legion, the Azura war god, Xiao Rufeng. Her name, meaning white ice, suited her perfectly. Her beauty was striking, but her demeanor was as frigid as ice. Xiao Rufeng, did you give my sister her fiancé's belongings? Bai Bing asked. Well, Xiao Rufeng hedged. Something came up. It's been slightly delayed. You're still afraid, aren't you? My brother-in-law is dead, and you're afraid my sister will blame you, even hate you. Am I right? Xiao Rufeng fell silent. If anyone in the world truly understood him, it was Bai Bing. Do you still love my sister? She suddenly asked. How could that be? A friend's wife is off limits. I've never had such thoughts. Xiao Rufeng quickly denied. Is that so? Bai Bing's tone remained as cold as ever. Xiao Rufeng's scalp tingled. I'll go see your sister tomorrow and give her her fiancé's things. Bai Bing said nothing more and hung up. Xiao Rufeng lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and exhaled a stream of smoke. Years ago, due to certain circumstances, he had fled to the northern border and encountered a couple traveling there. The man was named Ning Tao, and the woman Bai Shui. He and Ning Tao had hit it off and quickly become good friends. However, the northern enemy, the Bear Nation, suddenly launched an invasion with hundreds of thousands of troops, targeting the politically unstable Dragon Kingdom and aiming to seize the disputed but dragon-controlled Songhua Prefecture in the northern border. Caught off guard, the Dragon Kingdom lost Songhua Prefecture swiftly. Stranded in the northern border, Xiao Rufeng witnessed the loss of his homeland and the suffering of his people under the Bear Nation's oppression. Filled with righteous indignation, he began organizing a militia behind enemy lines to fight against the invading forces. He urged Ning Tao to join him. However, Bai Shui, Ning Tao's fiancé, feared for his safety and didn't want him to participate in the war. Ultimately, though, Ning Tao was moved by Xiao Rufeng's passion and joined the fight. Before leaving, he promised Bai Shui that he would marry her upon his return from the victorious war. Years later, the war between the Dragon Kingdom and the Bear Nation finally ended with the Dragon Kingdom's victory. Songhua Prefecture was reclaimed, and the Bear Nation was forced to cede the nearby Fusang seaport. Xiao Rufeng rose to prominence during the war with meteoric speed. Wearing an Azura mask and adopting the name Azura, he turned the tide of the collapsing war effort in the northern border. In 2023, just last year due to his distinguished service, Xiao Rufeng, commander of the Dragon Kingdom's Northern Border Legion, became one of the nation's 5 war gods, earning the title of Azura War God and becoming one of the most powerful figures in the Dragon Kingdom. However, Ning Tao had died on the eve of victory. He never fulfilled his promise to marry Bai Shui. One of Xiao Rufeng's main reasons for coming to Jiangcheng was to deliver Ning Tao's belongings to his fiancée, Bai Shui. He had been putting it off for almost a year, but now he couldn't delay any longer. Lost in thought, Xiao Rufeng's phone rang again. The caller ID displayed the name, Bai Shui. His scalp prickled, but he answered. "When will you give me Ning Tao's belongings?" A woman's voice asked, flat and emotionless. Xiao Rufeng sighed inwardly. The Bai sisters were quite different. The younger sister, Bai Bing, had always been aloof and ethereal, while the older sister, Bai Shui, used to be quite lively. But since learning of Ning Tao's death, she hadn't smiled. Now, she was even colder than Bai Bing. Bai Bing was merely cool, Bai Shui was icy. Today, Xiao Rufeng said, composing himself. "What time?" Just as he was about to answer, Xiao Ruyan, wrapped in a sheet, rushed out from the bedroom. "Xiao Rufeng, you bastard," the blood on the bed. Before she could finish, Bai Shui hung up. Xiao Rufeng put away his phone and looked at Xiao Ruyan, exasperated. "What are you doing?" Xiao Ruyan's eyes widened. "You tricked me. That wasn't blood on the bed. It was ketchup. You just figured that out now? You're really slow." Xiao Rufeng rolled his eyes. Xiao Ruyan was about to explode. Suddenly, Xiao Rufeng's expression turned serious. "Let me tell you something. Girls shouldn't drink so much. You're lucky you ran into me. Otherwise, you would have lost your virginity last night. You're no better." Xiao Ruyan glared at him. "Where are my clothes? Why did you take them off?" Sigh. No good deed goes unpunished. Luckily, I saved a video. Xiao Rufeng played a video on his phone. It showed Xiao Ruyan, completely plastered, vomiting all over herself. Xiao Ruyan cringed, reaching out to grab the phone and delete the video, but Xiao Rufeng dodged her. "Now, do you understand why I took off your clothes? Did you want to sleep in your own vomit? Even if you did, the hotel wouldn't appreciate it." Xiao Ruyan's cheeks flushed. "So, where are my clothes?" "There." Xiao Rufeng pointed to the clothes hanging on the balcony. "You have big eyes, but you're blind. Aren't they right there?" Xiao Ruyan looked up. Indeed, her dress, bra, and underwear were fluttering on the clothesline on the balcony. "I even washed them for you. Oh, no need to thank me. Serving the people has always been my motto." Xiao Ruyan's eyes welled up. For the first time in her life, a man had washed her underwear. "They're almost dry. You can change now." As Xiao Ruyan reached for her clothes, the sheet she was wrapped in slipped, revealing her naked body. She froze. Chapter 2. "Can you pretend to be my twin brother?" Xiao Rufeng glanced at her and said, "Don't bother showing off. They're not that impressive." Xiao Ruyan's face darkened. Xiao Rufeng waved his hand dismissively. "All right, I'm leaving." Suddenly remembering something, Xiao Ruyan blurted, "Wait." He stopped and turned, then chuckled. "Maybe put some clothes on first." Mortified, Xiao Ruyan quickly dressed. Then, taking a deep breath, she approached him. "You're not expecting me to take responsibility, are you?" Xiao Rufeng asked. Xiao Ruyan remained silent for a moment, studying him. "I need you to do me a favor." "What is it?" "Can you pretend to be my twin brother?" "Huh?" Xiao Rufeng paused. "Now that you mention it, you seem to have mistaken me for someone else earlier. You look exactly like my twin brother. Even your names are the same. That can't be." Xiao Ruyan opened her phone's photo album. Xiao Rufeng stared at the picture, stunned. "Whoa, Is that really not me? That guy looks exactly like me. He was shocked. He had heard that everyone has 3 doppelgangers in the world, but he never imagined they could be so identical. But this is too much of a coincidence. He rubbed his chin. Are you triplets? I'm an orphan, you know. I don't know my real family. Maybe I really am your brother. Xiao Rian rolled her eyes. Don't flatter yourself. My mom had multiple checkups before giving birth to us. Twins, not triplets. Okay. He paused. What happened to your twin brother? Xiao Rian sighed. He's dead. You don't seem that upset. If you knew what he'd done, you'd understand. What did he do? Drinking, gambling, drugs, womanizing, the whole 9 yards. Arrogant, ruthless, and committed multiple sexual assaults. One of the victims was only 14. Xia Rufeng frowned. He commanded armies on the battlefield, always masked, using the alias Azura. The world knew the Azura war god, but not his face or real name. Damn, it's a good thing I never revealed my face or name. That bastard would have ruined my reputation. Anyway, Xiao Rian continued, he recently tried to assault another girl and she stabbed him to death with scissors. He got what he deserved. Despite her venomous tone when describing her brother's crimes, a hint of sadness crept into her voice when she mentioned his death. He was still family after all. After a moment, she looked up at Xiao Rufeng again. My scumbag brother may have been worthless, but he was good to our grandmother. She's very ill now, and her days are numbered. If she finds out he's dead, it'll devastate her. I don't want her to leave this world with pain and regret. Tears welled up in her eyes again. Please, it won't take much of your time. Once Grandma passes away, you can leave anytime. Xiao Rufeng felt a headache coming on. A war god, the king of the northern border, was being asked to impersonate a spoiled brat? This was definitely not part of his plan. But he looked at the picture on Xiao Rian's phone. The man who looked almost exactly like him. His expression was complex. The whole thing was absurd. Can people really look this much alike without being related? He mused, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. Finally, he said, All right, I understand. He paused. But I also have a favor to ask of you. Xiao Rian immediately became wary. You don't want me to sleep with you, do you? Xiao Rufeng flicked her forehead. If I wanted to, I would have done it last night. Then what do you want? She added quickly. I'm not doing anything illegal. I need to meet a friend, and I need a female companion to go with me. He wanted to bring a woman to meet by Shui to avoid any suspicion that he had killed her fiancé out of some perverse desire for her. Then why not bring your fiancé? Why me? My fiancé? Oh, not yours. My brother's. That scumbag had a fiancé? Xiao Rufeng was surprised. Xiao Rian sighed. It was an arranged marriage between our grandmother and her best friend, made when we were children. Didn't the girl know about your brother's character? She did, but my grandmother has been ill for the past few years, and the girl never broke off the engagement. And she trailed off. And what? She shook her head. Nothing. Anyway, she's a kind, naive girl. But now that my brother is dead, she's free. Once Grandma passes away, we'll announce my brother's death, and she'll finally be released from this burden. Xiao Rufeng nodded. She sounds like a good person. But you can't tell her about the impersonation thing. Why not? She's terrible at lying. Grandma would see right through her. Xiao Rufeng shrugged. Fine. And one more thing. Xiao Rian glared at him. What happened today stays between us. Or I swear, I'll take you down with me. Okay. He made the gesture. They exchanged contact information, and Xiao Rian quickly left the hotel. Xiao Rufeng returned to the balcony. It was around 11 o'clock at night, the sky dark but the city lights ablaze. He lit another cigarette, gazing out at the cityscape, and sighed. 5 years. I'm back in this city. 5 years ago, he had been just an ordinary martial artist. He had come to Jiangxing looking for someone and been drugged. In his drugged state, he had dragged a jogging girl into a small grove and he sighed again. I'm not much better than Xiao Rian's twin brother. The only difference is that the girl didn't stab me to death. He couldn't remember her face. He had been out of his mind, a beast. When he came to his senses, fear had gripped him, and he had fled without daring to look at her. He only remembered that she had cried. He slapped himself hard. Being drugged didn't excuse what I did. I was a victim, but that doesn't give me the right to be forgiven. Leaning against the railing, he stared into the distance. 5 years. I wonder how she is now. After finishing his cigarette, Xiao Rufeng prepared to leave. He called Bai Bing. A few minutes later, a black car stopped downstairs. He got in. Behind the wheel was the stunningly cold woman, his deputy and personal assistant, Bai Bing, also Bai Shui's younger sister. Where to, she asked. A cold glint flashed in Xiao Rufing's eyes. Lanshan. Lanshan. Bai Bing paused. According to my research, Lanshan is Jiangqing's most exclusive residential area. There are only 10 villas on the mountain, all owned by the city's wealthiest elite. What are you doing there? Looking for someone. Bai Bing didn't say anything more and drove towards Lanshan. It began to rain. At the foot of Lanshan, there was another villa complex, home to the less exorbitantly wealthy residents of Jiangqing. White banners hung at the entrance of one villa, signifying a recent death according to local custom. In the pouring rain, a young woman and a 3- or 4-year-old girl knelt by the villa's gate. Mother and daughter drenched to the bone. Despite the crowd of onlookers, no one offered them an umbrella. Instead, they pointed and whispered, their faces filled with mockery and scorn. From a distance, their words were indistinct, but snippets reached Xiao Rufing's ears. Unwed mother, bastard child, whore, little bastard. Bai Bing, uninterested in other people's scandals, drove on. Halfway up the mountain, Xiao Rufing suddenly said, "Wait for me here." He took an umbrella and got out of the car. About an hour later, he returned. "Did you find the person?" Bai Bing asked. "Not at home." "What do we do now?" "Back to the hotel." As they passed the villa with the white banners again, Xiao Rufing's eyes narrowed. The mother and daughter were still kneeling in the rain. "Mommy, why won't they let us go home?" the little girl asked. Before the mother could answer, a woman around her age emerged from the villa. "Because you're a little bastard and you don't belong in our family," the woman sneered. "Zhang Hui, watch your mouth," the young mother snapped. Zhang Hui's eyebrows arched. "My mouth might be dirty, but at least my body is clean. Unlike you, knocked up at 18, disgracing the Jiang family." She grinned. "So, cousin Jiang Li, who was it that got you pregnant and then refused to take responsibility?" Jiang Li remained silent. Jiang Hui laughed louder. "Huh, cat got your tongue? A child who doesn't even know her own father. What else is she but a bastard?" Slap. Jiang Li slapped Jiang Hui across the face. "I'm warning you. You can insult me all you want, but you will not insult my daughter." Jiang Hui, clearly not one to back down, was enraged by the public slap. "What are you waiting for? Grab her," she yelled. Several men in black suits, presumably bodyguards, seized Jiang Li. Jiang Hui stepped up to the restrained woman, patting her face mockingly. "Jiang Li, you still think Grandma's going to protect you? Grandma's been dead for years. The family elders won't even let you attend Grandpa's funeral. Haven't you figured out your place yet?" She turned to the little girl, her face twisting with malice. "And you little fatherless bastard. You make me sick just looking at you." With that, she viciously kicked at the terrified child. Already trembling in the downpour, the little girl's face paled. "Mommy, help me!" Jiang Li's fury exploded. "Jiang Hui, don't you dare!" She struggled desperately, trying to protect her daughter, but she was no match for the bodyguards. She could only watch helplessly as Jiang Hui's foot hurtled toward her defenseless child. Her heart shattered. Despair consumed her. "Someone please save my daughter." Chapter 3. I thought you two had kids already. However, Jiang Hui's kick didn't land on the little girl. A strange whirlwind, carrying heavy rain, slammed into her, throwing Jiang Hui backward onto the ground. Then, a beautiful and aloof woman emerged from a nearby car. It was Bai Bing. Holding an umbrella, she approached the little girl and sheltered her from the rain. Jiang Li was stunned for a moment. She didn't recognize this woman with a powerful aura, but she could sense that the woman meant well. "Thank you," Jiang Li said. Bai Bing glanced at the car, then said, "My boss sent me." Jiang Li also looked towards the vehicle on the side of the road. But since it was night and raining heavily, visibility was poor. She could see someone inside, but couldn't make out their features. At this moment, the woman named Jiang Hui scrambled to her feet and, enraged again, charged forward. She grabbed Bai Bing by the collar, angrily shouting, "Do you know where you are? This is Jiang City, Jiang family territory. You dare meddle in the Jiang family's business. Are you tired of living?" Bai Bing looked down at Jiang Hui's hand and calmly said, "Let go." "I won't. What can you do about it?" Jiang Hui had been humiliated just now, and now she was furious. Bai Bing didn't say anything, but grabbed Jiang Hui's wrist. Jiang Hui sneered. "I'm not like that useless cousin of mine. I've trained in martial arts. I just got my martial artist certification. Even though I'm only a Tier 1 martial artist, I'm not someone you can just... Then, she began to realize something was wrong. Sharp pain radiated from her wrist. Jiang Hui, a perceptive person, understood what was happening in that moment. Her opponent was strong. Extremely strong. This kind of power, it must be the strength of a Tier 6 or Tier 7 martial artist, she thought. Yes. Thinking this, Jiang Hui drew in a cold breath. What was the level of a Tier 7 martial artist? The family's strongest bodyguard was only at Tier 6. Even Zhu Kai, the president of the Jiang City Martial Arts Association, was only Tier 7. But at this moment, she could only bring up Zhu Kai's name, because he was the most powerful person she knew. I warn you, Zhu Kai, the president of the Jiang City Martial Arts Association, is my friend, and he's a Tier 7 martial artist. Jiang Hui pulled a business card from her pocket. There was a photo on the card. Seeing the picture on the card, Bai Bing's expressionless face finally showed a hint of surprise. A flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes. That waste, Zhu Kai, is the president of a regional martial arts association? Jiang City is a metropolis of over 10 million, and its martial arts strength is this weak. Zhu Kai had been one of Xiao Rufeng's early personal guards. He was one of the few people who knew Xiao Rufeng's appearance. Xiao Rufeng always wore a Shura-like mask on the battlefield, so the world did not know his true appearance or name. Zhu Kai had followed Xiao Rufeng early on. Later, fearing death in battle, he had deserted. After that, he disappeared without a trace. She hadn't expected him to run to Jiang City and become the president of the Jiang City Martial Arts Association. I wonder what kind of face that guy, Zhu Kai, would make if he knew the commander was in Jiang City. Bai Bing thought. However, Bai Bing's reaction, in Jiang Hui's eyes, showed she was frightened. You're even afraid of a Tier 7 martial artist. It seems I was mistaken. This woman's probably only at Tier 4 or 5. Regaining her composure, Jiang Hui became aggressive again. Let me tell you, Zhu Kai is my suitor, and he listens to my every word. With just one call, he'll come here immediately. Really? Bai Bing's face remained impassive, her tone exaggeratedly sarcastic. Oh, how terrifying. The sarcasm dripped off her words. Jiang Hui was a little embarrassed and annoyed. You just wait. With that, Jiang Hui dialed a number. Hello, Zhu Kai, someone's bullying me. As soon as the call connected, Jiang Hui said immediately. Her aggrieved tone was heart-wrenching and pitiful. Her Oscar-worthy performance was worthy of a villain's award. Damn it, which bastard is bullying my Hui Hui? A man's angry voice came from the phone. It was Zhu Kai's voice. Jiang Hui looked at Bai Bing smugly, then said into the phone, It's a woman. Don't even mention a woman. Even the Heavenly King himself can't bully my Hui Hui. Zhu Kai finished speaking and then asked, Where are you? I'm coming over right now. Don't be scared, Hui Hui. There's no one in Jiang City that I can't handle. After hanging up, Jiang Hui sent Zhu Kai her location and then looked at Bai Bing provocatively. Zhu Kai will be here soon. You're dead. At this time, the rain gradually stopped. The woman named Jiang Li also broke free from the Jiang family's guards and ran to the little girl's side. Don't be afraid. Jiang Li hugged her daughter close. Seeing the fear in her daughter's eyes, emotions of anger, heartache, and remorse surged into her chest, turning into tears that fell like rain. I'm sorry, it's Mom's fault. I couldn't even protect you. The little girl named Yi reached out and wiped away Jiang Li's tears. It's Yi's fault. Yi caused trouble for Mom. Bai Bing glanced at the weeping mother and daughter, then said, How about going to my car? Jiang Li shook her head. We're both wet and don't want to get your car wet. And it's not raining anymore. Jiang Li paused and then bowed deeply to Bai Bing. She then bowed deeply towards the car where Xiao Rufeng was sitting. Thank you. After speaking, Jiang Li held Yi and prepared to leave. Her daughter was clearly frightened, and Jiang Li couldn't stay there any longer. Jiang Li, you stop right there? Did I say you could leave? Jiang Hui yelled angrily. She wanted to chase after them, but Bai Bing blocked her path. Jiang Hui was extremely annoyed, but she couldn't beat Bai Bing. Although the family had a Tier 6 martial artist bodyguard, he was there to serve the family elders, and she had no authority to command him. Jiang Li can leave, but you can't, Jiang Hui said to Bai Bing. I'm not going anywhere, Bai Bing said expressionlessly. Jiang Li hesitated. She didn't want to drag anyone else into this. Go back and change your child's clothes, or she'll catch a cold, Bai Bing said. She paused, then added, Don't worry, I'll be fine. Jiang Li didn't say anything more and left, carrying Yi. Bai Bing, as she promised, did not leave. About 20 minutes later, a Mercedes sedan pulled over to the side of the road. The doors opened, and several men got out. They were burly and looked very imposing. The young man walking in front was Zhu Kai. "Jiang Hui, who bullied you?" Zhu Kai asked, full of murderous intent. This was a good chance to play the hero, and he definitely had to perform well. "It's her." Jiang Hui pointed to Bai Bing, who was standing to the side. Zhu Kai turned his head and instantly shuddered. "Oh my god, how did this old hag get here?" Zhu Kai was terrified. As one of Xiao Rufeng's early guards, he not only knew Xiao Rufeng, but he also knew Bai Bing, who had been fighting alongside Xiao Rufeng since she was 16. This young girl, though not old, had a talent for martial arts that could be described as heaven-defying. At 16, she was unmatched in Xiao Rufeng's guard unit. He had been beaten up by her more than a few times while he was in the army. She had even left him with psychological trauma. Part of the reason he had deserted was not just fear of death, but fear of her. At this time, Jiang Hui ran over, grabbed Zhu Kai's arm, and said, acting coquettish, "Zhu Kai, look, this woman almost broke my wrist. You have to beat her up badly for me." Zhu Kai broke out in cold sweat. "Are you kidding me? Beat her up? Did I have a death wish?" Then Jiang Hui said, "Oh right, there's another guy in the car. He's her accomplice." Zhu Kai turned his head and took a look. There was indeed someone sitting in the black car on the side of the road. Although his vision was obstructed and he couldn't see who it was, he could see that he was sitting in the passenger seat. Zhu Kai's heart sank. His hands began to tremble. Who was Bai Bing? Others might not know, but he knew very well. She had been fighting alongside Xiao Rufeng since the age of 16, and at 18, she had become Xiao Rufeng's personal assistant. She was, arguably, the person Xiao Rufeng trusted most in the military. Now, the most elite unit in the Northern Territory Army was the Qilin Camp, which had formerly been Xiao Rufeng's guard unit. It was said that Bai Bing was now in control of the Qilin Camp. Such a powerful, assertive, and high-ranking woman. Who else would be worthy of sitting in her passenger seat other than that person? Or rather, who other than that person would dare to sit in Bai Bing's passenger seat? Thinking of this, Zhu Kai's legs began to tremble. I'll go take a look." Then, Zhu Kai braced himself and went over to the black car. Tremblingly, he glanced into the passenger seat, and his legs went limp. He almost fell to his knees. "See, Commander," Zhu Kai stuttered. "It's been 2 or 3 years. You're living quite a comfortable life," Xiao Rufeng said. Zhu Kai's eyes welled up with tears. "Commander, I was wrong. Actually, in all the years since I left the military, I've always wanted to go back, but I was afraid that you would be disappointed in me. So," after saying that, Zhu Kai continued, "Commander, now that you're in Jiang City, let me treat you well. Commander, I'm telling you, although Jiang City isn't the best in many aspects, there are a lot of beautiful women. Get lost." Xiao Rufeng rolled his eyes. "Do you think I'm lacking in women?" To be fair, he really was lacking women. Otherwise, he wouldn't still only have had that one sexual experience from 5 years ago. Moreover, he'd been drugged at that time, so he didn't remember the experience very well. Therefore, in his opinion, he could still be considered a virgin. However, it wasn't something to be proud of, and Xiao Rufeng didn't want anyone to know. At this time, Zhu Kai chuckled. "I forgot, you have little sister Bai Bing. If Bai Bing hears you say that, she'll tear you apart," Xiao Rufeng said. "Huh? You two aren't dating?" Zhu Kai asked in surprise. "I thought you two had kids already." Xiao Rufeng rolled his eyes again. He looked at Bai Bing, who was standing not far away. For some reason, his expression was somewhat complicated. At this time, Jiang Hui yelled from not too far away, "Zhu Kai, who is in the car? Drag him out and beat him up first." Zhu Kai's face darkened. "Beat your mother." Chapter 4. Why don't we just make do for the night? Zhu Kai wanted nothing more than to throw Jiang Hui into the moat. This woman was trying to kill him. When he had left the military, Xiao Rufeng was already the commander of hundreds of thousands of soldiers. And now, his status had gone further, and he'd become the veritable king of the Northern Territory. In the 3 northern provinces, he was basically the local emperor. Of course, Xiao Rufeng was loyal to the country and would not do anything like splitting the country and becoming a king. But no one dared to deprive him of his control over the Northern Territory 5 armies. In short, Xiao Rufeng was now a genuine member of the wealthy and powerful elite, and the very top of the wealthy and powerful elite in the Dragon Kingdom. Plotting against him? She really was tired of living. "Zhu Kai, do you like that kind of woman?" Xiao Rufeng said. "Your taste is a bit lacking." Zhu Kai looked embarrassed. At this moment, Xiao Rufeng said indifferently, I can't control who you like. But if she goes too far, I'll deal with her myself. Although this isn't my northern territory, I shouldn't have a problem dealing with the daughter of a local, wealthy family, right? Commander, you don't need to take action. I'll take care of her right now. Zhu Kai immediately said. Xiao Rufeng waved his hand. No need. If she doesn't know when to stop, I'll take care of her myself. After speaking, Xiao Rufeng called Bai Bing. Bai Bing, let's go, Xiao Rufeng said. Bai Bing got back into the car and drove away. Zhu Kai stood there beside them. After Bai Bing and Xiao Rufeng drove away, Jiang Hui ran to Zhu Kai and said in dissatisfaction, Zhu Kai, what are you doing? Why did you let them leave? You're so useless. Slap. Zhu Kai suddenly slapped Jiang Hui across the face. Jiang Hui was in shock. She had never expected Zhu Kai to slap her. Had this man, who was usually as devoted as a lapdog, suddenly gone mad? Zhu Kai also looked annoyed. Damn it, you bitch. I almost got killed because of you. Those two are stronger than me? Of course, the real reason was not about individual strength. It was mainly about status. Behind Xiao Rufeng were hundreds of thousands of soldiers in the Northern Territory Army, which even the capital had to be wary of. What did he, a president of a regional martial arts association, mean in front of the king of the Northern Territory? After slapping Jiang Hui, Zhu Kai cursed a few times and prepared to leave. Jiang Hui stood there dumbfounded. She had been slapped in the face twice in one night. At this moment, a middle-aged man came out of the villa. President Zhu, my father's memorial service will be held in the Jiang family ancestral hall in 3 days. If you are available, please attend. After speaking, the man caught up with Zhu Kai and handed him an invitation card. Zhu Kai glanced at him, accepted the invitation, and then left. Dad, why did you give that person an invitation card? After Zhu Kai left, Jiang Hui said in dissatisfaction, he was just bullying me. A cold light flashed across the middle-aged man's eyes. Zhu Kai is the president of the Martial Arts Association and has a lot of influence in the martial arts world. Our Jiang family cannot deal with him. So, he slapped me, and that's it? Our Jiang family is also one of the top 10 families in Jiang City. We can't be this soft, right? Jiang Hui was very dissatisfied. The middle-aged man suddenly grinned. Your grandfather's funeral, your older sister will be coming back too. He deliberately paused before saying again, your brother-in-law will also come back. Jiang Hui's eyes lit up. That's great. My brother-in-law is a major in the Northern Territory Army. And my brother-in-law's father is a general in the Northern Territory Army. Who dares to provoke people from the Northern Territory Army? So what if their martial arts are strong? They'll still have to crawl like dogs in front of the Northern Territory Army. Among the several military forces in the Dragon Kingdom, the Northern Territory Army was the most powerful at this time. 5 years ago, the Bear Kingdom launched a surprise attack on the Dragon Kingdom with hundreds of thousands of troops, but they were defeated by the Northern Territory Army that had been reorganized by Xiao Rufeng. A year ago, the Bear Kingdom was forced to sign a treaty under the pressure of the Northern Territory Army, not only spitting out the Dragon Kingdom's territories that they had invaded, but also being forced to cede a sea access point to the Dragon Kingdom. The 3 northern provinces of the Dragon Kingdom had regained their access to the sea. This was the Dragon Kingdom's first major victory against the Bear Kingdom in over 100 years. The people of the Dragon Kingdom now held a passionate, almost fanatical, worship of the Northern Territory Army. Hearing that her brother-in-law was coming to Jiang City, Jiang Hui discarded her earlier depression and said excitedly, when my brother-in-law gets here, I'll definitely make him deal with that woman. And Zhu Kai. Oh, and that little bitch Jiang Li. She actually slapped my face. I will absolutely not let her off the hook. The middle-aged man smiled slightly. That's right. That's why I invited Zhu Kai to attend your grandfather's memorial service. We can't deal with Zhu Kai, but your brother-in-law can easily crush him. I can't wait to see my brother-in-law avenge me. Jiang Hui became excited again. All right. At this time, the middle-aged man looked at Jiang Hui and said, Jiang Hui, I heard that you've been getting close to that playboy from the Xia family? What are you doing hanging around that kind of waste? Jiang Hui grinned. Of course, I'm trying to swindle things out of that idiot. The Xia family is about to go bankrupt. What good things would that spendthrift have on him? Dad, you probably don't know. My grandmother arranged a childhood marriage for Jiang Li long ago. Her fiancé is that waste of a playboy from the Xia family. Oh, really? It's true. My grandmother was such a shrewd person. If she didn't have some kind of scheme, Why would she have married off her precious granddaughter to such a waste? Jiang Hui said. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up. Find out more. See if the Xiao family has any good stuff left. The middle-aged man paused, then said again, Don't get yourself involved. I heard that the waste from the Xiao family is quite the womanizer. Jiang Hui grinned. Dad, don't worry. That kind of fool. Even if I sell him, he'll still be helping me count the money. She paused, suddenly remembered something, giggled and said, Dad, I suddenly have an idea. For grandfather's memorial service, I want Zhang Li to bring her playboy of a fiancé back as well. Why? Dad, think about it. When the time comes, my older sister will come with her brother-in-law who works in the Northern Territory Army, while Zhang Li will bring a playboy fiancé. By comparing the two, the family elders will definitely favor our family more. That way, you can smoothly take over our family's company. As soon as the middle-aged man heard this, his eyes lit up. TSK, a great idea. I didn't expect the waste from the Xia family to have such a use. Zhang Hui also grinned. This is called making use of waste. On the other side, Bai Bing drove Xia Rufeng to his hotel. Little Bing, I booked a room upstairs. Why don't you come up and we'll make do for the night? Xia Rufeng teased. To his surprise, Bai Bing said directly, Okay. Xia Rufeng suddenly found himself in a bind. Bai Bing glanced at Xia Rufeng, then said calmly, What? Because I'm not a married woman, you're not interested? Xia Rufeng glanced at Bai Bing, his thoughts stirring. The Bai sisters were both stunningly beautiful women. In fact, Bai Bing's figure was even more impressive than her sister. After all, her sister's cup size was only C, while Bai Bing was a D cup. Gulp. Swallowing hard, Xia Rufeng said, Then let's go up. No, booking a room and not going to bed is a complete waste of time, Bai Bing said. I didn't say we weren't going to bed. Xia Rufeng paused, his eyes burning, and said, When the mood is right, everything will happen naturally. Bai Bing then raised the recording pen in her hand, her expression emotionless, and said, Should I send this recording to my sister? Xia Rufeng. His face darkened. This little ice face is becoming more and more cunning, when she used to not even care when she changed her clothes in front of me. At this time, Bai Bing put away the recorder and said, I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. As for you. She paused, then pulled out a photo from her pocket, a picture of Bai Bing herself in black stockings. Use this to wank. The corners of Xiao Rufeng's mouth twitched. By the time he recovered, Bai Bing had already left. Sigh, Bai Bing, this girl is becoming more and more like an ice queen. She used to be so cute. While complaining, Xiao Rufeng stuffed the black stocking photo into his pocket and entered the hotel. The next day, the sky had cleared up. After waking up and showering, Xiao Rufeng left the hotel. There was a children's park nearby. A group of children were playing inside. I'm not a wild child. A 3 or 4-year-old little girl stood in the sand pit, tears in her eyes, and said pitifully. It was the little girl Xiao Rufeng had encountered last night, Jiang Yi. Her mother didn't seem to be around. If you're not a wild child, how come we've never seen your father? At this time, a boy of the same age looked at Jiang Yi and asked her, pressing her. My father went away on a business trip, Jiang Yi said nervously. Stop lying. My mother said, Your mother got pregnant out of wedlock. You don't have a father, you're a little bastard. The boy was not very old, but his words were very sharp. The other children nearby all laughed. Jiang Yi lowered her head, her eyes filled with tears. At this time, the boy actually grabbed a handful of sand and threw it at Jiang Yi. And then he said with a giggle, Hurry up and leave. We don't play with fatherless little bastards. Xiao Rufeng's blood pressure instantly spiked. He took a deep breath and then walked over. Who did you say was a little bastard? Xiao Rufeng said calmly. He didn't release his aura as a grandmaster martial artist, but the aura he had honed through war was commanding without being angry. The little boy was immediately scared to the point of crying. At this time, a young woman, who had been laughing and chatting nearby, immediately ran over and shouted, What are you doing? A grown man bullying a child. How could you? What's your relationship with this little boy? Xiao Rufeng asked calmly. I'm his mother. Then just now, when your son was cursing people, did you hear it? Xiao Rufeng asked again. The woman crossed her arms, her expression overbearing. How did he curse anyone? What else would a child without a father be but a bastard? Then, Chapter 5. Because I'm not a married woman, you're not interested? Slap. The moment she finished speaking, Xiao Rufeng directly slapped the woman on her right cheek. Everyone around them froze. The woman didn't even register what had happened. When she finally processed it, she became enraged. You dare hit me? Do you know who I am? My husband is... Slap. Another slap landed on her left cheek. Apologize, Xiao Ruffing said calmly. The woman was completely enraged. Aleph *** KU before she could finish the sentence. Slap. Another slap. Even though Xiao Ruffing had been controlling his force, the woman's vision swam with stars. Apologize, Xiao Ruffing repeated. The woman became scared. She finally felt the barely contained killing intent coming from Xiao Ruffing. I'm sorry. Under Xiao Ruffing's coercion, she finally apologized. You're apologizing to the wrong person. Your apology is for... Xiao Ruffing gently took the little girl's hand, and then said, for her. The woman was unwilling. Apologizing to a child was too humiliating. But one glance from Xiao Ruffing made her quickly say, I'm sorry. Forced to apologize, the woman still felt wronged and glared at the little girl again. The little girl immediately hid behind Xiao Ruffing, scared. The woman didn't say anything else and left, pulling her child with her. Xiao Ruffing then turned to look at the little girl. He reached out, wanted to pat her head, to tell her not to be afraid, that as long as he was here, no one could bully her. Xiao Ruffing had the power to do just that. Xiao Ruffing, the god of war Shura, the commander of the 5 armies of the Northern Territory Army, with hundreds of thousands of elite troops under his command, was one of the most powerful people in the Dragon Kingdom. If he was determined to protect a little girl, who would dare to move her? However, the little girl's reaction made him feel a little awkward. When he reached out to touch her head, the little girl took several steps back as a conditioned reflex, and a look of terror appeared on her face. Xiao Ruffing was stunned. She's afraid of me. Why? Do I look that scary? He felt a little frustrated. At this time, an exceptionally beautiful woman rushed out of a nearby store and pulled the little girl into her arms. Then, she glared at Xiao Ruffing angrily. It was the same woman who had been kneeling in front of the Jiang family villa the previous night. However, since it was Bai Bing who had dealt with it, and Xiao Ruffing had been in the car, the woman didn't know that Xiao Ruffing had been there. Xiao Ruffing, I've warned you. Don't go near my daughter. Xiao Ruffing was a little confused. Not only was the woman in front of him beautiful, but her figure was incredible. Her chest size was at least a C cup, definitely considered a weapon of mass destruction in the Dragon Kingdom. Especially when compared to Xiao Rian's flat chest, it was even more obvious. But the problem was, he didn't recognize the beautiful woman in front of him. How does she know my name? At this time, Xiao Ruffing suddenly realized, this woman probably mistook me for Xiao Rian's twin brother. Xiao Ruffing felt a little frustrated. That bastard has a really bad reputation. Let's go, the woman said. With that, the woman left with the little girl in her arms. After leaving the park, the woman asked, did that guy do anything to you? The little girl thought about it, and then said, he helped me. What? The woman was stunned. The little girl then explained what had happened. No way. The woman was shocked. That kind of scum would do something so kind? At this time, the woman's phone rang. She pressed the answer button. What? Your brother lost his memory? I knew something felt weird, the woman said. What happened? Xiao Rian's voice came from the other side of the phone. The woman explained what had happened at the park. Damn it, you guys bumped into each other so quickly. You really have a lot of fate with him, Xiao Rian said sarcastically. To be honest, I really don't want this fate, the woman said helplessly. This woman was Jiang Li, Jiang of the Carp, and she was Xiao Ruffing's fiancé. To be more precise, she was engaged to Xiao Rian's twin brother. The little girl was called Jiang Yi, and she was her own biological daughter. As for Jiang Yi's biological father, Jiang Li had never mentioned him. Because she had gotten pregnant out of wedlock and had insisted on giving birth to her child, Jiang Li had been removed from the Jiang clan's family registry and kicked out of the family, one of the top 10 families of Jiang City. She had gone from being a daughter of a wealthy family to an ordinary single mother. Haha, wait for me. I'll be there soon, Xiao Rian said through the phone. A moment later, Xiao Rian arrived. Rian, what happened to your brother losing his memory? Jiang Li asked. He just hit his head. They did a CT scan, and nothing seems to be wrong. He just lost his memory, Xiao Rian said, forcing herself to sound calm. If he's lost his memory, does his personality change too? Can you imagine? Would your brother ever do that kind of thing for Yi? Jiang Li said. This? Xiao Rian naturally knew what was going on. They were not the same person at all. But she couldn't say that now. Maybe my brother has 2 personalities? Maybe he hit his head, causing the second personality to awaken, Xiaorian said. Isn't that a split personality? Zhongli asked. Eh? Zhongli glared at Xiaorian. What are you laughing at? This isn't a joke. Split personalities are scary. Could he be any scarier than his previous personality? Xiaorian asked. Zhongli fell silent. After a while, she sighed. That's true. But she paused and looked at Xiaorian. Ruyan, you're my best friend, and I'll be honest with you. Zhongli took a deep breath and said, no matter how your brother's personality changes after losing his memory, once your grandmother passes away, I will propose ending our engagement. I know. Xiaorian paused, then chuckled. Don't worry, I won't tie you to our family. To be honest, if it wasn't for Grandma, I would have encouraged you to end the engagement a long time ago. Zhongli smiled. She paused and said, oh right, I should bring Yi to see your grandmother. The old woman doesn't have much time left, and she really likes Yi. Let Yi spend more time with her during this period. Xiaorian paused, then said, oh right, I'll call my brother, and we can all go back together. Is he that obedient? As the saying goes, it's easier to change mountains and rivers than a person's nature. I don't think that just because he lost his memory, he'll become a different person, Zhongli said. Although my brother is good for nothing, he is still good to Grandma. If it's about visiting Grandma, he'll definitely go. Then, Xiaorian called Xiao Rufeng. Soon after, Xiao Rufeng arrived. The four of them got into Xiaorian's car and drove towards the suburbs. The Xiao family had a villa in the famous Golden Coastline Villa area in Jiang City. It was also the Xiao family's most valuable asset at the moment. Originally, although the Xiao family wasn't one of the top families in Jiang City, they could be considered a wealthy family. But over the years, Xiao Rufeng repeatedly caused trouble, and the Xiao family had almost spent all their assets trying to resolve these problems. Now, the Xiao family's only remaining assets were a coal mining company. In these years, the price of coal had continued to fall, putting the Xiao family on the verge of bankruptcy. On the way home, Xiaorian was driving. Zhang Li, Zhang Yi, and Xiao Rufeng were sitting in the back. Zhang Yi was sitting in the middle. She looked at Xiao Rufeng timidly, wanted to talk to him, but also scared. At this time, Xiao Rufeng turned his head, scaring Zhang Yi into Zhang Li's arms. Xiao Rufeng felt a little helpless. Yi, am I that scary? Xiao Rufeng said. Zhang Yi peeked out and said timidly, don't hit me. The look on her face made Xiao Rufeng feel sad. I've lost my memory, Xiao Rufeng paused and said, hey, did I hit you before? Zhang Yi nodded. Damn it, Xiao Rufeng suddenly cursed in anger. Zhang Yi instantly burst into tears again. I'm sorry. Xiao Rufeng quickly said, I wasn't cursing you, I was cursing myself. What was I like before? How could I hurt Yi, who's so cute? I was so inhumane. Xiaorian's mouth twitched. She knew that Xiao Rufeng was cursing his twin brother. But the curse is not wrong. At this time, Xiao Rufeng took a deep breath, looked at Zhang Yi, and smiled. Yi, I promise you, I won't hit you again. Really? Zhang Yi said, wiping her tears. I swear, Xiao Rufeng said, looking serious. Zhang Yi hesitated for a moment, but in the end got down from Zhang Li and sat between Zhang Li and Xiao Rufeng again. She even leaned a little closer to Xiao Rufeng. Zhang Li remained silent the whole time. She was preoccupied with her thoughts. When they arrived at the Xiao family home, can you not talk? What do you mean even if a god came? It'd be no use. Have you ever seen a god? You haven't, so why would you say that? Inside the villa, a woman in her 40s or 50s was emotional. Her name was Lin Lian, and she had been a maid for the Xiao family's old matriarch for many years. She had served the old matriarch for more than 30 years. Her feelings for the old matriarch might be stronger than that of the Xiao family themselves. Aunt Lian, what's wrong? Xiaorian asked. This quack doctor. Lin Lian pointed at a man in his 50s in the yard and said angrily, he actually said that the old matriarch is already terminally ill and doesn't have many days left. The old matriarch is strong-willed. Even if she lives another 10 or 20 years, it wouldn't be a problem. Xiaorian took Lin Lian's hand, her eyes turning red. She understood Aunt Lian's feelings. However, the Xiao family had hired famous doctors in Jiang City, and even doctors from the capital, but almost all of them said that the old matriarch's illness was too severe and that she didn't have many days left. The doctor rolled his eyes and said, if shouting loud could cure diseases, then what would we doctors do? Some diseases progress to a certain extent, and not even gods can save them. You say people are quack doctors. If you're so capable, why don't you treat her yourselves? At this time, Xiao Rufeng suddenly said, I'll go see the old matriarch. The doctor looked at Xiao Rufeng and chuckled. Oh, are you a doctor, young man? Xiao Rufeng grinned. I guess you could say that. As soon as he said that, everyone was stunned. Xiao Rian blinked. Does this guy know medicine? Of course, she didn't expect Xiao Rufeng to be able to cure the old matriarch. Even those famous doctors couldn't cure her. So how could Xiao Rufeng possibly have the ability to bring the old matriarch back from the dead? Zhongli didn't know that this Xiao Rufeng had been replaced, so she was even more surprised. She knew her fiancé, Xiao Rufeng, very well. He was absolutely a useless good-for-nothing. Not to mention practicing medicine, he probably couldn't even understand a diagnostic report. Sigh. I wonder what kind of trouble this guy is going to make again. The sliver of goodwill that Jiang Li had just felt towards her fiancé disappeared instantly. She hated him even more now. If a person would even mock his own grandmother who was about to die, was he even human? Chapter 6. Her fiancé passed away. I have to send her his belongings. What are you standing there for? Take me to see the old matriarch, Xiao Rufeng said. The old matriarch is in the back, Xiao Rian said. Behind the Xiao family villa was a small yard. There were 2 bamboo houses in the yard. This was where the old matriarch of the Xiao family lived. It wasn't that the Xiao family was mistreating the old matriarch. It was that the old matriarch didn't want to live in the big villa herself. Seeing that Xiao Rufeng was going to treat the old matriarch, the doctor followed him. Young man, which medical university did you graduate from? The middle-aged doctor asked. I never studied medicine, Xiao Rufeng said with a light smile. You don't have a medical license? The middle-aged doctor asked again. No. Huh. The middle-aged doctor scoffed. You dare practice medicine without a license? You're really brave. Practicing medicine without a license is a crime. Xiao Rufeng rolled his eyes. Do I need a medical license to treat my own grandmother? Are you from the Xiao family? The middle-aged doctor thought for a moment. Ah, aren't you Xiao Rufeng? It seems I'm quite famous, Xiao Rufeng said with a chuckle. The middle-aged doctor curled his lip, thinking to himself, he is indeed quite famous, the well-known playboy of Jiang City. He remembered something and sighed inwardly. This Xiao family, which was originally on the rise, even had high hopes of joining the top 10 families of Jiang City, but it was completely destroyed by a wicked son. The middle-aged doctor remembered something and hurriedly said to Xiao Rian, Miss Xia, let's be clear. According to the old matriarch's current condition, she should be able to hold out for another 10 days or half a month. But if Xiao Rufeng messes around, she might die immediately. If something happens, don't blame me. Upon hearing this, Xiao Rian felt conflicted. However, before she could speak, Xiao Rufeng had already entered the old matriarch's room. At this time, the old matriarch was lying in bed, her eyes closed. A respirator was placed next to her, and a breathing mask was on her mouth. It seemed that the old matriarch's condition was indeed not optimistic, as she was already using a respirator. Hearing someone entering the room, the old matriarch forced her eyes open. Rian, you're back. Oh, Zhang Li and Yi are here too. Come over. The old matriarch took off the breathing mask from her nose, and a smile appeared on her face. Grandma, I'm back too, Xiao Rufeng said. The old matriarch glared at Xiao Rufeng. You still know to come back? I thought I wouldn't see you before I died. Grandma won't die, Xiao Rufeng said lightly. All right, you don't need to comfort me. The doctors have all told me that at the latest I'll be meeting the King of Hell in half a month, and at the earliest it'll be 3 days, the old matriarch said. They're all said by quack doctors, Xiao Rufeng said. The middle-aged doctor couldn't take it anymore. Who are you calling a quack doctor? The old matriarch's condition wasn't diagnosed by just me. All the doctors in the medical team think so. He swallowed hard and said, Do you know who is on your grandmother's medical team? Zhao Qianfeng, Sun Ku, He Dong, which one of them isn't a famous expert in Jiang City? Not to mention me. Are you trying to say that all of them are quack doctors? You don't know the immensity of the sky and earth. Xiao Rufeng glanced at the middle-aged doctor and said indifferently, Anyone who can't cure my grandmother is a quack doctor. The middle-aged doctor shook his head. This is purely an emotional outburst and won't help your grandmother's condition in any way. If you really care about your grandmother, then cause less trouble. Maybe she will live for a few more days. The old matriarch looked at Xiao Rufeng and said, What trouble did you cause this time? None. Xiao Rufeng smiled and said, Grandma, I've recently learned a bit of medicine, let me feel your pulse. The old matriarch rolled her eyes at Xiao Rufeng. You know, Jack, about taking a pulse, I think you're trying to make me happy. Grandma, as the saying goes, one should see a person in a new light after a few days. Xiao Rufeng paused and said, Grandma, just treat it as me practicing. As soon as he said that, Xiao Rian's face darkened. Jiang Li also shook her head. Sigh. As expected, one can't change one's nature. He even mocks his grandmother, who dotes on him the most. Can I expect him to care about in me? The old matriarch also rolled her eyes at Xiao Rufeng, but still held out her hand. All right, your grandma doesn't have many days left anyway, so you can do whatever you want. She was clearly spoiling him rotten. Xiao Rufeng didn't say anything. He placed his hand on the old matriarch's pulse, closed his eyes, and listened carefully. After a while, he opened his eyes and said, late-stage idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis? As soon as he said that, Xiao Rian was shocked. How did he know? She had never told Xiao Rufeng what kind of illness her grandmother had. Is he just guessing? Or is he really able to diagnose illnesses through feeling the pulse? At this time, the middle-aged doctor scoffed and said, such theatrics, you probably already knew what your grandmother had. Pulmonary fibrosis can usually only be detected with a high-resolution CT scan. With just a pulse? Huh. Hi, your sister, Xiao Rufeng cursed. If you're not capable, then shut up. His sudden burst of aura scared the middle-aged doctor. They say that young master of the Xia family is a useless, arrogant, and overbearing second-generation rich kid. Seeing it today, he really is arrogant and overbearing. I think the Xia family will be destroyed by this guy sooner or later. But he didn't dare say these words out loud. Xiao Rufeng's aura was completely overpowering him. At this time, Xiao Rian looked at Xiao Rufeng and said, the other doctors all say that this disease of grandma's is an incurable terminal illness, and that in its late stages it is irreversible. We can only wait for death. Her voice was a little shaky, and she continued, do you have any methods? Jiang Li was a bit flustered. She pulled Xiao Rian aside and whispered, Rian, you don't really believe that your brother knows medicine, do you? Eh? Xiao Rian gave an awkward smile. Of course, she didn't believe it, but the problem was that this person was not her twin brother, who was a useless good-for-nothing. At this time, Xiao Rufeng took the old matriarch's hand and smiled. Grandma, don't worry, as long as I'm here, the king of hell won't dare to take you. The old matriarch rolled her eyes at Xiao Rufeng again. You're always bragging. But she also held Xiao Rufeng's hand, a smile on her face. Rufeng, Grandma doesn't have many days left. After Grandma is gone, you can't be as willful as you used to be. You have to treat Jiang Li and Jiang Yi well. Don't abandon Jiang Li because she was removed from the Jiang family. And don't mistreat Yi just because she's not your biological child. This is what Grandma will absolutely not allow. Xiao Rufeng turned his head to look at Jiang Li and Jiang Yi. He felt hesitant. After all, he had no real relationship with the mother and daughter. And Jiang Li's greatest hope was to end her engagement with the Xia family's Xiao Rufeng. He couldn't just agree to the old matriarch's request. While Xiao Rufeng was hesitating, Jiang Li smiled. Grandma, don't worry. Recently, Xiao Rufeng has been more restrained. Our relationship has been pretty good lately. Really? The old matriarch asked, surprised and pleased. Really? Jiang Li said. She even wrapped her arm around Xiao Rufeng's. Although she had taken the initiative to hook her arm around Xiao Rufeng's, it wasn't because she had developed feelings for him, but mainly to reassure the old matriarch. Jiang Li had already made up her mind that once the old matriarch passed away, she would end the engagement. Feeling the softness on his arm, Xiao Rufeng also felt a little distracted. He wasn't sure why, but this young woman named Jiang Li really attracted his attention. Is it because she has big boobs? It doesn't seem like it. I'm not lacking in C-cup women. There are even D-cup women by my side. So why is it? In his life, Xiao Rufeng had only ever had feelings for two women. One was Jiang Li in front of him, and the other was Bai Shui. That's right, the same Bai Shui who was engaged to his friend Ning Tao. Remembering something else, Xiao Rufeng sighed. Bai Shui must think that I intentionally killed Ning Tao, then plotted to take her. I like her, but I've never thought about taking Bai Shui away from Ning Tao. But Bai Shui probably won't believe that. I'm more wrong than Do Yi. That was also the reason why Xiao Rufeng wanted a female companion to go with him to see Bai Shui. Thinking about this, Xiao Rufeng turned to look at Jiang Li. Gulp! He swallowed hard. To be fair, this Jiang Li was indeed exceptionally beautiful. Her features were delicate, her temperament gentle, and she exuded the charm of a married woman. She was Xiao Rufing's type, right up his alley. It's a pity. She only wants to escape me. Xiao Rufing knew very well that Jiang Li was pretending to have a good relationship with him. In reality, she couldn't wait to end their engagement. Jiang Li was a good actress, and the old matriarch didn't notice anything. She looked happy, then took Jiang Li's hand, and her expression suddenly became serious. Jiang Li, I heard, your grandfather? He passed away yesterday, Jiang Li said calmly. They still won't let you go back, the old matriarch asked. Jiang Li fell silent. Seeing this, the old matriarch understood instantly. She felt a bit indignant. A bunch of hypocritical bastards, saying she got pregnant out of wedlock, ruining the Jiang family name. What family name does the Jiang family even have? Your grandfather is so promiscuous. Does he think your grandmother didn't know? Your grandmother just doesn't want to expose him. The more the old matriarch spoke, the angrier she became. And those elders in the Jiang family, all of them are so wicked. They encouraged your grandfather to remove you from the Jiang family, saying all sorts of high-sounding things, when really they just want to divide up and take the inheritance that originally belonged to you and your father. Jiang Li's parents had died in a car accident when she was very young. A bunch of shameless people. Cough, cough. The more she spoke, the angrier she got, and the old matriarch started coughing directly. Jiang Li hurriedly said, Grandma, don't get excited. After a while, the old matriarch calmed down. She looked at Jiang Li's side and said, You are now the Xia family's future daughter-in-law. Logically speaking, if a daughter-in-law is wronged by her own family, we, the in-laws, should stand up for her. But you can see, our Xia family is now on the decline, and we can hardly protect ourselves. We have let you down. Jiang Li's eyes also turned red, and she gently hugged the old matriarch. Grandma, it's all right. At this time, the old matriarch glared at Xiao Rufeng and said, Xiao Rufeng, your wife is being bullied. As a man, you must stand up for your wife. You hear me? I hear you, Xiao Rufeng said calmly. Jiang Li's mouth twitched. Don't you know what kind of person you are? Every time you see someone from the Jiang family, you act like a mouse seeing a cat. How could such a coward stand up for me? Jiang Li didn't take the old matriarch's words to heart. Xiao Rufeng didn't say much either. He looked at the old matriarch and said, Grandma, I'm going out to get some medicine for you. I know my own body. I'm a dying person, not worth wasting any more time. If you have time for that, you might as well spend more time with Jiang Li, the old matriarch said. Then why don't Jiang Li come with me to buy the medicine? Xiao Rufeng suddenly said. Xiao Rian and Jiang Li were both startled. But in this situation, although Jiang Li was a million times reluctant, she still nodded. Then, the two of them left together. Xiao Rian was very worried and wanted to go with him too, but the old matriarch stopped her. Rian, the young couple are going out for a walk. Why would you go with them and be a third wheel? You should stay here and chat with me. After I'm gone, you won't have the chance to talk to me anymore. The old matriarch had put it this way, and Xiao Rian had no choice but to stay. On the other side, Jiang Li was also very uneasy. Her fiancé had a bad reputation. On the way, Jiang Li was highly tense and kept her distance from Xiao Rufeng. Xiao Rufeng could only smile wryly. After buying the medicine, Xiao Rufeng suddenly said, Jiang Li, come meet someone with me. Who? One of my friends, Xiao Rufeng said. Jiang Li looked at Xiao Rufeng's expression and asked, A woman? Yes. Xiao Rufeng paused and said, I was friends with her fiancé, but her fiancé passed away, and I need to bring his belongings to her. Then why do you want me to come with you? Jiang Li asked again. After a moment, Xiao Rufeng sighed and said, If you don't want to go, then forget it. Jiang Li fell silent. Her eyes flickered, and then she suddenly said, All right, seeing as you protected EE, I'll go with you to meet your female friend. Jiang Li was also a little curious. Who is this woman who makes a scum like Xiao Rufeng act so cautiously? Chapter 7. A Stepfather's Responsibility. Seeing that Jiang Li had agreed, Xiao Rufeng was overjoyed. But I have one condition, Jiang Li said. Go ahead, Xiao Rufeng said calmly. Jiang Li looked at Xiao Rufeng, bit her lip, and hesitated for a moment, but finally said, After your grandmother passes away, let's end our engagement. Xiao Rufeng sighed. It was always going to be about this. He composed himself, and then chuckled. About that, I can't agree. As soon as Jiang Li heard that, she became anxious. Xiao Rufeng, why you have to do this? You know that I won't like you. Isn't a loveless marriage also a cage for you? Besides, I used to be the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, and was indeed quite prestigious and useful to you. But now, I've been removed from the Jiang family registry. I'm just an ordinary single mother now. You won't get anything from me. You misunderstand me, Xiao Rufeng smiled and said, I mean to say, your grandmother won't die. Sigh. Zhongli sighed. Here we go again. All the famous doctors in Jiang City have diagnosed your grandmother. Without exception, the results are, the illness is in its final stage and there's no point in treating it anymore. Xiao Rufeng thought for a moment and then said, let's go back. Huh? Aren't we going to see your friend? Zhongli asked. Later tonight. Xiao Rufeng paused, looked at Zhongli, and asked, are you free tonight? Not too late. I have classes tomorrow, Zhongli said. Classes? Xiao Rufeng blinked. You're still studying? I teach classes. I'm a teacher at Jiang City University, Zhongli explained. Oh, WH, what's wrong? My friend, she's a teacher at Jiang City University, too, Xiao Rufeng said. Oh. Now it was Jiang Li's turn to be surprised. She composed herself and said, who is this friend you're talking about? Bai Shui, Xiao Rufeng said. Oh, Teacher Bai, Jiang Li chuckled. Teacher Bai is very popular at our school. Not only are many male teachers pursuing her, but even many students are chasing after her. Aren't you popular? Not me. I'm a single mother. Who would like me? I like you, Xiao Rufeng said, without thinking. Jiang Li rolled her eyes. You like all the women, right? Huh. At this time, Jiang Li suddenly thought of something and said, aren't you supposed to have amnesia? Oh, I have partial amnesia. Okay. Jiang Li paused, looked at Xiao Rufeng, and asked, what's your relationship with teacher Bai Shui? Sigh, it's a long story. Jiang Li didn't ask any further questions. Then let's make an appointment to meet teacher Bai tonight, Jiang Li said. What are you going to do now? Jiang Li asked. Go back and make medicine for Grandma. Let me help you make the medicine, Jiang Li said. Xiao Rufeng was surprised. You know how to make medicine? After a moment of silence, Jiang Li said, my grandmother also died of illness. Back then, I was the one who mostly brewed her Chinese medicine. But, she clenched her fists and said, but in the end, Grandma still left me. Xiao Rufeng raised his head to look at the stars and said indifferently, I heard that everyone who dies turns into a star. Your grandmother must have turned into a star in the sky, watching over you. Jiang Li was stunned. She never expected that her good-for-nothing fiancé would be able to say such things. Huh? At this time, Jiang Li suddenly realized. Xiao Rufeng was touching her head. She quickly took a step back to put some distance between them. Xiao Rufeng also felt a little embarrassed. After a while, his expression also became serious. He looked at Jiang Li and said, Jiang Li, don't worry. I won't use this engagement to tie you down. I'll persuade Grandma to let us end the engagement. Not now, Jiang Li said quickly. She took a deep breath and said, I don't want the old woman to leave with regrets. She still didn't believe that Xiao Rufeng could cure the old matriarch. Xiao Rufeng shrugged, feeling helpless. However, he didn't say anything more. At the Xiao family, Xiao Ruyan was very anxious. Although she'd impulsively let Xiao Rufeng pretend to be her twin brother, Xiao Ruyan didn't know anything about Xiao Rufeng. What if he was the same as her twin brother, also an animalistic scoundrel? Wouldn't I be pushing my best friend into a fire pit? Just then, Xiao Rufeng's voice rang out outside the old matriarch's courtyard. We're back. Xiao Ruyan immediately ran out. She didn't see Jiang Li. Xiao Ruyan instantly became anxious. She grabbed Xiao Rufeng's collar, lowered her voice, and asked, Hey, where is Jiang Li? What did you do to Jiang Li? My dear sister, you're too close. People might get the wrong idea, Xiao Rufeng chuckled. Xiao Ruyan was about to speak when she suddenly saw Jiang Li appear behind Xiao Rufeng, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Li walked over, her expression a little surprised. I thought you and your brother had a bad relationship, but it seems pretty good? No, we're only pretending to be good for Grandma. Xiao Ruyan paused, ran to Jiang Li, and asked, Jiang Li, he didn't bully you, did he? No. While Xiao Ruyan and Jiang Li were chatting, Xiao Rufeng had already carried the herbs that he bought at the pharmacy into the old matriarch's room. At this time, there were two people standing in the old matriarch's room. Besides Lin Lian, there was also a middle-aged man. It was the doctor who had treated the old matriarch previously. His name was Lu Run. He had graduated from a famous medical university overseas and had worked in a famous hospital overseas for more than 10 years before returning to China. After that, he was hired by Jiang City's top private hospital, Jia Hospital. The private Jia Hospital and the public Jiang City First People's Hospital were the two hospitals with the strongest medical resources in Jiang City, and even in the entire Hubei province. Especially Jia Hospital, which was a high-end private hospital, small in size but highly refined. Because of its expensive treatment, it basically only served people from the upper classes. All the doctors that could join Jia Hospital were authoritative experts in their respective fields. Lu Ren was one of them. He had a lot of influence in the field of respiratory medicine, and in Jiang City, he was considered second only to He Quan, the director of the respiratory department of the Jiang City First People's Hospital, a national treasure-level expert who received a special allowance from the State Council. Recently, Dr. He Quan had gone to the capital to attend a meeting. In Jiang City, without He Quan, Lu Ren had become the authority on respiratory medicine. "Why are you still here?" Xia Rufeng asked Lu Ren. "I heard that young Master Xia is going to treat the old matriarch, so I specially stayed behind to learn," Lu Ren said with a grin. His tone dripped with sarcasm. He paused and snatched the bag of herbs from Xia Rufeng's hands. "Let me see what kind of herbs you're using." Lu Ren then opened the bag of herbs and shook his head again and again. Apricot kernels, perilla leaves, pinelia, poria, pusidanum, and platycodon. These are all very common Chinese herbs. They might be useful for treating ordinary lung diseases, but for treating pulmonary fibrosis, they're the same as placebos. They're useless. The old matriarch seemed quite happy. "It's okay. This shows that my grandson put his heart into it." Lu Ren curled his lip. "What heart?" "These herbs are all conventional herbs for treating lung diseases. The formulas are a dime a dozen." He paused, looked at the old matriarch, and said, "Old matriarch, it's fine if you drink these herbs, but I need to remind you, they won't do you any good." "It's okay. This is my grandson's filial piety. Even if it's poison, I'll drink it," the old matriarch said. She was very happy. She had heard from Xia Ruyan that her precious grandson had lost some of his memory from hitting his head. But after losing his memory, her grandson seemed to have changed. He was even taking the initiative to protect Jiang Yi. Has this guy finally realized his responsibility as a stepfather? At this time, Xia Rufeng chuckled. "Grandma, wait for a moment. Jiang Li and I will go and brew the medicine." Then, Xia Rufeng and Jiang Li left the room and went to the courtyard. He opened the bag of herbs, took out a portion of them, weighed them in his hand, and broke off about a third, placing them in the brewing pot. Then, he took out another portion, and after also weighing it in his hand, took off about half and placed it in the pot. He did this with all of the other herbs as well. Xia Rufeng seemed to be strictly controlling the dosage of each herb. Jiang Li, perilla leaves, pinelia, and platycodon. These three herbs should be boiled together. Then the other herbs should be boiled together. I've already separated out the correct portions. Remember, boil them separately. Don't put them in the same pot, Xia Rufeng said. Jiang Li nodded. An hour later, the medicine was ready. "Grandma, you drink this bowl first," Xia Rufeng said. "Okay." The old matriarch was very happy. Although she didn't think Xia Rufeng's medicine was of any use, but as she said, it was her grandson's filial piety, and even if it was poison, she would still drink it. There were 2 bowls of medicine in total. After the old matriarch drank 1 bowl, Xia Rufeng didn't rush her to drink the second bowl. He asked the old matriarch to lie down, then turned to look at the others in the room. "You should all go out for a bit." "Hey, what are you trying to do?" Xia Rian looked very alert. She was worried that Xia Rufeng would harm the old matriarch. "You should go out," the old matriarch said. Although Xia Rian was unwilling, she eventually went out. Lu Ren also came out, but his expression still carried disdain. Showing off. Inside the room, "Grandma, I'm going to give you a head massage," Xia Rufeng said. "Okay," the old matriarch said. Then, Xia Rufeng placed his hands on the old matriarch's head. He took a deep breath, and then strands of invisible energy began to emanate from Xia Rufeng's fingertips and seeped in her mind through the old matriarch's Baihui acupoint. This was the power that only grandmaster martial artists possessed. This was a world where both technological and martial arts civilizations were very prosperous. In martial arts civilization, ordinary martial artists were divided into 9 tiers. And above ordinary martial artists was the highest realm of martial arts, the Grandmaster realm. Grandmaster martial artists had opened their Run and Du channels in the small and large heavenly circulation and began to absorb the essence of the world's energy, producing qi inside their bodies. Qi could form qi blades for long-range attacks, and could form qi shields for defense. Xiao Rufeng, as the commander of the 5 armies of the Dragon Kingdom's northern territory, was also a Grandmaster Realm powerhouse. However, unlike other Grandmaster Realm powerhouses, Xiao Rufeng had accidentally discovered that the qi in his body could actually treat diseases. Yes, that's right. The whole song and dance of making and drinking medicine was just to cover up his use of qi. This was no joke. There weren't many Grandmaster Realm powerhouses in the entire Dragon Kingdom. No matter which city it was, if a Grandmaster Realm powerhouse who could control qi appeared, it would cause a huge sensation. He was the king of the Northern Territory. Although he had hidden his appearance and name, the higher-ups of the Dragon Kingdom knew him. Including the gods of war of the other military regions, they all knew each other. If the matter got out of hand, it would be difficult to handle. Of course, the medicine that Xiao Rufeng had brewed for the old matriarch wasn't completely useless. It was actually very useful. The medicine he had concocted had a very good, nourishing effect on the old matriarch's body. After all, although his qi could cure diseases, nourishing the body still needed medicine. About an hour later, Xiao Rufeng came out of the old matriarch's room. Without another word, Xiao Ruyan ran straight towards the room, but Xiao Rufeng directly stopped her with an arm around her waist. Hey, what are you doing? Xiao Ruyan was going insane. Grandma has fallen asleep. Don't go in and disturb her, Xiao Rufeng said. Xiao Ruyan then ran to the window and looked into the room. The old matriarch was lying in bed, sleeping peacefully. Phew! Just as she breathed a sigh of relief, Lu Ren exclaimed, Xiao Rufeng, why didn't you put the breathing mask on the old matriarch? Although she can temporarily remove the mask while eating and drinking medicine, she can't go without it for long. Otherwise, she'll suffocate. Xiao Ruyan became nervous again. She ignored Xiao Rufeng's warning and rushed directly into the room. Lu Ren also followed immediately. The old matriarch was woken up by the noise. Ruyan, what's wrong? You look so tense, the old matriarch said. Grandma, how are you not wearing your mask? Aren't you finding it hard to breathe? Xiao Ruyan asked. The old matriarch blinked. Oh, now that you mention it, I haven't worn the mask since Rufeng fed me the medicine. But what? Xiao Ruyan asked nervously. The old matriarch smiled. It seems that even without the mask, my breathing is much smoother. Your brother is hiding his talents. He really knows medicine. He's even better than the experts at the hospital. That's impossible, Lu Ren yelled out, somewhat losing his composure. Patients with late-stage pulmonary fibrosis have lost most of their lung functions. It's very difficult to breathe smoothly without the aid of a breathing mask. The old matriarch frowned slightly. Dr. Lu, are you saying that I'm lying? Old matriarch, starting now. Do you dare to not wear the mask for an hour? No, for half an hour? Do you dare not wear your mask for half an hour? Lu Ren asked. Sure. The old matriarch agreed readily. Xiao Ruyan was very nervous. At this time, Xiao Rufeng also came in. He patted Xiao Ruyan's shoulder and said with a chuckle, It's okay. Xiao Ruyan didn't make a sound. Time passed little by little. Half an hour passed. The old matriarch didn't feel any discomfort. An hour passed. The old matriarch was still full of energy, breathing smoothly. Lu Ren was dumbfounded. Chapter 8. My Fiancé. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Lu Ren would never have believed that a patient with late-stage pulmonary interstitial fibrosis would be able to breathe smoothly without a breathing mask. It was a little beyond Lu Ren's medical understanding. He turned to look at Xiao Rufeng and asked, Xiao Rufeng, what did you do? What? You want to steal my methods? Xiao Rufeng chuckled. Lu Ren's face turned green instantly. It must be some kind of evil method. Methods that can't cure a disease are evil methods. Methods that can cure a disease are called a reincarnation of Huata. Xiao Rufeng paused, ran to the old matriarch, and asked, Grandma, what do you say? My grandson is always right, the old matriarch said with a happy smile. Lu Ren was rather depressed. He had been completely and thoroughly humiliated today. The key was that he'd stayed behind on purpose, inviting the humiliation. However, he couldn't refute Xiao Rufeng's words. In the medical world, no matter what method was used, curing the disease was the most important thing. If someone went on and on about how amazing they were but couldn't cure a patient, then they were a quack doctor. At this time, Xiao Rufeng looked at Lu Ren again and asked, What? Dr. Lu? Are you going to stay for dinner? No. In front of Xiao Rufeng, Lu Ren no longer had the same calm and confident demeanor that he'd had at the beginning. Then, making up an excuse, he left the Xia family in a hurry. He had been schooled by a useless, good-for-nothing playboy today. What a complete loss of face. Also shocked were Xiao Rian and Jiang Li. They really hadn't expected Xiao Rufeng to also know medicine. Grandma, are you really better? Or are you just acting along with Xiao Rufeng to rile up Lu Rin? Xiao Rian asked. The old matriarch glared at Xiao Rian and said, judging by your tone, you don't want me to get better? Absolutely not, Xiao Rian said quickly. I hope that Grandma lives a long and healthy life. I don't need that. The old matriarch paused, took Xiao Rufeng's hand in one hand and Xiao Rian's hand in the other, and said with a smile, it'll be enough for me to see you two get married and start families. After speaking, the old matriarch looked at Jiang Li and said, Jiang Li, thank you for your tolerance and loyalty to Rufeng all these years. Hey? Jiang Li felt very awkward. She hadn't proposed to end the engagement, but it wasn't because of any tolerance or loyalty towards her playboy fiancé. She just didn't want the old matriarch to be sad. Moreover, she had already told Xiao Rufeng that she was going to propose ending the engagement after the old matriarch passed away. However, the old matriarch's condition had improved drastically after being treated by Xiao Rufeng. She might really live a long and healthy life. What was she supposed to do? She really didn't want to marry Xiao Rufeng. Her fiancé was a born troublemaker. The Xia family's rapid decline over the years was mostly caused by her fiancé. He was a glutton, gambler, prostitute, and drug user. He had all 5 vices. And this was just what Jiang Li knew. Her fiancé had definitely done even worse things, but the Xia family had used their resources to cover them up. No woman would be willing to marry a man like that. Although he seemed okay after losing his memory, it was easier to change mountains and rivers than one's nature. Jiang Li also had a daughter. She didn't dare gamble her and her daughter's future. However, with the old matriarch still alive, she couldn't bring herself to propose ending the engagement. At this time, Xiao Rufeng suddenly said, Grandma, there's something I want to talk to you about. What is it? The old matriarch asked. I want to end my engagement with Jiang Li, Xiao Rufeng said. As soon as he said that, everyone in the room was stunned. What did you say? The old matriarch asked, shocked. I want to end my engagement with Jiang Li, Xiao Rufeng repeated. Why? The old matriarch's face, which had just been so happy, instantly turned cold. Are you disgusted by Jiang Li because she's been banished from her family? Or are you disgusted by the fact that she has a child? Under the old matriarch's gaze, Xiao Rufeng felt like he was under immense pressure. He hadn't felt this much pressure even when facing hundreds of thousands of troops in the Bear Kingdom's army, alone on the battlefield. It's not that, Xiao Rufeng said, forcing himself to speak. It's mainly that I have someone I like. In all honesty, Xiao Rufeng didn't really want to end the engagement. It was Jiang Li who wanted to end the engagement. He was taking the blame for ending the engagement for Jiang Li. What's her name? What does she do? The old matriarch asked. That's a secret, Xiao Rufeng said, forcing himself to remain calm. The old matriarch didn't say anything else. After a while, she said indifferently, then you can leave. You don't need to treat me anymore. I'll just die like this. That'll be an explanation to Jiang Li's grandmother. Otherwise, I won't have the face to meet Jiang Li's grandmother in the underworld. As soon as she said that, Xiao Rian and Jiang Li became anxious. Grandma, don't say things like that, Xiao Rian said. Things like that? The old matriarch paused and said indifferently. Back then, Jiang Li's grandmother entrusted Jiang Li to me before she died. She told me and us in the Xia family to treat Jiang Li well. And now, you want me to throw Jiang Li aside? I can't do something so heartless. If your brother insists on ending his engagement with Jiang Li, then I'll just apologize with my death. Xiao Rufeng's head hurt. This old woman was so stubborn. At this time, Jiang Li took a deep breath and walked over. She took Xiao Rufeng's hand and said with a smile, Grandma, we just had a fight today. He's just saying things in anger. We're fine. Xiao Rufeng turned his head to look at Jiang Li but didn't say anything. Hearing what Jiang Li said, the old matriarch breathed a sigh of relief. She glared at Xiao Rufeng and said, Rufeng, I know that you have some messy women outside. You need to break it off with them all. Otherwise, I will never side with you again. You should also know very well that in this family, if it weren't for my protection, you would have been kicked out long ago. Be mindful of your actions. Xiao Rufeng almost teared up. In his life, he had only truly liked one woman. But he had the reputation of being a womanizing playboy. At this time, The old matriarch said, "All right, you can all go out. I want to rest." Xiao Rufeng, Zhang Li, and Xiao Ruyan then stood up and prepared to leave. At this time, the old matriarch said, "Ruyan, you stay here with Grandma." Xiao Ruyan felt tearful. The old matriarch definitely did that on purpose, wanting Xiao Rufeng and Zhang Li to be alone. But the problem is this Xiao Rufeng is a fake. What if this guy takes advantage of it and tries to make a move on Zhang Li? Xiao Ruyan was starting to regret letting Xiao Rufeng impersonate her twin brother. On the other side, Xiao Rufeng and Zhang Li left the old matriarch's small courtyard and went back to the front of the Xiao family villa. Zhang Li also pulled her hand back from Xiao Rufeng's palm. "Just now, why?" At this time, Xiao Rufeng looked at Zhang Li and asked, "You've always wanted to end the engagement, right? You don't have to take the blame for me. Once your grandmother's condition is stable, I'll personally tell her about ending the engagement. Right now, the most important thing is your grandmother's illness," Zhang Li said calmly. She also knew the truth of Xiao Rufeng taking the initiative to propose ending the engagement. Xiao Rufeng had taken on the responsibility for ending the engagement for her sake. "Okay," Xiao Rufeng said. He was about to say something else when Xiao Rufeng's phone suddenly rang. It was Bai Shui calling. He took his phone to the side and then pressed the answer button. "Hello, Xiao Rufeng. It's already dark. When are you going to give me Ning Tao's belongings?" Bai Shui's cold voice came over the phone. "I was just about to call you." Xiao Rufeng paused and said, "How about we meet for a meal?" "There's no need. Just give me Ning Tao's belongings," Bai Shui said indifferently. Xiao Rufeng smiled bitterly. "You don't really think that I killed Ning Tao, do you? Whether you killed him or not, I don't know. But it was you who incited him to go to war. That's not wrong, is it?" Bai Shui said indifferently. "No," Xiao Rufeng paused and then said calmly, "Since you don't want to see me either, then we don't need to meet. I'll get someone to deliver Ning Tao's belongings to you." "Who?" "My fiancé." Xiao Rufeng paused, then said, "She's also a teacher at your school. Her name is Jiang Li." Chapter 9, wait, you saw that? The other end of the phone suddenly fell silent. "Teacher Jiang Li is your fiancé?" After a moment, Bai Shui spoke again. "It's a long story." Then, Xiao Rufeng explained about the stand-in situation. Bai Shui knew his identity, so he had to clarify the stand-in situation, or he might be exposed. After all, Jiang Li was her university colleague. "Okay, I understand. You can rest assured I won't expose your identity. It's just..." Bai Shui paused, then said calmly, "Are you planning to live with someone else's identity forever? You even wear a mask and use a fake name in war. What are you afraid of?" Xiao Rufeng fell silent. He was afraid that the girl he dragged into the grove 5 years ago would recognize him. So he wore a mask and used a pseudonym. Seeing that Xiao Rufeng was silent, Bai Shui said calmly, "Sorry, it's not my business." She paused, then said, "If teacher Jiang Li is free, please have her deliver Ning Tao's belongings to my teacher's apartment at the school. Jiang Li knows my room." "I understand," Xiao Rufeng said. They didn't say anything more, and both hung up. Xiao Rufeng returned to Jiang Li. "Was that Bai Shui?" Jiang Li asked, with a slight smile. "You really are my fiancé. You're so clever." Xiao Rufeng gave her a thumbs up. "Stop buttering me up. Just get to the point," Jiang Li said. "Bai Shui wants you to deliver her fiancé's belongings to her," Xiao Rufeng said. "She doesn't want to see you?" Jiang Li asked. Xiao Rufeng smiled bitterly. "Since you know, you don't have to say it so plainly. I have some pride, you know." "Heh." Jiang Li rolled her eyes and sneered. "If you really had any pride, you wouldn't have caused such a commotion in your family." She paused and continued. "The last time I came to your house, one of your mistresses ran to your house crying and wailing, forcing you to marry her, making a big scene, and even taking off her clothes and running around naked in your house. Your grandmother almost died of anger." "I was ignorant before," Xiao Rufeng said, forcing himself to sound calm. "I will definitely break off all relations with these messy women." "You've said that countless times, but you've never truly changed," Jiang Li said, with a hint of disappointment in her eyes. It wasn't that she hadn't given her fiancé a chance, but her trust had been met with disappointment time after time, until she was left with utter despair. Xiao Rufeng didn't say anything more. As the god of war Shura, the king of the Northern Territory, his words were as good as gold, and his promises were as firm as Mount Tai. But as the playboy of the Xia family in Jiang City, Xiao Rufeng's words were as light as a feather. He feared that, apart from the old matriarch, no one in this world trusted him. "I'll take you to school. Bai Shui lives in your school's teacher's apartment," Xiao Rufeng said. "Okay." A moment later, Xiao Rufeng drove Jiang Li away from the Xia family. The car was Xiao Rufeng's own car, a small car worth just a few thousand. He was aiming for a low profile. He first took Jiang Li to a package drop-off point in Jiang City and took out the package that had been stored there and put it in the car's trunk. "These are all by Shue's fiancé's belongings?" Jiang Li asked. Xiao Rufeng's expression also looked complicated, but he didn't say anything more. "Let's go," Xiao Rufeng said. Jiang Li nodded. Just as she was about to leave, Jiang Li suddenly pressed her legs together, and her face flushed red. "What's wrong?" Xiao Rufeng asked. "My period suddenly came early," Jiang Li said, with a flushed face. She felt a little desperate. "Of all the times!" Xiao Rufeng glanced at her, then said, "There's a supermarket nearby. I'll buy you a pack of sanitary pads. Do you have a brand preference?" "No, any brand will do, as long as it's safe," Jiang Li said. "Okay, I understand." Xiao Rufeng didn't say anything else and went to the nearby supermarket. Not long after Xiao Rufeng left, several small-time thugs passed by, and their eyes lit up at Jiang Li's stunning looks. "Wow, brothers, that chick over there looks pretty good. Look how tightly she's squeezing her legs. She must have a vibrator inside." Then they all burst into laughter. Jiang Li's face darkened. "Shameless." "Hey, who are you calling shameless?" One of the thugs walked directly towards Jiang Li. Jiang Li's expression changed slightly, and she immediately tried to run away. But when the other thugs saw this, they immediately surrounded Jiang Li from all directions. "You're clearly a little slut. Why pretend to be pure?" the thug leading the group said, licking his lips and moving closer to Jiang Li. Jiang Li was scared. Her body was trembling. I'm a miss of the Jiang family," Jiang Li said. "The Jiang group that develops real estate?" "That's right." "Haha," the leader of the thugs laughed. "The Jiang group's miss driving a small beat-up car worth only a few thousand?" Jiang Li's face turned pale. "That's my fiancé's." "That's right, my fiancé is Xiao Rufeng." "The Xiao Rufeng from the Miracle Coal mining group?" "That's right. My fiancé knows a lot of people in the underworld. You guys better know what's good for you." Left with no other choice, Jiang Li had to bring up her fiancé. Who would have thought that they wouldn't be afraid, but actually became even more excited. "Wow, so you're Xiao Rufeng's fiancé. TSK, you're truly beautiful." He moved closer and with a grin said, "Beauty, you probably don't know this, right? Your fiancé borrowed $1 million from me, and he doesn't have the money to pay me back, so he promised to give me his fiancé as collateral." Jiang Li's face turned instantly pale. She believed that her scumbag of a fiancé could do that kind of thing. "So, did he bring me here on purpose?" Thinking of this, Jiang Li's eyes instantly turned red. The thug's hand was already reaching over, trying to slip it inside Jiang Li's clothes. But at that moment, the thug's hand was suddenly grabbed. Xiao Rufeng was back. "Hey, Xiao Rufeng, what do you think you're doing?" The leader of the thugs was not happy. "You promised me that you would let your fiancé sleep with me. Did that happen?" "Sorry, I have amnesia. I don't remember," Xiao Rufeng said, grinning. "You don't remember, it's fine. I have a video as evidence. You can't deny that," the leader of the thugs said. "Oh, you even have a video?" As Xiao Rufeng said this, he increased the strength in his hand. The leader of the thugs immediately started crying out in pain. He was extremely shocked. He knew Xiao Rufeng was just a useless playboy. If he hadn't been born into a good family, it would have been difficult for him to even survive. Not to mention that this kind of garbage was helpless. But he wasn't far from it. His body had been hollowed out from being addicted to drinking and women for a long time. But what was happening now? Why was his strength so strong? "What are you guys standing there for? Attack him!" the leader of the thugs yelled. The other thugs finally reacted. They all lunged at Xiao Rufeng. Jiang Li exclaimed and covered her eyes. After a few screams, Jiang Li looked through her fingers and was stunned. All the thugs were lying on the ground, screaming in agony. It was a bit beyond Jiang Li's understanding. Is Xiao Rufeng really that strong? The leader of the thugs was also confused. He hadn't even seen how Xiao Rufeng had made his move. Oh my god, Xiao Rufeng was pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. His strength is probably at least at the level of a Tier 5 martial artist. If he had known that Xiao Rufeng was actually a Grandmaster Realm powerhouse, he probably would have fainted on the spot. There weren't many Grandmaster Realm powerhouses in the entire Dragon Kingdom. The 5 gods of war in the Dragon Kingdom were all Grandmaster Realm powerhouses. Besides that, various forces, especially the capital, probably had some Grandmaster Realm powerhouses as well. Even when adding in those reclusive ones, the number of Grandmaster Realm powerhouses in the country was no more than 2 figures. Compared to the Dragon Kingdom's population of more than 1 billion, there were too few Grandmaster Realm powerhouses. While he was thinking this, Xiao Ruffeng increased the strength in his hand again. The leader of the thugs screamed again. He felt that his wrist was going to be broken by Xiao Ruffeng. "I'll delete it. I'll delete the video right now," the leader of the thugs said quickly. Then, the leader of the thugs opened his phone and deleted the relevant videos. "Young Master Xiao, look, they've all been deleted, and the recycling bin is empty as well," the leader of the thugs said weakly. Xiao Ruffeng patted the leader of the thugs on the face, then said, "Remember this, in the future, if anyone dares to make a move on my fiancé, I'll..." As he said this, Xiao Ruffeng picked up a brick from the ground, scaring the thugs, turning them pale. However, Xiao Ruffeng did not use the brick to hit them. He threw the brick into the air, and then in mid-air, he shattered it with a punch. That's right. He instantly shattered the brick with just one punch. Even if you didn't understand martial arts, you could feel just how terrifying the power contained in Xiao Ruffeng's punch was. If that punch landed on someone, not to mention an ordinary person, even those lower-tiered martial artists would be killed by that one blow. Everyone present was shocked by this scene. That kind of strength, he must be a Tier 7 martial artist. At this time, Xiao Ruffeng clapped his hands and said, "Are you not leaving?" The thugs finally came back to their senses and then fled in a hurry. Xiao Ruffeng then turned around. He looked at Zhang Li and said, "I'm sorry, I really didn't know that I was such a scumbag before. I wasn't human." Zhang Li didn't say anything. "All right, here, I bought this for you." Xiao Ruffeng pulled a pack of tampons out of his pocket. "Oh, how did these become tampons?" Zhang Li asked. There were no sanitary pads at the supermarket. The female salesperson said that girls like using tampons now, Xiao Ruffeng said. Zhang Li's face turned beet red. "Do you want me to look at the other supermarkets again?" Xiao Ruffeng asked. "There's no need." Then, Zhang Li snatched the tampons from Xiao Ruffeng's hand and went to a nearby public toilet. After taking off her skirt, she saw that blood had already stained her underwear. There was nothing Zhang Li could do. She had to take off her blood-soaked underwear. There was too much blood on the underwear. There was no way she could wear it again. It's a good thing the guy bought tampons. Otherwise, even if he had bought sanitary pads, there would be no way for me to use them. Tampons were internal, and they could be used without underwear. But, after getting herself situated, Zhang Li stood in the bathroom, feeling a little nervous. After all, her skirt was empty. After hesitating in the toilet for a moment, Zhang Li still came out. Xiao Ruffeng was waiting for her beside the car. Zhang Li walked over to him, forcing herself to remain calm. "Take me home first," Zhang Li said. "Okay." Xiao Ruffeng paused, then said, "Oh, where is your house? Some of my memories are a bit blurry." "Oh, I also live in the teacher's apartment at school." Zhang Li paused, looked at Xiao Ruffeng and said, "I forgot to tell you, I'm teacher by Shue's neighbor. I live right next to her." Xiao Ruffeng wiped away some cold sweat. Damn it. Was the world really that small? Xiao Ruffeng felt a little pained. He hadn't planned on meeting Bai Shui. It's fine. Even if we go to the teacher's apartment, we might not necessarily meet Bai Shui. Bai Shui was sitting in the back, right behind the driver's seat. That way, Xiao Ruffeng in the driver's seat couldn't see her. That's what she thought. However, she forgot that the rear-view mirror of the car was in the middle. Xiao Ruffeng could see Bai Shui's skirt through the car's rear-view mirror. He didn't dare say anything. Bai Shui also hadn't noticed at first. Until they were almost at Jiang City University, she saw herself in the car's rear-view mirror and suddenly realized what was happening. Wait, Xiao Ruffeng saw that? Chapter 10. Xiao Ruffeng's first confession. Zhang Li was completely thrown off. After a moment, she suddenly thought of something and sighed. At this moment, Xiao Ruffeng looked at the car's rear-view mirror again and was caught red-handed by Zhang Li. "You're still looking," Zhang Li said with a dark expression. Xiao Ruffeng touched his nose, embarrassed. It wasn't intentional. And it's dark as night inside the skirt, so you can't really see anything. "How about I take a picture with my phone for you?" Zhang Li asked. "Huh?" Xiao Ruffeng blinked. Can you, my ass?" Zhang Li said, with a dark face. "You have more than enough women on the outside. Haven't you seen enough?" Xiao Ruffeng felt tearful. He was ashamed. As a de facto virgin, he'd only ever seen it through videos. In reality, he really hadn't seen it. Yesterday when I helped Xiao Rian change clothes at the hotel, I guess that counts as seeing it. Humph. Jiang Li snorted coldly, crossed her legs, and blocked off all the peach blossom pathways. Xiao Rufeng felt a little disappointed. After a while, the car pulled into Jiang City University. All right, I'll go to the trunk to get the stuff, and then give it to Bai Shui directly. You don't have to come up, Jiang Li said. Okay. It was better to not go up. What if he bumped into Bai Shui? Sigh. Xiao Rufeng sighed faintly. He liked Bai Shui, but he also knew that Bai Shui was Ning Tao's fiancé. He had no intention of confessing. He had originally intended to keep this secret buried in his heart. However, he hadn't expected that after drinking a bit too much, he would have confessed to Bai Shui in a moment of brainlessness. That was the first confession in his life. Afterwards, when he saw the video that Bai Bing had taken of himself confessing to Bai Shui, he had been completely stunned. Since then, he hadn't drank a single drop of alcohol. Alcohol was a killer. Ning Tao didn't know about the confession. Only Xiao Rufeng, Bai Shui, and Bai Bing, who was present at the time, knew about it. But this was already a disaster. After this incident, Bai Shui had left the Northern Territory and come to Jiang City. They'd hardly had any contact after that. A year ago, he called Bai Shui to tell her about Ning Tao's death. That was the first time he had called Bai Shui after the confession incident. Sigh. Xiao Rufeng sighed again. At this moment, Jiang Li had gotten out of the car. But soon after, she ran back into the car. What's wrong? The wind outside is too strong, Jiang Li said. Xiao Rufeng glanced at Jiang Li's skirt and felt a bit flustered. With the wind being so strong, it was indeed easy to get flashed, especially when she wasn't wearing any underwear. Composing himself, Xiao Rufeng said with a smile, How about you wear mine? Jiang Li. Are you joking? Jiang Li asked with a dark face. Hey, Jiang Li, I'm trying to be nice. Your attitude isn't right, Xiao Rufeng said. The corner of Jiang Li's mouth twitched. She was feeling a bit of a headache. To make matters worse, an acquaintance had just arrived. As a female teacher with glasses was passing by, she happened to see Jiang Li in the car. Teacher Jiang? You? The female teacher pushed up her glasses and glanced at Xiao Rufeng, who was also in the car, and said, And this is? Jiang Li felt a huge headache. This female teacher was called Lin Qing, and she was the notorious gossip queen of the school. He's my fiancé, the one I've told you about before, Jiang Li said, forcing herself to sound calm. Although she was a single mother, she wasn't lacking in suitors. To avoid this kind of hassle, she had told people that she had a fiancé. But no one believed her. No one knew who her fiancé was either. Her engagement with Xiao Rufeng wasn't public. Only the Xia and Jiang families knew about it. No way? The female teacher asked, looking surprised. I thought you were just making excuses. I didn't expect that you actually had a fiancé. After that, she peppered her with questions. What's your fiancé's name? What does he do? His name is Xiao Rufeng. He's a... Before Jiang Li could finish her sentence, the female teacher suddenly interrupted her. Xiao Rufeng, could it be that young master of the Miracle Coal mining group? Yes. The female teacher suddenly fell silent. After a moment, she suddenly looked at Jiang Li and said, Jiang Li, come here. What's wrong? Come here, I have something important to tell you, the female teacher said, looking serious. Jiang Li was looking conflicted. Finally, she opened her mouth and said, Okay, you go to the school and wait for me. I'll be there right away. Okay. The female teacher then left. Inside the car, Xiao Rufeng. At this time, Jiang Li suddenly said, What's wrong? Take off your underwear, Jiang Li said, with a flushed face. What? Wasn't it you who said that you would let me wear your underwear? Jiang Li asked, glaring. Xiao Rufeng shrugged. Okay. Then, Xiao Rufeng took off his underwear and gave it to Jiang Li. Jiang Li took it. It was warm. At this moment, her face was flushed red, like the tempting apples of Eden. I must be crazy. But, Jiang Li then glanced at Xiao Rufeng. But, after this guy lost his memory, he really seemed like a different person. And he protected Yi too. Her thoughts were chaotic. At this time, the female teacher called Lin Qing again to hurry her along. Left with no choice, Jiang Li gritted her teeth and put Xiao Rufeng's underwear inside her skirt. Does it fit well? I use Xinjiang cotton for my underwear. It's super stretchy. Before Xiao Rufeng could finish his sentence, Jiang Li opened the car door and ran. It was too embarrassing. Jiang Li ran all the way to the school and found Lin Qing. Teacher Lin, what's wrong? You look so serious, Jiang Li asked. Jiang Li, how much do you know about your fiancé? Lin Qing asked, with a serious expression. I know his reputation isn't very good, but he isn't bad to the core. Before she could finish, Lin Qing suddenly interrupted her. He is suspected of being involved in multiple cases of rape. One of the victims was only 14 years old, Lin Qing said. Zhang Li's legs went limp instantly, and her face turned pale. She had heard that her fiancé was very absurd and had been arrested by the police for soliciting a prostitute. But at most, soliciting a prostitute was a moral issue. But rape was a crime. Moreover, one of the victims was a 14-year-old girl. Zhang Li couldn't even imagine it. Who did you hear this from? Zhang Li asked, after returning to her senses. My husband is on the police force, and he has been following these cases. Lin Qing paused, and then said, originally, a repeat offender like Xiao Rufeng should have been severely punished. But the Xiao family spent a huge sum of money to reach a settlement with the victims and their families. After receiving huge sums of money, the victims even changed their testimonies and denied that Xiao Rufeng had raped them, and even said that it was voluntary. The case with the 14-year-old girl was the same. If they were under 14, then it was considered rape regardless of whether or not it was voluntary, and the prosecutor could forcefully prosecute. But over 14, then she shook her head and said, it's also for this reason that Xiao Rufeng still hasn't been brought to justice. At this point, Lin Qing said angrily, money can really make the devil turn the millstone. Zhang Li fell silent. After a moment, she said, I'm going to make a call. Then, Zhang Li dialed Xiao Rian's number. Hello, Zhang Li. Has Xiao Rufeng been bullying you? Xiao Rian asked immediately. Zhang Li fell silent. Zhang Li? Xiao Rian asked again. Has your brother committed rape? Zhang Li asked calmly. Xiao Rian also fell silent immediately. After a moment, she said, I'm sorry. Did your grandmother know? Zhang Li asked. Like you, although she knew that Xiao Rufeng was very absurd on the outside and a womanizing playboy, she didn't know that Xiao Rufeng had committed rape. Xiao Rian paused and said, I'm sorry, I'm a little tired. I'm going to hang up, Zhang Li said. With that, Zhang Li hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Li's eyes started to turn red. She was now feeling very sad. Not because her fiancé was a rapist, but because Xiao Rian hadn't told her about this. If she had known these things, she would have proposed ending the engagement no matter what. A fiancé with bad morals, she could barely accept. But being with a rapist, it was disgusting to her, even for a second. Phew! Zhang Li took a deep breath and walked towards the school gate. She was going to confront Xiao Rufeng. She was going to tell Xiao Rufeng that she was going to end their engagement right now. She couldn't delay it any longer. She came to Xiao Rufeng with a cold expression. What's wrong? Xiao Rufeng asked. Zhang Li looked at Xiao Rufeng and said with a cold expression, Xiao Rufeng, I. Just then, a speeding SUV next to them lost control, and the car went straight for where Zhang Li was standing. Zhang Li's face turned pale. She stood there, her mind blank, unable to react. Looking at the car speeding toward her, Zhang Li had only one thought in her head. She was going to die. No, I don't want to die. If I die, what will happen to EE? Thinking of EE, tears instantly started to well up in Zhang Li's eyes. But what could she do other than to accept her fate? She couldn't dodge it at all. Just as Zhang Li was feeling desperate, a figure suddenly rushed over and pushed Zhang Li to the side. Thump! The speeding car hit the person who had rushed over, throwing them into the air. Then they fell heavily to the ground. After Zhang Li reacted, she immediately ran over. Looking at Xiao Rufeng, covered in blood, Zhang Li's fingers were trembling. Why? Why did you rush over to save me? Are you stupid or what? Zhang Li wailed, clinging on to Xiao Rufeng. At this moment, a clear, cold voice suddenly sounded. Teacher Zhang Li. Zhang Li raised her head. What entered her eyes was a woman about her age, with exquisitely beautiful features. On that rose-like face were a pair of pitch-black eyes, like two black pearls, crystal clear. Her nose was slender, slightly upturned, just right, and her small cherry-like mouth was red and honey-like, and it seemed that with a slight smile, she could captivate anyone. She was tall and slim, with graceful curves like a blooming flower, standing out from the crowd. No matter when or where, she was always so dazzling, exuding an irresistible charm. However, she looked rather aloof. But even so, it couldn't conceal her water lily-like beauty. It was none other than Bai Shui. Chapter 11. That Bastard. taking advantage of me. Bai Shui and Jiang Li were known as the two most stunning beauties at Jiangxing University. Not only among the female faculty, but even among the tens of thousands of female students on campus, they were considered the most exquisite beauties. Bai Shui, my friend, was killed saving me. Jiang Li sobbed, tears streaming down her face. Bai Shui glanced at Xiao Rufeng, who was lying on the ground covered in blood, then calmly said, "Killed? He's fine. If a Grandmaster Realm expert were killed by a car, it would be the biggest joke of the 21st century. A Grandmaster Realm expert could not only manipulate chi, but their physical resilience was also terrifying. Ordinary bullets couldn't even penetrate their skin. He's covered in blood. How can he be fine? All right, call 120. Jiang Li said, reaching for her phone to dial 120. Bai Shui, however, looked at Xiao Rufeng and said indifferently, "Is it fun teasing people?" Then, to Jiang Li's utter astonishment, Xiao Rufeng actually sat up. Jiang Li felt her brain going in circles. Hit by a car going at least 120 kilometers per hour, sent flying more than 10 meters, covered in blood, and yet he could still sit up? At this moment, Bai Shui added, "Teacher Jiang Li, you've been tricked. That's not blood, it's all ketchup." Huh. Jiang Li quickly wiped some of the red liquid from Xiao Rufeng's body, smelled it, and sure enough, it was the smell of ketchup. She cautiously licked a tiny bit. Then, her face darkened. It really was ketchup. Long time no see. At this moment, Xiao Rufeng looked at Bai Shui and said, "There's something I need to clarify first. I didn't intentionally scare Jiang Li. The ketchup I was carrying broke open when I was hit by the car, covering me in it. All right, that hit-and-run driver." Having said that, Xiao Rufeng got up from the ground, fuming, and went to find trouble with the hit-and-run driver. Jiang Li looked at Xiao Rufeng's retreating figure, her expression complicated. If it hadn't been for Xiao Rufeng just now, she would probably be dead right now. She rubbed her head. Even though I've known him since I was a child, I still can't understand him. Oh, right. Then, Jiang Li remembered something and looked at Bai Shui. "Teacher Bai Shui, I heard that you and Xiao Rufeng are friends. What kind of person is he, exactly?" Bai Shui looked at Xiao Rufeng, who was a little further away, and after a moment of silence said, "I don't know either." She also wanted to know if Ning Tao had been killed by Xiao Rufeng. Seeing Bai Shui's expression, Jiang Li immediately understood that there must be some history between her and Xiao Rufeng. For a moment, her heart felt a little strange. While she was pondering, Xiao Rufeng returned. "They got away." He paused, his expression serious, and continued, "The license plate was a fake. And I asked around. That car had been parked near the school a long time ago. It was most likely targeting Jiang Li." Bai Shui was shocked. "Jiang Li, do you have any enemies?" Jiang Li sighed and said indifferently, "There are many people who want me dead. Not to mention others, even in the Jiang family. There are plenty who hope I'll die." "Haven't you already left the Jiang family? Why do they still want to harm you?" Bai Shui asked. "Because my grandmother's inheritance was given to me. Although they're holding on to it and I can't use it now if I sue, the inheritance will still be given to me. And if I die, they'll be relieved," Jiang Li said lightly. She paused and chuckled. "Of course, it might not be them trying to harm me. It could also be some extremist admirers. Seeing me with Xiao Rufeng, they might be so angered that they drove a car at me." "Huh? Are you saying it's because of me?" Jiang Li stared wide-eyed. "Why? Isn't that a possibility? If you have to put it that way." Xiao Rufeng smiled and continued, "It certainly is possible." He paused, then suddenly wrapped his arm around Jiang Li's slender waist and chuckled. "Don't worry, I'll investigate this thoroughly. With me here, no one can hurt you." Jiang Li's face flushed crimson. That bastard, taking advantage of me. But with Bai Shui present, she couldn't show too much resistance. After all, she was still Xiao Rufeng's fiancé. Bai Shui watched the two engaging in intimate gestures, her expression indifferent. "You two lovebirds have fun. I don't want to be a third wheel." With that, Bai Shui prepared to leave. "All right," Jiang Li said, shaking off Xiao Rufeng. "Bai Shui, your things." Then, Jiang Li went to the trunk of Xiao Rufeng's car and prepared to lift the suitcase out. But it was heavy. She used all her strength, but she still couldn't get the suitcase out of the trunk. At that moment, Xiao Rufeng walked over and chuckled. "Let me do it." Jiang Li glared at Xiao Rufeng. "With a suitcase this heavy, you expect me to carry it up to the 5th floor? You want to kill me from exhaustion." The faculty apartments at Jiangxing University were old buildings, 6 floors in total, with no elevator. Jiang Li and Bai Shui both lived on the 5th floor. At that moment, Bai Shui also walked over. She recognized it immediately. It was Ning Tao's suitcase. It was the same suitcase she had bought for Ning Tao when he had joined the army. Ning Tao's important things are all inside, Xiao Ruffing said. Bai Shui didn't say anything. She tried to pull the suitcase out of the trunk. But the suitcase was indeed very heavy, and Bai Shui couldn't get it out either. In the end, Xiao Ruffing took the suitcase out of the trunk. Xiao Ruffing, help Bai Shui take it to her room. We live on the 5th floor, no elevator, and a suitcase this heavy. Neither of us could carry it alone, Zhongli said. Okay, Xiao Ruffing nodded. Bai Shui's lips twitched, but in the end, she said nothing. Then, Xiao Ruffing carried the suitcase and followed Zhongli and Bai Shui towards the school. Oh right, Xiao Ruffing remembered something and looked at Zhongli. Zhongli, what were you about to say to me earlier? When? Right before you almost got hit by the car, Xiao Ruffing said. Zhongli fell silent immediately. She had been about to break off their engagement with Xiao Ruffing, but, remembering the moment when Xiao Ruffing had saved her, she found it difficult to speak. It's nothing, she finally said. Okay then. Xiao Ruffing didn't ask further. The three of them entered the school together, quickly attracting a lot of attention. Who is that guy? He's actually with our school's 2 goddesses. Someone said quietly. Is he someone's boyfriend? What are you thinking? That kind of loser looks like a moving man, someone else commented. Some even walked directly to Bai Shui and Zhongli. Teacher Bai Shui, Teacher Zhongli, let me help you carry your things. Outsiders aren't allowed into the faculty apartments. The speaker was a man around his 20s or 30s, wearing glasses and looking rather cultured. His name was Wen Quan, and he was the deputy director of the logistics department of Jiangxing University. Things like the cafeteria and student dormitories fell under his purview. In a sense, the faculty apartments also fell under his jurisdiction. Director 1, who said outsiders aren't allowed into the apartments. Is there such a regulation? Zhongli asked. There isn't an explicit regulation, but it's a tacit agreement. After all, if outsiders can enter the faculty apartments freely, it will also affect the safety of the faculty, right? Wen Quan said. He's not an outsider, he's my fiancé, Zhongli said. What? You really have a fiancé? Wen Quan was adjusting his glasses, and the moment he heard this, his actions froze and his expression stiffened. Yes, Zhongli said, taking Xiao Rufing's arm again. Wen Quan's face gradually became more and more unpleasant. Who is he? Wen Quan said. Although Xiao Rufing, as a playboy, was well known in certain circles, to most of the 10 million people in Jiangxing, he was virtually unknown. Would you know about a certain wealthy second generation in your city? Zhang Li's expression was also displeased. Director Wen, this is my private affair. Why should I tell you? Zhang Li said. Wen Quan was embarrassed. Let's go. After saying that, Zhang Li pulled Xiao Rufing and went up the stairs of the faculty apartments. Bai Shui looked at Wen Quan, said nothing, and then also went upstairs. Behind them, Wen Quan clenched his fists, teeth gnashing. Damn it, you're trying to steal my woman. You're dead. On the other side, the suitcase was indeed heavy, but it was not difficult for Xiao Rufing. If he didn't need to conceal his strength, he could have used qi to directly send the suitcase to the 5th floor. But from Zhang Li's perspective, she was shocked. Is this guy that strong? Come to think of it, he was fine after being hit by that car. What's with this guy's body? Is he made of iron? Zhang Li realized that although she had known her fiancé since childhood, she was beginning to understand him less and less. Bai Shui, on the other hand, was calm, because she knew Xiao Rufing's identity. The king of the northern border, the Azura god of war, a grandmaster realm expert. Any of those titles were enough to make this city of over 10 million people tremble. Such a powerful figure, with the power to shake the entire dragon country, is now acting as a fake fiancé for someone. Has he fallen for Zhang Li? Bai Shui was calm, not sure what she was thinking. We're at the 5th floor. Which room? Xiao Rufing said. The faculty apartments at Jiangxing University were very similar to old classrooms, with many rooms in a row, connected by a long corridor in front of the doors. I live in room 521, and teacher Bai Shui lives in room 520 next door, Zhang Li said. You two have interesting room numbers, Xiao Rufing chuckled. 521 and 520 are both homophones for I love you in Dragon Country language. Then, the three arrived in front of room 520. Bai Shui reached the door and prepared to open it. But after feeling her pockets and looking through her bag, I seem to have forgotten my keys at home, Bai Shui said. I'll open it. Then Xiao Rufing pulled out a wire from who knows where, then inserted it into the keyhole. He moved it around a few times. Then, click, the door was opened. Zhang Li was dumbfounded. After coming back to her senses, she looked at Bai Shui. Teacher Bai Shui, remember to change to a combination lock next time. Got it, Bai Shui replied. Xiao Rufeng shrugged. Why do you guys not believe that I'm a gentleman? Zhang Li glared at Xiao Rufeng. You have done so many disgusting and even illegal things. Don't you know yourself? Don't use amnesia as an excuse. I refuse to believe that you didn't remember any of the bad things you did. I've decided to turn over a new leaf, Xiao Rufeng said. Zhang Li looked skeptical. She looked at Bai Shui. Bai Shui, do you believe he'll turn over a new leaf? I don't know him well enough, so I can't say, Bai Shui said. Okay. Zhang Li didn't say anything more. She was very clear that there was something between Xiao Rufeng and Bai Shui, although she cared a little bit, but she didn't feel comfortable enough to ask about it. At this moment, Xiao Rufeng said the suitcase has wheels so it can be rolled directly into the room. I won't go in. After saying that, Xiao Rufeng wrapped his arm around Zhang Li's waist again. Honey, I'm thirsty. I'm going to your room for a drink. Let go. Can you be a little more shameless in public? Zhang Li said, her face red. You've already told people that I'm your fiancé. What's wrong with a fiancé hugging his fiancée? Xiao Rufeng said. You are shameless. Zhang Li was extremely embarrassed. At this moment, more people came into the hallway. Zhang Li quickly opened her room door and pulled Xiao Rufeng inside. You come in, stop embarrassing yourself in the hallway. Then, Zhang Li poked her head out of the room, looked at Bai Shui, who was still standing by the door, and gave an embarrassed smile. Bai Shui, my fiancé is a bit dumb. Sorry for the sight. It's nothing. Just as Bai Shui was about to say something, her phone suddenly rang. At the same time, Zhang Li's phone also rang. It was an urgent notification from the school, announcing an upcoming faculty meeting. Is something so urgent that they're holding a meeting? Zhang Li said, looking at the notification on her phone. I don't know, let's go see what's going on, Bai Shui said. MHM. Zhang Li paused, then turned her head and glared at Xiao Rufeng, who was sitting in the room. I have to go to a meeting. You stay in this room and don't run around. Yes, my queen, Xiao Rufeng chuckled. Who's your queen? I'm going to break up with you sooner or later. After speaking, Zhang Li quickly left. Moments later, she and Bai Shui arrived at the conference room together. After sitting down, Zhang Li suddenly realized a problem. She was still wearing Xiao Rufeng's underwear. Chapter 12. First Love. When she was standing, she hadn't paid much attention to it. But after sitting down, the sensation was too clear. Oh dear, I clearly arrived home, but I forgot to change my underwear. Zhang Li was in tears. In the past, she never would have imagined that one day she would be wearing Xiao Rufeng's underwear to a school conference. But she also never imagined that Xiao Rufeng would risk being killed by a car to come and save her. Zhang Li, of course, hoped that this amnesiac version of Xiao Rufeng would remain this way. But who knew whether Xiao Rufeng would suddenly recover his memories one day? If he recovers his memories, will he turn back into that evil playboy? Zhang Li didn't know. She was feeling a little lost. Reason told her she should completely cut ties with Xiao Rufeng, because she believed in the inherent evil of human nature. Her fiancé had been of bad character since childhood. It was not related to his upbringing. He was just born bad. However, since losing his memories, he had not done anything outrageous. Instead, he had saved his grandmother and her twice. Once, he had saved her from a hooligan. Another time, he had saved her from a car accident. Before all of that, he had protected her daughter. Everything he had done now was to protect. If she broke up with him now, would it be a bit too much? Zhang Li was conflicted. At this moment, Bai Shui glanced at Zhang Li, then said, Zhang Li, what's wrong? Nothing, Zhang Li said, calming herself, then said with a smile, I'm just worried that Xiao Rufeng is causing trouble in my room. Causing trouble? Like installing surveillance cameras or rummaging through my underwear or something. Although we have an engagement, we're not married after all, or even dating for that matter, Zhang Li said. That wasn't wrong. Some people dated first, then got married. But people who had arranged engagements were not like that. Many engaged couples did not have a dating or courtship process. They simply got married. Bai Shui said calmly, based on my limited understanding of him. She paused, then said lightly, he shouldn't be that type of person. Zhang Li smiled, and then said, I feel like you understand him better than I do. Bai Shui didn't say anything. In fact, that was true. Bai Shui had met Xiao Rufeng 5 years ago. For 3 years before Xiao Rufeng drunkenly confessed to her. She and Xiao Ruffing had a very good relationship. Once, when Ning Tao had gone deep behind enemy lines and encountered danger, Xiao Ruffing had prepared to go and save Ning Tao alone. When Bai Shui had heard about it, she had insisted on going too. Xiao Ruffing had no choice but to agree. The two of them had spent a whole month together alone during the operation to rescue Ning Tao. At that time, Xiao Ruffing had not yet reached the Grandmaster realm. He had been bitten by a poisonous snake, and in a critical condition, Bai Shui had personally sucked out the poison with her mouth at the risk of her own life. It was that experience that made Xiao Ruffing develop feelings he shouldn't have for Bai Shui, who was his friend's fiancé. For Bai Shui, the months spent with Xiao Ruffing had given her a better understanding of him. He was an orphan, he didn't know his background, and had been adopted by a reclusive expert. He had also had a failed first love. She had pursued him first, but when he had started to like her, she had broken up with him. Xiao Ruffing had only ever told Bai Shui about that embarrassing first love tragedy. Bai Shui also knew that Xiao Ruffing was now the king of the northern border, the commander of the 5 northern border armies, and wielded immense power. Compared to Zhang Li, she did understand Xiao Ruffing better. But did she really understand Xiao Ruffing? No, she didn't understand him either. She could sense that Xiao Ruffing might have a dark past, but she had never explored it. Of course, it wasn't Bai Shui's fault. She was Ning Tao's fiancé, and she also shouldn't have been getting too close to her fiancé's friend. While pondering, the conference room had already filled up with teachers. At this moment, a man who looked like a leader walked to the podium. "Dear teachers, we have called this emergency faculty meeting to announce something." The man paused and suddenly became excited. "I just received a call from the Education Bureau. A group of soldiers from the Kirin camp of the Northern Border Legion will be coming to our school to supervise the freshmen's military training." Unlike other schools, other universities held military training when freshmen first arrived, but Jiangxing University placed military training in the second semester of freshman year. Once the school leader finished speaking, the entire conference room burst into excitement. The Kirin camp of the Northern Border Legion was a special forces unit that had risen to fame during the National Defense War 5 years ago, independent of the 5 Northern Border armies, directly under the command of the Azura God of War. You could say that anyone who was able to enter the Kirin camp was a battle-hardened, super excellent soldier. Hearing that the Kirin camp was coming, many young female teachers could not control their hormones. Women were naturally in awe of the strong. And the units like the Kirin camp, which were renowned in war, and even given the title of the Guardian Hero camp, were even more popular with women. There was a case where a female teacher from another school had gone on a blind date with a soldier from the Kirin camp. And even though they had not become a couple, it had already made many female teachers extremely envious. "Ah, these women are crazy," Jiang Li said, slightly sweating. Bai Shui seemed very calm, but deep in her eyes, there was a flicker of unexplained emotion. The commander of the Kirin camp was Bai Bing, and the deputy commander used to be Ning Tao. After Ning Tao had died a year ago, the Kirin camp had not appointed a new deputy commander. Therefore, the position of deputy commander of the Kirin camp was still vacant. Perhaps through the soldiers of the Kirin camp, I can find the truth about Ning Tao's death. If Xiao Ruffing had intentionally killed Ning Tao. Bai Shui remained silent. No one knew what she was thinking. After the meeting, Bai Shui and Zhang Li went back to their own apartments. When Zhang Li returned to her apartment, Xiao Ruffing was already gone. There was a note left on the table. "The food has already been prepared. If it gets cold, then reheat it." Zhang Li's eyes landed on the dining table, her expression surprised. There were a few dishes already laid out on the dining table. The dishes were still warm. Xiao Ruffing must have just left. After tasting a bite with chopsticks, Zhang Li's expression brightened. Delicious. She never imagined that her scum fiancé could actually cook such good food. Then, Zhang Li put down her chopsticks and knocked on the door next door. After a while, Bai Shui opened the door. "Zhang Li, what's the matter?" Xiao Ruffing cooked a few dishes in my house while we were at the meeting. How about we eat together?" Zhang Li asked. "I'm not going to—" "Xiao Ruffing's gone, it's just us two," Zhang Li added. "Oh, okay," Bai Shui nodded. Then, Bai Shui came to Zhang Li's apartment. "Where's he?" Bai Shui asked. "Oh, she's at the Xia family," Zhang Li said. Bai Shui didn't say anything more. She looked at the dishes on the table, her expression somewhat complicated. "Sit," Zhang Li said with a smile. "I had a taste earlier, and the taste is not bad. You taste it and see if you like it." Without even tasting it, Bai Shui knew that it would be to her liking. These dishes were all dishes that she had eaten before. She was not very good at cooking, and neither was Ning Tao. When the three of them were together, it was mostly Xiao Ruffing who cooked. Bai Shui sat down and picked up a piece of braised eggplant and put it in her mouth. She chewed. That familiar taste instantly filled her mouth. Come to think of it, since Xiao Ruffing confessed to her when he was drunk, she hasn't eaten Xiao Ruffing's cooking in at least 2 years. A strange, unreadable thought flashed between Bai Shui's brows. At this moment, Zhongli said, Bai Shui. What's wrong? Bai Shui said. I heard that your fiancé passed away. Please accept my condolences, Zhongli said. It was a year ago. The relics were just sent now, Bai Shui said calmly. What did he do? Zhongli asked. Bai Shui didn't say anything. Sorry, Zhongli said hastily. Bai Shui shook her head, then said, he was a soldier, also a member of the Kirin camp. Wow, the Kirin camp is full of elites. Of course, beautiful women go with heroes, a perfect match, Zhongli said. A perfect match, what does that mean? Once a person dies, they have nothing left. Bai Shui's eyes became a little moist. Zhongli felt awkward and uncomfortable. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have brought it up, Zhongli said. It has nothing to do with you, it's just my own fault. It's already been a year, and I still can't get out of the shadow of his death, Bai Shui said. She paused, stood up, and then added, Zhongli, I'm sorry. I'm not very hungry, so. It's okay, you look pretty tired, hurry back and rest, Zhongli said. Bai Shui didn't say anything more and then left. Zhongli sat back down and sighed. Bai Shui seems to really like her fiancé. No wonder Xiao Ruffing never had a chance. After finishing the meal and cleaning up the table, Bai Shui opened her wardrobe, ready to find a set of clean underwear. Then, she found out one pair of underwear was missing from her wardrobe. Chapter 13. A huge misunderstanding. Xiao Ruffing. That pervert, Zhongli muttered, exasperated. Then, she remembered she was also wearing Xiao Ruffing's underwear. The corner of her mouth twitched. A wry smile touched her lips. Sigh, how should I put this? Are we both perverts? No. I'm wearing his underwear out of pure necessity, but Xiao Ruffing's actions are definitely perverse. She was about to take a shower and change out of Xiao Ruffing's underwear when a knock echoed on her door again. Zhongli opened the door to find Bai Shui standing outside. Bai Shui, is something the matter? Zhongli asked. I need to deliver some of my fiancé's belongings to his parents, and I'm a little. I understand, Zhongli said. Bai Shui breathed a sigh of relief. Checking the time, she added, if you're free, we can go now. Zhongli hesitated. She was still wearing Xiao Ruffing's underwear. Okay, she finally agreed, deciding against changing. She had been wearing them for so long, a little longer wouldn't matter. Bai Shui drove her white electric scooter with Zhongli in the passenger seat. Throughout the journey, Zhongli kept tugging at the hem of her skirt, afraid Bai Shui would see the men's underwear she was wearing. Bai Shui, are you wearing Xiao Ruffing's underwear? Bai Shui suddenly asked. Zhongli choked. What are you talking about? Is there something wrong with that? Aren't you two engaged? Bai Shui asked calmly. Ha ha. Zhongli was incredibly embarrassed. After a moment, she asked, how did you know I'm wearing Xiao Ruffing's underwear? This afternoon, Xiao Ruffing wasn't wearing any underwear, and you've been constantly guarding your skirt. I just guessed, Bai Shui explained. Zhongli blinked. How did you know Xiao Ruffing wasn't wearing any underwear? She asked weakly. Bai Shui didn't know how to respond. She couldn't exactly say that without the constraint of underwear, Xiao Ruffing's male anatomy was rather prominent. At that moment, Zhongli realized the same thing. Her face flushed crimson. Well, that guy isn't completely useless. He does have assets. She mumbled to herself. Half an hour later, Bai Shui brought Zhongli to the gates of a villa in Jiangqing. The villas here aren't cheap, even better located than the Xiao family villa. One of these must be worth at least 100 million or two. Your fiancé's family is quite wealthy, Zhongli remarked. Bai Shui remained silent. The money for the villa was officially listed as a death benefit from the Northern Border Legion to Ningtao, but in reality, most of it came from Xia Ruffing's personal funds. Ningtao's death wasn't combat-related, so there was no official benefit. Xiao Ruffing had always refused to disclose the true circumstances of his death. As she pondered this, the villa gates opened, and a young man of about 22 walked out. Seeing Bai Shui, he immediately rushed over. Sister-in-law, you're here. Why didn't you ring the doorbell? The young man asked. His name was Ning Hai, Ning Tao's younger brother. We just arrived, Bai Shui replied. Zhongli remained silent, but her mind was racing. Wow, this guy seems to like Bai Shui, but she's his widowed sister-in-law. While there was no legal issue with a brother-in-law, having feelings for his widowed sister-in-law morally, it felt like crossing a line. She glanced at Bai Shui. Judging by her reaction, she's quite resistant. In that instant, Zhongli suddenly understood. If I'm not mistaken, after Bai Shui's fiancé died, his family probably wanted to set her up with her brother-in-law, keeping it all in the family, so to speak. No wonder Bai Shui insisted on bringing me along. Facing this situation alone, she'd probably be at a loss. Zhongli was right. After Ning Tao's death, the Ning family had indeed intended to matchmake Bai Shui, and Ning Hai wanted to transfer the engagement to him. Bai Shui was very resistant, but she didn't know how to refuse. Every time she tried, the Ning family would remind her that Ning Tao's death was her fault. They argued that if Bai Shui hadn't gone to the northern border for vacation, Ning Tao wouldn't have followed, wouldn't have joined the army, and wouldn't have died. Therefore, she should bear some responsibility for his death. And that responsibility was to marry her brother-in-law. It was a form of emotional manipulation, and Bai Shui's personality made it difficult for her to escape their guilt-tripping. Just then, a middle-aged couple emerged from the villa. Bai Shui, you're here. Come in, the woman said warmly. I'm here to deliver Ning Tao's belongings, Bai Shui stated. She retrieved a small suitcase from the trunk. It contained everything she had sorted through for the Ning family. Xiao Hai, take the suitcase inside, the woman said. Then, turning back to Bai Shui, she added, Xiao Shui, come in and have dinner with us. No, I have plans to go shopping with a friend, Bai Shui declined. Jiang Li's scalp tingled, but she played along. Annie, we have an appointment with friends. A whole group is waiting, so it wouldn't be polite to be late. Hearing this, the woman could only say, all right then. Relieved, Bai Shui quickly returned to the scooter, and Jiang Li hopped back in. The scooter started and sped away. Once they were far from the Ning residence, Bai Shui finally let out a breath. Jiang Li, thank you, she said. Jiang Li smiled. It's nothing. I understand the pain of being forced into an unwanted engagement. Bai Shui glanced at Jiang Li. Is your engagement to Xiao Ruffin causing you a lot of pain? She asked. To be honest, yes. Ever since I understood what the engagement meant, I've been tormented. Not long ago, I decided to break up with him. But, Jiang Li sighed. Since he lost his memory, he's like a different person. He protected my daughter and saved me twice. I can't bring myself to reject him now. A confused expression clouded her face. I don't know what to do. Bai Shui remained silent. She had promised Xiao Ruffin to keep a secret. After a while, Jiang Li took a deep breath and forced a smile. Forget it. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Right now, the most important thing is Xiao Rufing's grandmother's illness. Perhaps after she recovers, it will be a better time to bring up breaking up. She paused, then looked at Bai Shui. By the way, Bai Shui, could you drop me off at Xiao Rufing's house on the way back to school? I need to pick up Yi. Sure, Bai Shui nodded. 20 minutes later, Bai Shui's scooter stopped in front of the Xiao family villa. I won't go in, Bai Shui said. Okay, wait for me here. With that, Jiang Li entered the Xiao villa. As soon as she stepped into the front courtyard, she heard her daughter giggling inside. She was surprised. It had been a long time since she'd heard her daughter sound so happy. Peeking through the window into the living room, she was even more astonished. There was Xiao Ruffin giving Jiang Yi a piggyback ride. Losing his memory has really changed him. The old Xiao Ruffin had absolutely no patience with Yi. Forget giving her a piggyback ride. He'd fly into a rage if she accidentally bumped into him. As she pondered this, the living room door opened, and Xiao Riyun stepped out. I thought I saw someone outside the window, she said. The villa gate was unlocked, so I just came in, Jiang Li explained. Xiao Riyun smiled. It's fine. She paused. Are you here to pick up Yi? Yes, it's getting late. She has school tomorrow, Jiang Li replied. Just then, Yi ran out of the house. Mommy, can we stay here tonight? She asked. Huh. I'll sleep with Annie Ruyun, and you can sleep with Uncle Ruffin, Yi continued. Both Jiang Li and Xiao Riyun choked. What nonsense are you talking about? Jiang Li exclaimed. Aren't you Uncle Rufing's fiancé? Aren't you going to be his wife someday? So shouldn't you sleep together? Yi asked innocently. Jiang Li was speechless. Why were children so precocious these days? At that moment, Xiao Ruffin emerged from the living room. He smiled. I have no objections. Xiao Riyun glared at him and pulled him aside. Hey, Xiao Ruffin, get your priorities straight. You're just a stand-in for my brother. Don't actually start thinking you're Jiang Li's fiancé, she hissed. Xiao Ruffin rolled his eyes. What business is it of yours, you little monster? Xiao Ruyun was speechless. A monster? No one had ever called her a monster before. Infuriated, she bit Xiao Rufeng's shoulder. Unfortunately, Jiang Li witnessed this scene. She was shocked. From her angle, it looked like Xiao Ruyun was kissing Xiao Rufeng. What is going on? Could Ruyun actually be attracted to her twin brother? The thought horrified her. Could they be incestuous? Chapter 14. Growing up means learning boundaries. After seeing Xiao Ruyun and Xiao Rufeng being so intimate, Jiang Li quietly slipped away. Her mind was in turmoil. How could they? They're siblings. She couldn't comprehend it. Is Ruyun possessed or something? She's not stupid. How could she? Just then, Xiao Ruyun approached, humming a tune and seemingly in good spirits. Jiang Li, what's wrong? She asked. You seem troubled. Did Xiao Rufeng do something to you? Jiang Li stared at her without speaking. What is it? Xiao Ruyun asked again. Jiang Li took a deep breath. Xiao Rufeng went to my apartment today, she finally said. What? Why would you let him go to your apartment? Xiao Ruyun exclaimed, startled. She paused, then added, Did he take advantage of you? No, but he stole a pair of my underwear. He might be wearing them right now, Jiang Li replied, carefully observing Xiao Ruyun's reaction. Upon hearing that Xiao Rufeng had stolen Jiang Li's underwear, Xiao Ruyun was momentarily stunned, then became furious. That bastard! Seeing her reaction, Jiang Li sighed inwardly. Ruyun seems really angry. Is it jealousy? Could she actually have feelings for Xiao Rufeng? The thought left Jiang Li bewildered. Jiang Li, wait here, Xiao Ruyun said. Just then, Xiao Rufeng approached. Xiao Rufeng, come here. Xiao Ruyun pulled him inside the villa and shut the door. A moment later, Xiao Ruyun emerged with flushed cheeks. Her bashful expression made Jiang Li's heart skip a beat. Jiang Li, he didn't steal your underwear. I checked. He's not wearing your underwear. He's not wearing any underwear, Xiao Ruyun announced. Jiang Li didn't know what to say. At that moment, Yi came running over. Mommy, can we please stay here tonight? I asked, and Uncle Rufeng's house has guest rooms. We can sleep in one together, she pleaded. If it were any other time, Jiang Li would have refused. But today, she nodded. Xiao Ruyun was surprised. She, too, had assumed that with Jiang Li's personality, she would never agree to stay the night, especially with her twin brother present. Jiang Li had always avoided him like the plague. Jiang Li doesn't know her fiancé has been replaced. Why? Xiao Ruyun wondered. In truth, Jiang Li agreed to stay because she wanted to figure out what Xiao Ruyun was thinking. Even if Xiao Rufeng wasn't a scumbag, even if he was a hero, she couldn't accept. They're siblings. Composing herself, Jiang Li said, I need to tell my friend. She's still waiting for me outside. Jiang Li and Xiao Ruyun went outside. Bai Shui, Yi insists on staying here tonight. I'm so sorry, but could you head back to school? Jiang Li asked. It's no problem, Bai Shui replied, turning her scooter around and driving away. Jiang Li, who is that woman? She's so beautiful, Xiao Ruyun commented. She didn't think she was less attractive, but in terms of figure, especially chest size, there was a significant difference. Bai Shui was a D cup, a full size larger than Jiang Li's C cup. Didn't I mention her before? Teacher Bai Shui, Jiang Li said, then added, her fiancé was in the Northern Border Legion's Qilin Battalion. Wow, isn't the Qilin Battalion the most elite unit in the Northern Border Legion? They were even on the news, awarded the title Guardian Heroes. Battalion by the capital, Xiao Ruyun said, her eyes shining. Like many young women, she admired soldiers and even dreamed of becoming a military wife. Yes, but unfortunately, Jiang Li paused. Her fiancé passed away about a year ago. I haven't seen her smile since. Oh, Xiao Ruyun sighed. She must have loved him very much. Yes, they had agreed that he'd come back and marry her after the war. But now, the war is over, but he hasn't returned, Jiang Li said sadly. At that moment, Xiao Rufeng walked over. What are you talking about? He asked. We were talking about teacher Bai Shui's fiancé. We heard he was a soldier in the Qilin Battalion, a true national hero, Xiao Ruyun explained, then glared at Xiao Rufeng and added, Sigh, they're both men, but why is there such a huge difference between them? Xiao Rufeng remained silent. I think you should join the army and train for a while, Xiao Rufeng, Jiang Li suggested. Someone once said that the army is like a furnace. Even flawed, low-quality steel can be thrown into the furnace, its impurities removed, and transformed into high-grade steel, Jiang Li explained. You two really admire soldiers, don't you? Xiao Ruffing asked. Of course. Xiao Rian wrapped her arm around Jiang Li's. We both admire soldiers. We both despise good-for-nothing, womanizing scumbags. I hate those kind of people too, Xiao Ruffing agreed. His sincere tone left Xiao Riyun and Jiang Li speechless. I'm talking about you. Xiao Riyun glared at him. Xiao Ruffing chuckled. If I were good for nothing, Grandma would probably be meeting the king of hell by now. Xiao Riyun was momentarily silenced. He was right. The Xiao family had spared no expense, hiring the best doctors in Jiangxing to form a joint consultation team, but nothing worked. Then Xiao Ruffing arrived, and Grandma's condition improved dramatically. It was a miracle. Who is this guy really? Xiao Riyun's curiosity about Xiao Ruffing was piqued. Come to think of it, he knows Bai Shui's fiancé, and Bai Shui's fiancé was a soldier in the Qilin battalion. Xiao Riyun blinked, looking at Xiao Ruffing with a stunned expression. Could this guy also be from the Qilin battalion? What is it? Xiao Ruffing asked, turning to face her. Xiao Ruffing, I'm asking you, were you also a soldier in the Qilin battalion? Xiao Riyun asked directly. Oh, I wasn't. He truly wasn't. As the commander of the Northern Border Legion, how could he be a mere soldier in the Qilin battalion? I knew it. Someone from the Qilin battalion wouldn't be as obnoxious as you, Xiao Riyun declared. Xiao Ruffing just smiled without responding. Just then, Yi ran over. Uncle, I want to play horsey again, she requested. All right, Xiao Ruffing said with a smile, taking Yi's hand and leading her away. Jiang Li's lips twitched. Yi, that little traitor. She didn't even look at me the whole time. Her eyes were only on Xiao Ruffing. She felt a pang of jealousy. Xiao Riyun was also surprised. Yi used to be so shy around strangers. How did she get so close to Xiao Ruffing so quickly? While Xiao Ruffing played with Yi in the living room, Xiao Riyun and Jiang Li prepared dinner in the kitchen. Several times, Jiang Li wanted to ask about the relationship between Xiao Riyun and Xiao Ruffing, but she hesitated, unsure how to broach the subject. After dinner was ready, the playful sounds from the living room ceased. Jiang Li went to the living room to find Xiao Ruffing holding Yi, who had fallen asleep. The scene was heartwarming, and Jiang Li stood there, mesmerized. Xiao Riyun emerged from the kitchen. Yi's asleep? How will she eat? It's all right. Let her sleep, Jiang Li replied. Riyun, I'll take Yi up to your room. Okay, Xiao Riyun nodded. Jiang Li took Yi from Xiao Ruffing's arms and carried her upstairs. Xiao Ruffing stretched. Taking care of kids is more tiring than fighting a war, he muttered. Xiao Riyun rolled her eyes. Have you even fought in a war? You don't believe me? I've fought against the Russians, he claimed. You've probably fought with Russian women, she retorted. Xiao Ruffing was speechless. He shrugged and didn't respond. Then he remembered something. Speaking of which, I haven't seen your parents. My dad is still in Qingzhou handling my brother's affairs. Oh, don't worry, I've told him about you impersonating my brother, and he agreed. After he finishes up in Qingzhou, he'll come back to meet you. As for my mom, Xiao Riyun paused. She disappeared when I was 5. Is that your mom? Xiao Ruffing asked, pointing to a woman in a framed photograph in the living room. Yes, Xiao Riyun replied, then added proudly. My mom was a great beauty, wasn't she? Yeah, and she had a great figure too, Xiao Ruffing commented, glancing at Xiao Riyun's chest. Xiao Riyun, is that a case of regressive evolution or a genetic mutation? Xiao Riyun's face darkened instantly. Xiao Ruffing, what do you mean by that? Are you insinuating something? It's not uncommon for a daughter to have a smaller chest than her mother. It happens all the time. I was just making conversation. See, you're getting all worked up again, Xiao Ruffing said casually. Xiao Riyun was furious. In a fit of anger, she pounced on Xiao Ruffing, knocking him onto the sofa. Naturally, she ended up sprawled on top of him. Jiang Li was just coming down the stairs when she witnessed this scene. She was once again utterly bewildered. Hearing the noise from the staircase, Xiao Riyun quickly scrambled off Xiao Ruffing. I slipped, she explained lamely. Ha! Ha ha! Jiang Li composed herself and forced a smile. That's quite a surprise. I thought you two had a terrible relationship, but it seems surprisingly good. Absolutely not. Xiao Riyun quickly clarified. That was just a misunderstanding. It doesn't matter if I misunderstand, but if others misunderstand, it'll be hard to explain. So, I think that even siblings, when they grow up, need to learn some boundaries. Siblings can bathe together when they're little, but when they grow up, brothers and sisters definitely shouldn't bathe together. It's a matter of ethics, Jiang Li explained earnestly. Xiao Riyun was mortified. She realized Jiang Li had completely misunderstood. Before Xiao Riyun could speak, Xiao Ruffing chuckled and said, Jiang Li, don't worry. Even if Xiao Riyun wasn't my sister, I wouldn't have any thoughts about her. He then added, with the bluntness of a steel straight man, I don't like flat chests. Xiao Riyun grabbed a pillow and started hitting him with it. For a moment, sofa pillows flew across the living room. Jiang Li sighed. Riyun, stop it, she said. Xiao Ruffeng stopped dodging the pillows, and Xiao Riyun glared at him. Even if every other man in the world died, I'd rather become a nun than marry you, she declared. Jiang Li sighed again. You two are siblings. You can't get married anyway. Xiao Riyun didn't reply. She knew that she and this fake Xiao Ruffeng weren't actually siblings. The grandmother and Lin Lian were having dinner in the back courtyard, leaving only Xiao Ruffeng, Xiao Riyun, and Jiang Li at the large dining table in the front villa. Xiao Riyun was still fuming. Her scumbag twin brother hadn't even annoyed her as much as this Xiao Ruffeng. Suddenly, she remembered something and glared at him. Hey, Xiao Ruffeng, confess. Did you steal Jiang Li's underwear or not? Jiang Li choked on her food. Chapter 15. That guy definitely has something going on with Bai Shui. Xiao Ruffeng rolled his eyes. How is that possible? I only offer my underwear to women in need. I would never steal a woman's underwear. This is a matter of principle, don't slander me. You've seen me naked, what principles do you have? Xiao Riyun blurted out. Jiang Li. Xiao Riyun, realizing what she had just said, quickly backtracked. No, Jiang Li, it's like this, she stammered, finally forcing herself to explain. Last night, I went to a bar alone and got drunk. I even threw up on myself. Then, Ruffing happened to pass by and took me to a hotel and took my clothes off. You booked a room and took off your clothes? Jiang Li was even more confused. No. Yes, we booked a room and we took off our clothes, but we didn't do anything. Xiao Riyun was on the verge of tears. Her explanation sounded weak and unconvincing. She didn't know how to explain herself anymore. Finally, Xiao Ruffing chuckled. We really didn't do anything. Like I said, I'm not interested in flat-chested women. Not only is Riyun my sister, even if she weren't, I wouldn't be interested in her. Xiao Riyun scowled. This time, she kept silent. Jiang Li stared at Xiao Ruffeng. His eyes looked clear. It seemed that nothing untoward had happened. Good. Jiang Li breathed a sigh of relief. She wasn't worried for herself. She was more concerned that Xiao Riyun might stray down the wrong path. If something unspeakable were to happen between her and her twin brother. After a while, Jiang Li suddenly looked at Xiao Ruffeng. Xiao Ruffeng, you have so many women around you, supposedly of all personalities and ethnicities. What kind of girl do you actually like? The image of Bai Shui involuntarily surfaced in Xiao Ruffeng's mind. Although he had never confessed, Bai Shui was indeed the first girl he had actively liked. As for his first love, who had actively pursued him and then arbitrarily dumped him, I felt like she was playing with me. Although his relationships with both Bai Shui and his so-called first love hadn't ended well, honestly, Bai Shui was the one he couldn't forget. I don't know, Xiao Ruffeng finally said calmly. Jiang Li didn't press further. In her view, a philanderer like Xiao Ruffeng probably wouldn't have someone he truly liked. In their eyes, women were just for sleeping with. As they were finishing their meal, Jiang Li suddenly remembered something and looked at Xiao Riyun. Riyun, I have good news for you. What? Soldiers from the Qilin Battalion of the Northern Border Legion are coming to our school to be military training instructors, Jiang Li said. No way. Xiao Riyun's eyes lit up at the news of the Qilin Battalion soldiers coming to Jiangxing. Jiang Li was pleased with Xiao Riyun's reaction. I'll take you to the school then. If you see an instructor you like, I'll put in a good word for you, Jiang Li offered. She wanted to help Xiao Riyun find a boyfriend to prevent anything untoward from happening between her and her twin brother. As far as Jiang Li was concerned, there was already a spark of something ambiguous between Xiao Riyun and Xiao Ruffeng. She had to snuff out the small flame before it turned into a raging fire. Otherwise, once the fire started, it would be difficult to control. Xiao Riyun nodded vigorously. Then she seemed to remember something and said dejectedly, Never mind. Huh? Why? If you put in a good word for me, the instructor will definitely fall for you. You're beautiful, and you have ample assets, Xiao Riyun said with a mixture of envy and jealousy. Jiang Li chuckled nervously. Who would like me? A single mother? You never know, men nowadays like cougars like you. Jiang Li shrugged. Then I'll tell him I have a fiancé. Aren't you going to break off the engagement with Xiao Rufeng? Let's wait until Grandma's condition is stable, Jiangli replied. Xiao Rian threw her arms around Jiangli. Wah, Jiangli, you're so good. I love you. She was truly touched. Grandma's condition had just improved, and if Jiangli were to bring up breaking off the engagement now, Xiao Rian was really afraid that the old lady's condition would worsen. Again, but it wasn't something she could say herself. Now that Jiangli had said she wouldn't break off the engagement with Xiao Rufeng for the time being, it truly relieved Xiao Rian's worries. Then Jiangli added, however, this is just my wishful thinking. Perhaps your brother also wants to break off the engagement? We are in an equal relationship. He can also initiate the breakup. Xiao Rian's eyes widened. He wouldn't dare. But on second thought, Xiao Rufeng was quite daring, and if provoked, he was capable of anything. Xiao Rian felt a little apprehensive. Later, Xiao Rian pulled Xiao Rufeng into the front courtyard. Xiao Rufeng, you're not going to break off the engagement with Jiangli, are you? Xiao Rufeng grinned. Depends on you. If you're good, I won't mention breaking up. Xiao Rian looked at him warily. What do you want? Aren't you uninterested in flat-chested girls like me? Indeed I am. Xiao Rian. I'm so sorry that I'm flat-chested. I was just kidding, don't mind me. Whether I like it or not doesn't matter, as long as the guy you like likes it. Xiao Rufeng chuckled again. Oomph. Xiao Rian paused, then asked, what do you want me to do? Actually, I came to Jiangqing not only to deliver by Shui her fiancé's belongings, but also for another matter. Xiao Rufeng paused, his expression turning serious. I'm looking for a girl. Do you have any specifics? She should be about our age now, and she should be very beautiful. Xiao Rian rolled her eyes. That's too vague. Jiangqing has over 10 million people. There are at least 80,000 beautiful girls our age. How are you going to find her? Oh, she has a birthmark under her left breast shaped like a heart, Xiao Rufeng added. Xiao Rian. You're a pervert. Xiao Rian blushed. How do you know she has a birthmark there? How did you see such a private area? I can't say. Just help me find her, Xiao Rufeng said. Xiao Rian glared at him. Even if I'm a girl, I can't help you. Flat chests are easy to identify, but with larger chests like Jiangli and Bai Shui, the birthmark would be completely covered. I can't just go around lifting people's shirts. Sigh. Xiao Rufeng also sighed. He understood that unless the other party recognized him, he might never find her in his lifetime. Seeing his reaction, a curious look appeared on Xiao Rian's face. Xiao Rufeng, what happened between you and this girl? It's a secret. With that, Xiao Rufeng returned to the living room. Jiangli was clearing the dishes from the dining table. Let me do it, Xiao Rufeng offered. No need. Go check on your grandma and see if she needs anything, Jiangli replied. Xiao Rufeng gave her a thumbs up. So virtuous. Grandma really has a keen eye. So many girls in Jiangqing, and she picked you. Eh? Jiang Li's lips twitched. I'll take that as a compliment. I'm genuinely complimenting you. All right, stop your sweet talk and do your job, Jiang Li said. Xiao Rufeng didn't say anything more and went to the back courtyard. Xiao Rian leaned against the doorframe, her expression complex. What's wrong? Jiang Li asked. I don't know why, but I suddenly feel like you and Xiao Rufeng are quite well matched. Huh? Don't be silly. Jiang Li rolled her eyes. As the saying goes, a leopard can't change its spots. I don't believe your brother has truly turned over a new leaf. He's been behaving well these past 2 days, but we'll need to observe him further. Xiao Rian didn't speak. She watched Xiao Rufeng's retreating figure, her eyes flickering. Who is this guy really? Composing herself, Xiao Rian suddenly asked. By the way, Jiang Li, did you accompany Xiao Rufeng to see his friend? Teacher by Shui, Jiang Li replied. Damn it, Xiao Rian scowled. That guy definitely has something going on with Bai Shui. Jiang Li was stunned. What do you mean? Chapter 16, Sharing a Room. Jiang Li was actually a little concerned about the relationship between Xiao Rufeng and Bai Shui. But isn't Bai Shui Xiao Rufeng's friend's wife? Jiang Li asked. A friend's wife is fair game. Many men like that kind of thing, Xiao Rian said. Jiang Li's lips twitched. She paused, brushed the hair from her forehead, and said, I don't care anyway. Once your grandma recovers, I'll ask for a breakup. But Jiang Li looked at Xiao Rian. Rian, you say he likes Bai Shui. Do you have any proof? No. Jiang Li rolled her eyes. My intuition is very accurate. It's because you trust your intuition too much that you haven't found a boyfriend yet, Jiang Li said. Xiao Rian kept silent. Jiang Li was right. Although she was flat-chested, she had fair skin, a beautiful face, and long legs. She didn't lack suitors. In fact, during university, she had no fewer suitors than Bai Shui. But she always felt that they were after her looks, that they only pursued her to sleep with her, so she always refused them. Before, I always felt that men were all perverts, all after my body. But this Xiao Rufeng, he acts like he despises my figure, repeatedly mocking me for being flat-chested. Thinking of this, Xiao Rian felt frustrated. I've never been so humiliated. She cupped her breasts with her hands. They're not that flat, at least an A+. He talks as if I'm a washboard. It's too much. Xiao Rian grumbled inwardly. Zhang Li chuckled nervously and said nothing. Xiao Rufeng stayed with his grandmother until 8 or 9 in the evening before returning to the front villa. Xiao Rian was sitting at the villa's living room entrance. You weren't waiting for me, were you? Xiao Rufeng asked. If not for you, then who? My dead older brother? Xiao Rian paused. You don't know where your room is, do you? Indeed, I don't. Follow me. Xiao Rufeng followed Xiao Rian upstairs. Here, this is my room, and next door is yours, Xiao Rian said. Got it. Xiao Rufeng pushed open the door next door and went in. Xiao Rian followed him inside. From now on, this is your room. Xiao Rian paused, then added, I've cleaned it for you, and the bedding is all new. Oh! Xiao Rufeng gave her a thumbs up. You're quite the virtuous wife. Xiao Rian blushed instantly. Who wants to be your virtuous wife? I didn't say I wanted you to be my wife. Xiao Rufeng shook his head. What are you thinking about all day long, kid? Puffed. Xiao Rian felt like she was spitting blood. She felt Xiao Rufeng's disdain once again. In all her life, when had she ever suffered such humiliation? You're definitely not a man. Xiao Rian gritted her teeth. Xiao Rufeng flashed a mischievous smile. Want to try? Try your sister. That's right, you're my sister now, Xiao Rufeng said. Xiao Rian was exasperated. Too lazy to deal with you. With that, she opened the door and prepared to leave. Just then, the door opposite opened. Zhang Li and Zhang Yi slept in the room opposite. It was Zhang Li who opened the door. Seeing Xiao Rian coming out of Xiao Rufeng's room, Zhang Li was stunned. She wiped away a cold sweat. Could it be that their relationship has already crossed the last line? Xiao Rian blinked, guessing what Zhang Li was thinking, and forced herself to explain. My brother. He has amnesia, you know? I was just showing him his room. Oh. Zhang Li paused, then smiled. I drank too much tea. I'm just going to the bathroom. Not specifically to block you. Xiao Rian wanted to cry. From what Zhang Li said, she really seems to think I have something going on with Xiao Rufeng. By the time she came back to her senses, Zhang Li had already gone to the bathroom. Forget it, a clear conscience fears nothing. Time for bed. Time for bed. Xiao Rian returned to her room. Xiao Rufeng was already lying in bed. He turned to look at a photo on the bedside table. It was a photo of Xiao Rian's twin brother. If I hadn't experienced it myself, I wouldn't have believed that I looked so much like the guy in the photo. After a while, Xiao Rufeng put down the photo and prepared to sleep. Then, he suddenly heard a faint crying sound from the room opposite. It sounded like Zhang Yi. There are 2 levels of martial arts realms. One is the ordinary martial artist, which can be further divided into 1st rank to 9th rank. But this division has no concrete standards. It's mainly based on combat prowess. Above the ordinary martial artist is the Grandmaster realm. Grandmaster realm martial artists have a clear, hard standard. They have opened up their major and minor meridians, allowing them to control qi. Once these meridians are opened, a person's perception increases many times over. Both their sense of smell and hearing become far superior to ordinary people's. That's why he could hear Zhang Yi's faint cries through the wall and across the hallway. Xiao Rufeng got out of bed, opened the door, and went to the door opposite. He knocked softly, but there was no response. Zhang Li hadn't returned from the bathroom. Xiao Rufeng hesitated for a moment, then opened the door and went inside. The light wasn't on. Xiao Rufeng didn't turn it on either, worried that the light might disturb Zhang Yi. However, the moonlight was bright tonight, so the room wasn't too dark. He walked over to the bed. Zhang Yi was still crying softly in her sleep, seemingly having a nightmare. Xiao Rufeng's heart ached as he watched her. This kind of emotion was rare for him. He wasn't particularly fond of children. In fact, they usually made him uncomfortable. But Zhang Yi seemed to be an exception. He didn't know why, but her every move tugged at his heartstrings. He had never thought he would care so much about a little girl. especially a 3 or 4-year-old little girl. Suddenly, Jiang-yi opened her eyes, a look of terror on her face. "Daddy, save me!" Xiao Ruffing hugged her. Don't be afraid." After a while, Jiang-yi came to her senses. "Uncle Feng, I had a bad dream." She hugged Xia Ruffing tightly. "I dreamed that my kindergarten classmates and I went to the zoo, and then a tiger escaped. All the other children had their daddies to protect them, but I didn't." Her pitiful voice broke Xia Rufing's heart. "It's okay. Uncle Feng will protect you," he comforted her. Jiang Yi released Xia Rufeng, turned on the light, and separated the two pillows on the bed, placing a small teddy bear between them as a pillow. Then, she lay down in the middle, resting her head on the teddy bear. "Uncle Feng, you sleep here." Jiang Yi pointed to her left. "Huh?" Xia Rufeng was taken aback. Just then, Jiang Li returned from the bathroom. She was startled to see Xia Rufeng in her room. Xia Rufeng quickly explained, "He had a nightmare and was crying, so I came to check on her." "Oh, thank you," Jiang Li said. "Mommy, you sleep here." Jiang Yi pointed to her right. Jiang Li looked at the empty space Jiang Yi had left on her left and instantly understood what her daughter was doing. She wiped away a nervous sweat. Xia Rufeng noticed Jiang Li's awkwardness and looked at Jiang Yi, chuckling softly. Mommy's back now. I should go back to my room." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yi burst into tears. "Do you hate me, Uncle Feng?" "Of course not," Xia Rufeng quickly replied. He paused, then added, "Is the cutest girl in the world." "Then why don't you want to sleep here? Did you lie to me when you said you'd protect me?" Jiang Yi asked. Xia Rufeng wiped away a cold sweat. He glanced at Jiang Li. Jiang Li's scalp was tingling. This wasn't the first time her daughter had had a nightmare. Even though she slept right next to her daughter, she still couldn't give her a sense of security. Sometimes, Jiang Li felt helpless. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't replace a father figure. "Mommy, please," Jiang Yi pleaded, her eyes brimming with tears. "Just let Uncle Feng sleep with us tonight, okay?" Jiang Li couldn't bear to refuse her daughter's pleading eyes and finally agreed. "Okay." Jiang Yi immediately jumped up with joy. A gentle smile appeared on Xia Rufing's face. "Then let's go to sleep." With that, Jiang Yi lay down in the middle of the bed first. Xia Rufeng and Jiang Li lay down on either side of her. Jiang Yi held Jiang Li's hand with one hand and Xia Rufing's with the other, her face beaming with happiness. Jiang Li felt a surge of emotion. Since Jiang Yi had become aware of things, she had never seen her daughter with such a happy expression. A few moments later, Jiang Yi fell asleep again. This time, she didn't have any more nightmares. She must have been having a good dream, as she was still smiling in her sleep. The two adults in the room were clearly awake. "What are you thinking about?" Jiang Li suddenly asked. I was thinking," Xiao Rufing hesitated, then said, "about Yi's father." Jiang Li didn't speak. Sorry, I shouldn't pry into your private life," Xiao Rufing apologized. Jiang Li remained silent. After a moment, she finally said, "What do you remember now?" Very little. I've forgotten most of my memories," Xiao Rufeng replied. He was currently impersonating Xiao Rian's twin brother. He didn't really know much about that guy. What he did know was what Xiao Rian had told him. "It's good that you don't remember. Just be a good person from now on," Jiang Li said softly. She seemed to be avoiding the topic of Yi's father. It was understandable. She hadn't even told Xiao Rian about it, so how could she tell anyone else? "What about you?" Jiang Li suddenly asked. "What? What's your relationship with Bai Shui?" Jiang Li finally asked the question. Chapter 17. Xiao Rufeng also has his own fiancé. "I'm friends with her fiancé," Xiao Rufeng said calmly. "That's not what I asked. I asked about your relationship with Bai Shui." "To me, she's just a friend's fiancé," Xiao Rufeng replied. Jiang Li rolled her eyes. "When did this guy start playing Tai Chi?" She didn't press further. It was obvious that Xiao Rufeng didn't want to talk about it. A moment later, Jiang Li suddenly asked, "You're not going to sneak attack me while I'm asleep, are you?" "No," Xiao Rufeng paused and then chuckled. "If you're worried, just tie me up." Jiang Li didn't say anything else. Soon, she fell asleep. Xiao Rufeng turned to his side and watched Jiang Li. She was sleeping on her back. Moonlight filtered through the window, casting a soft glow on her skin, making it appear more delicate and pale, like translucent porcelain. Every inch of her body seemed to radiate pure light. The white nightgown clung to her graceful form, her pink lips tempting and soft, like a spring flower waiting to bloom, making one want to taste her sweetness. Gulp. Xiao Ruffing swallowed. For a brief moment, a wicked thought surged in his mind. He wanted to pounce on her, to kiss those soft lips of Jiang Li. Xiao Ruffing had seen plenty of beautiful women, but only Jiang Li stirred such impulsive thoughts within him. Even by Shui, though he liked her, he mostly respected her. But with Jiang Li, Xiao Ruffing felt a possessiveness over her body. This was the first time Xiao Ruffing had felt such intense desire for a woman. He sat up. I can't stay in this room. If he continued sleeping in the same room as Jiang Li, Xiao Ruffing genuinely worried that he might lose control like he did 5 years ago. But 5 years ago, he had been drugged and had an excuse. If he lost control today, there would be no excuse. He would just be a pure beast. Xiao Ruffing got out of bed and quietly made his way downstairs. The bathroom on the first floor was lit and someone was showering. At that moment, the bathroom door opened. A familiar, graceful figure emerged. Xiao Rian. Seeing Xiao Ruffing outside, Xiao Rian was startled and instinctively opened her mouth to shout. But just as she was about to speak, Xiao Ruffing's figure disappeared in an instant. Before she could shout, Xiao Ruffing had already covered her mouth. Xiao Rian panicked. What does this guy want to do? He doesn't intend to force me, does he? Xiao Ruffing spoke in a low voice. Xiao Rian, Jiang Li, and Yi are both asleep. Don't wake them up. Xiao Ruffing paused for a moment before continuing. Also, I didn't know you were taking a shower, and I definitely didn't expect you to come out without clothes on. Lastly, Xiao Ruffing paused again, adding, I'm not interested in flat-chested girls. Xiao Rian's face turned dark. A moment later, Xiao Ruffing released his hand. Xiao Rian didn't shout, but instead jumped at him and bit down on his shoulder. Xiao Ruffing broke into a sweat. Is this girl a dog? This was the second time Xiao Ruffing had been bitten by Xiao Rian. Why aren't you sleeping in the middle of the night? Xiao Rian asked. I couldn't sleep. Why? Afraid of being alone? No. I'm just worried that staying in the same room as Jiang Li for too long will make me lose control, Xiao Ruffing replied. Oomph. At least you have some decency. Xiao Rian paused and then looked at Xiao Ruffing before speaking again. Xiao Ruffing. Who exactly are you? I told you before, didn't I? I'm an orphan. I don't even know my background. My master adopted me, Xiao Ruffing replied. Okay, wait a minute. At this moment, Xiao Rian suddenly seemed to remember something and added, Come to think of it, 5 years ago, I think I saw you in Jiang City. Xiao Ruffing's heart skipped a beat. He glanced at Xiao Rian and thought, could the girl I forced 5 years ago have been Xiao Rian? But that girl didn't seem to be flat-chested. Xiao Rian continued, I saw you shopping with Gong Xian, and I thought it was my brother. I was puzzled, wondering how my useless brother managed to get close to Gong Xian. Gong Xian was the eldest daughter of the Gong family, the most powerful family in Jiang City. She was not only incredibly beautiful, but also had outstanding martial arts talent. She was accepted into the strongest martial arts academy in the country at the age of 13, making her the most prominent young lady in Jiang City. She had countless suitors, most of them young masters from prestigious families, even including heirs from wealthy families in the capital. My brother is trash compared to Gong Xian's suitors. I couldn't understand how someone like my useless brother could go shopping with her. But now, I guess that person must have been you? Xiao Rian added. Xiao Ruffing remained silent. 5 years ago, he came to Jiang City on his master's orders to find his fiancé. His fiancé, Gong Xian. That engagement had been arranged when he was 12 or 13, handled personally by his master and Gong Xian's grandfather. 5 years ago, at the age of 18, he came to Jiang City to find his fiancée, Gong Xian. At that time, Gong Xian had been very kind to him. They shopped together, went to movies together, and even held hands. Xiao Ruffing had a very good impression of her. She was beautiful, with a stunning figure. More importantly, she had an excellent personality and seemed like a gentle, virtuous woman. He had thought he'd hit the jackpot. But later, Xiao Ruffing discovered that she was a woman with deep scheming and a heart as cold as a snake's venom. She had secretly drugged him, locking him in a room with an underage girl to set him up. Xiao Ruffing had eventually escaped forcefully. Then, when the drug fully took effect, he lost his mind and dragged a girl running through the night into a small grove. Thinking of this, Xiao Ruffing clenched his fists. Gong Xian, I'm back. It's time to settle the score from 5 years ago. Seeing that Xiao Ruffing didn't speak, Xiao Rian asked, Hey, Xiao Ruffing, was that you shopping with Gong Xian 5 years ago? I forgot, Xiao Ruffing replied calmly. Xiao Rian looked suspicious, but didn't ask further. By the way, my father is coming back tomorrow. He wants to have a good talk with you, Xiao Rian said. I know, Xiao Ruffeng replied. He was about to head back upstairs when he stopped and turned to look at Xiao Rian. What's wrong? Xiao Rian asked. How about I sleep with you? I'm worried I won't be able to control myself in Jiang Li's room, Xiao Ruffeng suggested. Ahem. Xiao Rian choked. Don't even think about it. Xiao Rian paused, then shook her fist in protest. This is not a garbage dump, and flat-chested girls have dignity too. Xiao Ruffeng shrugged and eventually returned to Jiang Li's room. When he saw the scene in the room, Xiao Ruffeng broke into a sweat. Jiang Li's bathrobe was wide open, revealing her black bra and the spring light of her chest, a tempting sight. Even more so, at this moment, Jiang Li had her legs bent up in a V shape, her posture inviting him in. The sight made Xiao Ruffeng's blood race. Too tempting. My fiancé, the teacher with a mature vibe, seems elegant and poised, but her sleeping posture is so bold. He carefully covered Jiang Li with a blanket. After hesitating for a moment, he pulled the slipping bra strap back over her shoulder. As he prepared to leave, Xiao Ruffeng glanced at Jiang Li once more. Gulp! He swallowed again. In the end, he couldn't resist and was about to steal a kiss from Jiang Li. Just as his lips were about to touch her soft lips, Jiang Li suddenly opened her eyes. Chapter 18. Is he serious? Though it was late at night, the moonlight was bright, casting a soft glow into the room, allowing both of their faces to be clearly visible. At this moment, Xiao Ruffeng and Jiang Li locked eyes. Both of them were a little stunned. After a brief pause, Jiang Li's face darkened. You kissed me? She asked, her tone filled with anger. No, I didn't, Xiao Ruffeng quickly replied. He had intended to steal a kiss, but hadn't managed to do so. You expect me to believe that? Jiang Li's face remained cold as she continued. You're shameless. Xiao Ruffeng felt a little frustrated. He really hadn't kissed her. This is such a misunderstanding, and I can't explain myself. This is a huge loss, he thought. Suddenly, Xiao Ruffeng's mind went blank, and he impulsively kissed Jiang Li on the lips. Jiang Li was completely stunned. After a moment, Xiao Ruffeng pulled back and said, I really didn't kiss you earlier, but you didn't believe me. I didn't want to be falsely accused, so I did it for real. Jiang Li was speechless, her expression one of disbelief. Is he really so shameless? She thought, flabbergasted. A moment later, Jiang Li took a deep breath, grabbed a pillow, and threw it at Xiao Ruffeng. However, he caught it easily with one hand. Don't wake ye up, Xiao Ruffeng said calmly. Jiang Li was beside herself with frustration. Ugh, fine. I'm going for a night run, Xiao Ruffeng added nonchalantly. When Jiang Li heard the words, night run, she suddenly froze. Xiao Ruffeng, not noticing her change in demeanor, quickly seized the opportunity and dashed out. After a short while, Jiang Li came to her senses. She got out of bed and walked over to the window. Xiao Ruffeng had really left the house. She watched his silhouette disappear into the night, and a sigh escaped her lips. Does he really not remember anything? She muttered softly. Then, gritting her teeth, Jiang Li angrily muttered, Bastard. 5 years ago, you ruined my reputation. Now you steal a kiss. She paused, her expression turning confused. With his character, if he wanted to take advantage of me, would he really need to steal a kiss? This kind of civilized approach doesn't seem like something he'd do. He's always been such a playboy. She leaned against the window, gazing in the direction Xiao Ruffeng had gone. She had once despised her fiancé with all her heart, even wishing she could kill him. But in the past few days, he seemed like a completely different person. Can amnesia really change someone so much? After a moment, she shook her head, pushing the thoughts aside. Sleep, sleep. Tomorrow, I'll deal with that bastard Xiao Ruffeng for stealing a kiss. On the other side, Xiao Ruffeng indeed began his night run. Night running was a great way to improve physical fitness. However, for him, already at the peak of his martial arts mastery, his body was as tough as steel, so night running no longer served as a physical exercise. For him, it was just a way to pass the time. After running for about an hour, Xiao Ruffeng slowed his pace. In the distance, he spotted a luxurious villa complex on the hillside of a small mountain in the suburbs of Jiangxing. There were over 20 villas connected together, forming a massive estate. Yunduan Villa. This was the Gong family's estate. The Gong family was Jiangxing's most powerful family, the branch of the prestigious Gong family from Beijing. Though it was just a branch, the Gong family in Jiangxing was deeply entrenched. Not only were they wealthy, but their connections were vast and intricate. The other wealthy families in Jiangxing saw the Gong family as an insurmountable wall, and behind them, the Gong family in Beijing was an even more powerful force. In fact, the Xia family of Jiangxing was also a branch of the prestigious Xia family from Beijing. However, the Jiangxing Xia family had fallen from grace, long since expelled from the family tree by the Beijing Xia family. In fact, the Beijing family had even allied with others to bully the Jiangxing Xia family. Now, as Xia Rufeng gazed at the golden and majestic gates of the Gong family estate, his eyes narrowed. Gong family, you're so ungrateful. I'll make sure to settle this score with you, piece by piece, he thought. Years ago, when Xia Rufeng was a teenager, he had saved Gong Xin, the young lady of the Gong family. His master happened to be friends with the head of the Gong family, and the two arranged a marriage contract between Xia Rufeng and Gong Xin. At the time, Gong Xin had not refused. Later, the master who had raised him disappeared without a trace. 5 years ago, when Xia Rufeng came to Jiangxing with a marriage contract to find Gong Xin, he clearly sensed the cold indifference of the Gong family. But Gong Xin was still warm and welcoming. Yet, Xia Rufeng never expected that beneath her beautiful face was a devil's heart. She had drugged him and locked him in a room with a young girl, installing cameras at every angle to film him for evidence of child abuse. How malicious! It was a despicable plot. Thinking about it, Xia Rufeng's fists clenched again. He didn't believe that this was all Gong Xion's doing. It had to be a joint scheme by the Gong family to ruin him and cancel the marriage. While lost in thought, a helicopter landed at the Gong family estate. A man and a woman stepped out. Xia Rufeng's pupils contracted again. The woman stepping out of the helicopter was none other than Gong Xian. Years ago, because Xia Rufeng had managed to escape the trap, they hadn't been able to capture any evidence of him abusing the young girl, and so the Gong family couldn't publicly annul the engagement. Thus, Gong Xian was still technically Xia Rufeng's fiancé. However, right now, Xia Rufeng was more focused on Jiang Li, this convenient fiancé. As for the man who stepped out of the helicopter, Xia Rufeng just so happened to know him. It was Xia Han, the heir to the Beijing Xia family. The Beijing Xia family, like the Gong family in Jiangxing, was one of the most powerful families, controlling vast influence. Unlike many rich heirs who were spoiled playboys, Xia Han was a remarkable figure. The Xia family in Beijing had not been one of the most prominent families until 5 years ago, during the self-defense war against the Xiong kingdom. Xia Rufeng had risen to fame like wildfire, becoming the king of the northern borders. At the same time, Xia Han also gained recognition. He had boldly supported the war effort by liquidating assets to fund the war, and after the victory, the Xia family had gained numerous national projects, even being granted a monopoly on the tobacco industry. Everyone knew that the tobacco business was highly profitable and had always been state-controlled. The Xia family was the first private enterprise allowed into the tobacco industry. This investment had paid off handsomely, and Xia Han had been firmly established as the heir to the Beijing Xia family. Today, Xia Han was both wealthy and famous. Many commentators even regarded him as the most outstanding heir in the history of the Xia family. Such a man naturally attracted the attention of countless women. But Xia Han had no rumors surrounding him. I didn't expect he'd be with Gong Ek. Xia Rufeng's eyes grew cold. To the outside world, Xia Han seemed like an almost perfect man. But Xia Rufeng knew better. This man was extremely opportunistic. Every action he took had a self-serving motive. Even his donations to the war had been politically motivated. From the start, he had set his sights on the tobacco business. And now, he was with Gong Xian. What exactly was he after? At that moment, Gong Xian, who had been chatting and laughing with Xia Han at the gates of the Gong family estate, seemed to sense something. She suddenly looked in Xia Rufeng's direction. Chapter 19. What kind of perverted hobby is this? However, Gong Xian didn't see anything. Xia Rufeng had already left before Gong Xian looked over. What's wrong? Xia Han asked gently. Gong Xian smiled faintly. Nothing. Just then, a man who looked like a butler walked out of the villa. Miss, you're back, the butler said. Gong Xian nodded. Anything happening at home recently? Nothing major. However, the butler paused, then continued. However, the old master of the Jiang family passed away 2 days ago. The Jiang family sent an invitation to the memorial service, but we haven't replied yet whether we'll attend. That old man from the Jiang family died out? Gong Xian paused, then asked. Is Jiangli going? I heard that originally Jiangli wasn't allowed to go. But later, they seemed to change their minds and allowed her to go with her fiancé. Oh, that's the Wankuzadi from the Xia family. Asterisk note. Wankuzadi is difficult to translate directly. Options include spoiled rich kid, playboy, dissolute youth, or a more descriptive phrase like the irresponsible young man from the Xia family. Very few people knew about the engagement between Xiao Rufeng and Gong Xian. Besides the two involved, only Xiao Rufeng's missing master, Gong Xian's grandfather, and her parents knew about it. People like the butler were unaware of their engagement. What did Grandpa say? Gong Xian asked. The master went traveling. He said to leave this decision to you, miss, the butler replied. Gong Xian took the invitation to the memorial service from the butler and looked it over. Just then, Xiao Han chuckled softly. How about I accompany you? Is that appropriate? Gong Xian asked. Xiao Han smiled faintly. It's all right. It's time for my family to know about your existence. Gong Xian fell silent. Xiao Han, the heir of the Jingqing Xiao family, was her target. Marrying Xiao Han would be extremely beneficial to their Jiangqinggong family. But the problem was she was currently engaged. The other party had a marriage contract with her signature and fingerprint. If she married Xiao Han, and her fiancé produced the marriage contract and sued her, she would undoubtedly lose the case. Thinking of this, Gong Xian's pupils constricted slightly. That bastard disappeared 5 years ago and hasn't been heard from since. Where did he go? At this time, Xiao Rufeng had finished his night run and returned to the Xiao residence. He didn't go to Jiang Li's room. He went to the bathroom on the first floor, preparing to take a shower. Then, sigh, this Xiao Ryue, so glamorous on the surface, a goddess-level beauty, but unexpectedly so sloppy in private. She doesn't even wash or change clothes. So, after showering, Xiao Rufeng washed his own clothes and, conveniently, also washed Xiao Ryue's clothes, including her underwear. Afterwards, Xiao Rufeng fell asleep on the sofa in the living room. The next day, Xiao Ryue woke up early to wash the clothes she had changed out of the night before. But they were gone. Then, she went to the balcony. The clothes she had changed out of yesterday had been washed and hung out to dry. Xiao Rufeng's clothes were hanging alongside hers. Xiao Ryue's eyes instantly welled up. Does this guy just love washing clothes for people? Washing clothes is one thing, but why women's underwear too? What kind of perverted hobby is this? Xiao Ryue was having a mental breakdown. Back at the hotel, Xiao Rufeng had already washed her underwear once. I'm done. It's a good thing this is a fake brother. If my real brother washed my underwear. Xiao Ryue shuddered. So disgusting. Just then, Jiangli came downstairs. Ryue, what are you doing? After speaking, Jiangli looked up at the clothes rack, her expression subtle. Xiao Ryue and Xiao Rufeng's clothes, including their underwear, were all hanging there, clearly washed together. I washed my brother's dirty clothes while I was doing laundry, Xiao Ryue said, forcing a smile. She couldn't possibly say that Xiao Rufeng had washed her underwear. The corner of Jiang Li's mouth twitched. As an only child, she wasn't sure if a sister washing her brother's underwear was normal. In any case, she felt it was rather strange. Of course, she didn't say anything. Where's Xiao Rufeng? Jiang Li composed herself and asked. Isn't he sleeping in your room? Xiao Ryue replied. He was gone when I woke up, Jiang Li said, feeling guilty. In reality, Xiao Rufeng had left during the night. Thinking about how Xiao Rufeng had stolen a kiss from her last night. No, it was a forced kiss. Jiang Li's face flushed instantly. That jerk. I thought he'd change after losing his memory. As expected, his nature is hard to change. Such a pervert. Jiang Li grumbled inwardly. Just then, Xiao Ryue suddenly said, Jiang Li, my brother didn't try anything with you last night, did he? Jiang Li forced herself to say, no. Then, she quickly changed the subject. Ryue, let's go see your grandmother. Okay. When the two women arrived at Grandma Xiao's courtyard, Xiao Rufeng was already massaging her. Lin Lian was standing at the door. Her expression was odd. Ryue, what's going on with your brother? He's acting so filial, like he's a completely different person, Lin Lian said. Xiao Ryue forced a laugh. Losing his memory is pretty much like becoming a different person. Lin Lian glanced into the room and sighed. If only he could always be like this and never regain his memory. Lin Lian paused, then continued. Although Grandma Xia can't bear to scold Xiao Rufeng, she also hopes he can be a good person. Speaking of which, Jiang Li suddenly looked at Xiao Ryue. Ryue, why does your grandmother dote on your brother so much? Xiao Ryue was silent for a moment, then sighed softly. Because when my brother was little, Grandma took him out to play, and he hit his head. She's always felt that my brother did all those absurd things because he injured his brain as a child, that it was her responsibility. Zhongli felt a bead of sweat trickle down her forehead. Does that really have anything to do with it? Definitely not. But while my brother was hospitalized, my mother suddenly left without a word. Grandma thought my mother was angry with her, so she left home. Xiao Ryue paused, then calmly said, after my mother disappeared, Grandma has always tried her best to protect my brother, afraid that he would be hurt again. Your grandmother is afraid of disappointing your mother again, Zhongli said. Yes, Xiao Ryue replied calmly. Zhongli didn't know what else to say. She sighed softly inwardly. Every family has its own problems. After a while, Zhongli asked, I heard that your father has been searching for your mother all these years. Is there still no news? Xiao Ryue shook her head. No. We still don't know why my mom suddenly left without a word, but I don't think it has anything to do with my brother's injury. As they were talking, Xiao Ruffeng came out of the room. What are you talking about? Xiao Ruffeng asked casually. Nothing. Xiao Ryue paused, then asked, how's Grandma? Her lungs are recovering very well. However, Grandma's insomnia needs to be properly treated, Xiao Ruffeng said. Although his qi could heal illnesses, it wasn't a panacea. Illnesses like insomnia couldn't be treated with qi, and could only be slowly treated with traditional Chinese medicine. After Xiao Ruffeng finished speaking, he glanced into the room and added, I brewed a dose of Chinese medicine for Grandma. She's asleep after taking it. When did you brew the medicine? Xiao Ryue asked. Lin Lian answered. He came over around 3 or 4 in the morning. Xiao Ryue. Her expression was subtle. This guy? I asked you to pretend to be my brother, not to get this into character. He's even more filial than me, her own granddaughter. As she was thinking, the villa's front gate opened. That must be my dad. After saying that, Xiao Ryue ran over. A little while later, Xiao Ryue returned with a man in his 50s. It was Xiao Ryue's father, Xiao Taijun. From the moment Xiao Taijun appeared, his gaze had been fixed on Xiao Ruffeng. He had already heard about Xiao Ruffeng from Xiao Ryue. Although he was mentally prepared, he was still extremely shocked when he saw Xiao Ruffeng. Holy crap, they look so alike. If Xiao Taijun hadn't personally handled his son's funeral arrangements, he wouldn't believe that this guy in front of him was a fake. This guy really looks too much like my son. He composed himself and glanced at Grandma Xiao's room. Ryue, your grandmother. Xiao Ryue's expression was excited. Xiao Ruffeng treated Grandma yesterday, and her symptoms have greatly improved. She can even sleep without a ventilator now. No way. Xiao Taijun was shocked. He knew Grandma Xiao's condition very well. After all, he was the one who had found the doctors. Although the Xiao family's finances weren't very good, he still spent a fortune inviting renowned doctors from Jiangxing for his mother. Except for He Quan, who was always in Jingcheng, he had invited all the other famous respiratory specialists in Jiangxing. But none of them could reverse his mother's illness. It wasn't that those doctors were incompetent. The main issue was that pulmonary fibrosis, like ALS, was an incurable disease worldwide. He had already prepared himself mentally for the loss of both his son and his mother in the near future. Ryue, don't joke about this, Xiao Taijun said seriously. Lin Lian said, Ryue isn't lying. Since Xiao Ruffeng treated Grandma Xia yesterday, she hasn't used a ventilator and hasn't experienced any difficulty breathing. Xiao Taijun was truly stunned. He knew Lin Lian's personality. She would never lie about Grandma Xiao's condition. Exhale. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Taijun entered Grandma Xiao's room. Grandma Xia was indeed asleep, but it was clear that although she wasn't using a ventilator, she was still breathing smoothly, and her complexion was much better than before. Xiao Taijun was overjoyed. Afterwards, he went to Xiao Ruffeng and said, Come with me. Xiao Ruffeng blew a kiss to Zhongli. Darling, wait for me. Cough, cough. Zhongli choked. Pervert. However, although she scolded Xiao Ruffeng, she didn't find him as annoying as before. At least not as annoying as before. Xiao Ryue also saw this scene. She didn't say anything, and it was unclear what she was thinking. On the other side, what's your real name? Xiao Taijun looked at Xiao Ruffeng and asked. It's Xiao Ruffeng. The corner of Xiao Tiejun's mouth twitched. That's too much of a coincidence. He looks almost identical to my son, and even has the same name. He collected his thoughts and looked at Xiao Ruffeng again. I'm very grateful to you for treating my mother. I'll do my best to give you whatever you want. But there's one thing we need to make clear. Xia Taijun paused, then continued. Don't have any designs on my daughter. Oh, you can rest assured about that. Although your daughter is very beautiful, her bust size is truly regrettable. I have the same taste as you, uncle. I prefer them large, Xia Ruffing said. Xia Taijun glanced at a family photo on the living room coffee table, at the picture of his wife, and the corner of his mouth twitched again. He didn't refute it, because what Xia Ruffing said was true. He did prefer them large. Ahem. Clearing his throat, Xia Taijun continued. Then what do you want? You seem very clever. You wouldn't come and help us with this charade without a reason. Xia Ruffing grinned. To be honest, I'm here for Jiang Li and Jiang Yi. I see. However, Xia Taijun paused, then said, Jiang Li doesn't like my son. She doesn't know your true identity, so she won't like you either. You don't have to worry about that. Now, this is my business, Xia Ruffing said. All right. Xia Taijun didn't say anything more. At this moment, Xia Ruffing's gaze fell on the coffee table in the living room. There was an invitation from the Jiang family placed there. This is... Sigh. The Jiang family just sent someone over to invite my son and Jiang Li to attend old Master Jiang's memorial service. Those people in the Jiang family are very cunning. I don't know what kind of tricks they're planning. It's best not to go. Just as he finished speaking, Jiang Li suddenly walked in. She went to the coffee table and picked up the invitation. After a moment of silence, she said, I'm going. Jiang Li paused, then continued, My grandfather isn't as bad as you think. He was forced to remove me from the family register by my second uncle and those elders in the family. In fact, after I was removed from the family register, my grandfather has been secretly helping me. The fact that I, with only a bachelor's degree, can teach at Jiangxing University is because my grandfather secretly pulled some strings. So, she bit her lip and continued, I have to go. But Xia Taijun looked at Jiang Li and said, I suspect there's some kind of conspiracy involved. At this point, Xia Ruffing suddenly said, I'll go with her. He paused, then looked at Jiang Li and calmly said, With me there, even if the sky falls, I can protect you. Jiang Li was stunned. She looked into Xia Ruffing's eyes. Suddenly, for a fleeting moment, her heart beat faster. Chapter 20. Xia Ruffing, you wouldn't want your reputation ruined, would you? Just then, a woman's clamorous voice suddenly came from outside the villa. Xia Ruffing, come out here. You got me pregnant. And now you're not planning on taking responsibility? Judging by the voice, it seemed to be the same woman who had come to the Xia family's door crying and clamoring to marry into the family last time. It was said that she was a mistress Xia Ruffing, the scoundrel, had met at a nightclub. Hearing the woman's voice, Jiang Li, whose heart had skipped a beat just moments before, instantly frowned. I'm taking Yi to school. After saying that, Jiang Li took Jiang Yi, who had just woken up, and prepared to leave. At the entrance of the Xia family villa, a provocatively dressed, flamboyant woman was blocking the way. Seeing Jiang Li come out of the house, the woman frowned slightly. Why are you at Xia Ruffing's house again? Are you his mistress? The woman asked. Jiang Li's face darkened even more. Although she and Xia Ruffing weren't officially married yet, they were engaged. She was Xia Ruffing's legitimate fiancé. Being called a mistress when she was the rightful partner, Jiang Li was quite annoyed. However, she didn't say anything and prepared to leave with Jiang Yi. Stop right there. The woman wanted to chase after Jiang Li, but Xia Riyue grabbed her. Xia Riyue, tell me clearly, who is that woman? Is she your brother's mistress? The woman asked angrily. Xia Riyue rolled her eyes. She's my brother's fiancée, his legitimate betrothed wife. She paused, a hint of sarcasm in her eyes, and continued, Sun Yu, what are you, a girlfriend? My brother has had hundreds, if not 1,000, girlfriends. Sun Yu was furious. What do you mean? Is your Xia family trying to bully me? Xia Ruffing got me pregnant, and you have to give me an explanation for this. Otherwise... After saying that, Sun Yu took out a megaphone and shouted menacingly, I'll completely ruin your Xia family's reputation. Xia Riyue's face changed slightly. At this moment, Xia Ruffing strolled out of the house, unhurried. He looked at Sun Yu, chuckling softly. His expression was like he was watching a monkey show. Seeing Xia Ruffing come out, Sun Yu immediately shrieked, Xia Ruffing, you promised me you'd marry me. You have to keep your word. Did I? Oh, I hit my head a while ago, had a concussion, lost some of my memory. He paused, looked at Sun Yu, and grinned. Do we know each other? Sun Yu felt like she was going to vomit blood. Stop pretending to have amnesia. Sun Yu took a deep breath and continued. Fine, you don't want to marry me. Then give me money. 10 million. Not a penny less. Otherwise, I'll accuse you of rape and completely ruin your family's reputation. Oh, and I'll also expose all those rape cases that you, Xiao Rufeng, committed that you've been hiding. I'll let everyone in Jiangxing know about the Xia family's evil deeds. Upon hearing this, Xia Taijun instantly felt a headache coming on. In the past, if he could have settled this matter with 10 million, he would have paid it. But now, the family really didn't have that much money. The only remaining family business was the Miracle Coal Mine. But the coal mine wasn't doing well, and they were even behind on their employees' salaries. Unless they sold the house. At this moment, Xiao Rufeng suddenly put his arm around Sun Yu's shoulder and said, let's go chat somewhere else. After Xiao Rufeng and Sun Yu left, several casually dressed men quietly followed them. Arriving at a deserted spot, Sun Yu became even more arrogant. She crossed her arms, looked at Xiao Rufeng, and sneered. Xiao Rufeng, you wouldn't want your reputation ruined, would you? Just obediently give me the 10 million, and we'll call it even. 10 million, huh? Xiao Rufeng paused, then suddenly grinned. You think you're worthy? Sun Yu's face instantly darkened. What did you say? I said, someone like you actually has the nerve to ask for compensation for emotional distress? You look like something out of a nightmare. Shouldn't you be paying people for scaring them? Xiao Rufeng chuckled. Sun Yu was stunned. She didn't expect Xiao Rufeng to insult her. And he insulted her so viciously. She was furious. She clapped her hands. Then, 4 or 5 young men emerged from the surrounding Xiao Rufeng. What's this? Xiao Rufeng's expression remained calm and unfazed. Why? Sun Yu cursed. You took advantage of me, and now you don't want to take responsibility. Do you think I'm easy to mess with? Beat him up. A burly man immediately swung his fist at Xiao Rufeng. Xiao Rufeng grabbed the man's hand with lightning speed. He squeezed lightly. Crack! A sound that seemed like a bone breaking. The burly man didn't even react at first. When the sharp pain from his hand shot through his body, he couldn't help but scream. Seeing this, the others also swarmed forward, trying to overwhelm Xiao Rufeng with their numbers. But Xiao Rufeng took them down one by one with his kicks, and in an instant, all the thugs were lying on the ground wailing. Sun Yu was stunned. What's going on? At this point, Xiao Rufeng walked towards Sun Yu with a smile. Sun Yu was so scared that she kept backing away. Xiao Rufeng, what do you want to do? I have your child in my belly. Sun Yu blurted out. Slap. Xiao Rufeng slapped Sun Yu across the face. Child, do you want me to take you to the hospital for a checkup right now? He had already used his qi to examine Sun Yu's body. There were no signs of life in her uterus. In other words, she wasn't pregnant at all. Sun Yu's face changed drastically. Whether she was pregnant or not, she knew it in her heart. Under Xiao Rufeng's powerful aura, Sun Yu finally became afraid. The man in front of her felt so unfamiliar. She had successfully extorted him several times before. This had made her greedier and greedier. But she didn't expect to be thwarted today. Why is Xiao Rufeng acting like a completely different person? She didn't know what had happened to Xiao Rufeng. She only knew that he was dangerous now. Thud! Sun Yu knelt down and cried. Xiao Rufeng, I was forced to do this. It was Zhongli who made me set you up and extort you. It was all Zhongli's idea. It has nothing to do with me. Who is Zhongli? Xiao Rufeng asked. Sun Yu was stunned. You don't remember Zhongli? I told you. I have amnesia, Xiao Rufeng said impatiently. Oh. Sun Yu paused, then said, Zhongli is ostensibly the CEO of Jiangxing Golden Shield Security Company, but behind the scenes, he's the kingpin of Jiangxing's North District underworld. Xiao Rufeng's pupils constricted slightly. Over the past few days, he had been cramming information about Jiangxing, and he had also heard of Golden Shield Security. This security company seemed to have signed security agreements with many wealthy families in Jiangxing. I remember now. The security for old Master Zhang's memorial service seems to be handled by Golden Shield. Xiao Rufeng's eyes flickered. It was unclear what he was thinking. At this moment, Sun Yu trembled and said, I was really forced by Zhongli to extort you. Please let me go. Xiao Rufeng slapped Sun Yu across the face again and said indifferently, If you ever come to my house to cause trouble again or spread rumors outside, I'll kill you. Sun Yu's face turned pale. She felt Xiao Rufeng's killing intent. It was such a sharp killing intent that Sun Yu dared not move. After a while, Xiao Rufeng withdrew his aura and said indifferently, Get out of here. Upon hearing this, Sun Yu scrambled away as if she had been granted amnesty. Xiao Rufeng had just returned to the Xiao residence when Xiao Riyue was preparing to drive out. She seemed to be in a hurry. "What's wrong?" Xiao Rufeng asked. "The kindergarten is going to expel Yi," Xiao Riyue said. Xiao Rufeng frowned. "Why?" Jiang Li didn't explain in detail on the phone, but it seems to be because she offended someone from the Jiangxing Education Bureau, Xiao Riyue replied. "I'll go too." After saying that, Xiao Rufeng got into the passenger seat. Xiao Riyue didn't say anything, started the car, and left. About 10 minutes later, the car stopped in front of a kindergarten called Times Kindergarten. Times School, a prestigious private school in Jiangxing, encompassed all grades from kindergarten to high school. This Times Kindergarten on Jiankang Road was part of Times School and was a well-known, high-end private kindergarten. The children attending it came from wealthy and influential families. The annual tuition for this kindergarten was several 100,000 yuan, but still attracted a large number of applicants. Without connections, it was almost impossible to get in. When Jiang Yi enrolled, Jiang Li was still the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. But now, she had been removed from the family. So, the school dared to expel her daughter. A cruel reality. After parking the car, Xiao Riyue rushed towards the kindergarten. But she was stopped by the security guard at the entrance. Looking at the uniform badge on the security guard's chest, a golden shield, clearly this was a Golden Shield security guard. Golden Shield Security's business covered a wide range, from corporate security to private bodyguards, armed cash transport, and school security. Currently, Golden Shield held 30% of the security service market in Jiangxing. But in reality, Golden Shield Security had only been established for a few years. In these few years, Golden Shield's business had grown at rocket speed. On the surface, Zhang Li is the CEO of Golden Shield, but the real person in control is probably someone else. And that person must have considerable influence. Who could it be? As he was pondering, Xiao Riyue had already started arguing with the security guard at the entrance. At this moment, Jiang Li came out of the school, holding Jiang Yi's hand. Jiang Yi was carrying her school bag, her eyes red and puffy. She had obviously been crying. Jiang Li's eyes were also red-rimmed. She had many grievances in her heart, but more than that, she felt guilty. Her daughter was being bullied everywhere, and she was powerless to do anything about it. Seeing Xiao Rufeng, Jiang Yi ran over and hugged him, bursting into tears. "Uncle Rufeng, the school doesn't want Yi anymore." This cry, filled with sadness and grievance, instantly pierced Xiao Rufeng's heart. Chapter 21. A hard fist makes you the elder. "I'm going to find our principal," Xiao Rufeng said calmly. Jiang Li shook her head. "It won't work." She paused, then added, "One of Yi's classmates, his father works for the Education Bureau, and his grandfather is the director of the Jiangxing Personnel Bureau. The kindergarten principal wouldn't dare offend them." "Why do they want to expel Yi?" Xiao Rufeng asked again. Jiang Li hesitated. Just then, a young woman walked out of the kindergarten. Times Kindergarten is a prestigious school. Zhang Yi doesn't meet the school's enrollment standards, so she was expelled. "It's that simple," the woman said. Xiao Rufeng's pupils constricted. He recognized this woman. It was the same woman he'd slapped twice in the children's park that day. Back then, she'd used harsh and spiteful words to insult Jiang Yi, calling her a bastard. In his anger, Xiao Rufeng had struck her. Come to think of it, she was threatening me then, saying her husband was someone important. However, Xiao Rufeng had slapped her before she could even reveal her husband's identity. So, she's with the Education Bureau. Of course, even if she had revealed her husband's position then, Xiao Rufeng still would have slapped her. He wouldn't care if her husband was someone from the local Education Bureau or even the highest administrative official in Jiangxing. They should be the ones afraid, not him. He was one of the 5 great war gods of the Dragon Kingdom, a national hero, commander of the hundreds of thousands of troops in the northern border, and the de facto ruler of the 3 northern provinces. In the capital, he might have shown some restraint, but in this small city of Jiangxing, there was no one he feared. By now, the woman had walked up to Xiao Rufeng. Her face was smug. "This is the consequence of offending me," she said. Xiao Rufeng ignored her. He handed Jiang Yi to Jiang Li, then said, "I'm going to see the principal." "Finding me won't help," a pot-bellied middle-aged man said as he walked out of the kindergarten. He glanced at Jiang Yi, then said, "The decision to expel Jiang Yi was made collectively by me and the school board. No one can change it." "Is that so?" Xiao Rufeng paused, then suddenly smiled faintly. Since he can't attend this school, then this school has no value in existing. The middle-aged man frowned slightly. What do you mean? Are you trying to shut down our school? That's the plan, Xiao Ruffing said with a light smile. The principal of Times Kindergarten laughed. Kid, do you know who owns Times Kindergarten? The largest shareholder of our kindergarten is the Gong family, the top family in Jiangxing. In this city, who would dare shut down the Gong family's property? Are you tired of living? He shook his head. Ignorance is bliss, eh? Xiao Ruffing said nothing. He took Zhang Yi's hand and smiled again. How about we find a different kindergarten? Okay, Zhang Yi nodded. Actually, she didn't want to go to school here either. After the news of her mother being removed from the Jiang family reached the school, the teachers' attitudes towards her had suddenly turned cold. Every time the kindergarten had group activities, she was excluded. The teachers didn't care, and some even condoned the bullying. But her mother had worked so hard to get her into the school, and yet she was being expelled. She felt she'd let her mother down. Zhang Yi was still young, but she was precocious and very sensitive. Do you have a kindergarten you'd like to go to? Xiao Ruffing asked. Zhang Yi thought for a moment, then said, I have a friend named Anqi. I want to go to her kindergarten. Okay, what's the kindergarten called? Sunshine Kindergarten. After she said that, Zhang Yi quickly added, even though the name is a little old-fashioned, Anqi says their teachers are very nice. It's not old-fashioned. Sunshine is a great name for a cheerful girl. Xiao Ruffing paused, then lifted Zhang Yi up and placed her on his shoulders. He smiled and said, come on, Uncle Feng will take you to your new kindergarten to register. At that moment, Xiao Rian walked up to Zhang Li and whispered, Zhang Li, is Anqi possibly in Lei's child? Yes. You two were archenemies, right? When did Yi and her daughter become good friends? Zhang Li's expression was complex. It's a long story. Then, Xiao Rian blinked and suddenly said, Rian, could Yi and Anqi be half-sisters? Zhang Li. Don't talk nonsense, Zhang Li said irritably. He Shuai, and Lei's husband was just a college classmate of mine, nothing more. But that woman and Lei always seemed to see you as her rival. Why is that? Xiao Rian asked again. Sigh. Zhang Li sighed, then said, her husband confessed to me before. Of course, I turned him down. After all, I had an engagement with your brother. That's too bad. I remember he Shuai. Even though he came from an ordinary background, he was very driven, and he had outstanding martial arts talent. I think he was recruited by the Southern Border Military Region during his 3rd year of college. After she finished speaking, Xiao Rian took out her phone and searched the internet. Wow, He Shuai is now a major in the Southern Military Region, and he's only 23 years old. His future is limitless. And Lei really struck gold, Xiao Rian said. What's wrong? He Shuai and Lei are divorced, Zhang Li said. Xiao Rian. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. At that moment, Xiao Ruffeng, who was walking ahead, turned his head and glanced at the two women. What are you two whispering about? If you keep dawdling, the kindergarten is going to close. Got it. Zhang Li quickened her pace, catching up to Xiao Ruffeng. Xiao Rian followed behind them, her expression subtle. She could tell that Zhang Li was not as hostile towards Xiao Ruffeng as she used to be. Sigh. Even though they have the same face, this imposter Xiao Ruffeng is indeed more capable than his twin brother. But no matter how capable you are, you're still blowing your own horn if you think you can shut down Times Kindergarten. As a native of Jiangxing, Xiao Rian knew very well the position of the Gong family in the city. They could definitely be described as a colossus. Even the highest administrative officer of Jiangxing wouldn't dare offend the Gong family. After all, the Gong family also had the backing of the Gong family in the capital. They were a top family in the capital, wielding enormous influence throughout the entire country. While she was pondering this, Xiao Ruffeng and the others had already gotten into the car. Hey, wait for me. Xiao Rian quickly ran over. Half an hour later, Xiao Ruffeng and the others arrived at the kindergarten called Sunshine. The kindergarten was ordinary, but Zhang Yi seemed to really like it. She came here once before and had a lot of fun, Zhang Li said. That's all that matters. Xiao Ruffeng paused, then added, let's go register Yi. The registration went smoothly. After registering, Zhang Yi started her classes right away, and Xiao Ruffeng and the other two left the kindergarten. I have something to take care of, so I'll go first, Xiao Ruffeng said. After speaking, Xiao Ruffeng left. He made a call to Zhu Kai. Boss, Zhu Kai said excitedly. I'd like to meet with the highest administrative officer of Jiangxing. I think his name is Luo Yang, Xiao Ruffing said. That's right. Help me arrange a meeting. As soon as possible, Xiao Ruffing said. It wasn't convenient for him to reveal his identity. But without revealing his identity, it would be difficult for him to meet with the highest administrative official of a city of millions of people. However, Zhu Kai could help. He was the president of the Jiangxing Martial Arts Association and possessed the strength of a seventh-order martial artist. In Jiangxing, Zhu Kai was considered to be someone of some influence. I understand. Soon, Zhu Kai called back. Boss, it's arranged. It will be at Luo Yang's house. I'll go with you, Zhu Kai said. Okay. Not long after, Xiao Ruffing met Zhu Kai at an intersection in Jiangxing. Zhu Kai cautiously looked around. Xiao Ruffing rolled his eyes. Bai Bing isn't here. Phew. Zhu Kai breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid of Xiao Ruffing because Xiao Ruffing was their commander, and he held him in awe. But he was even more afraid of Bai Bing, because Bai Bing actually hit him. Where did Sister Bing go? Zhu Kai asked again. Zhu Kai was 27 this year, while Bai Bing was only 20. But a hard fist makes you the elder. Calling her sister was no problem. I had her investigate something, Xiao Ruffing said. He had asked Bai Bing to investigate the driver who had rammed into Jiang Li's car that day. About half an hour later, Xiao Ruffing and Zhu Kai arrived at an ordinary residence in Jiangxing. From the outside, it was hard to imagine that this was the residence of a high-ranking official. However, this style of integrity was something that Xiao Ruffing admired. There were security guards at the gate. With Zhu Kai leading the way, the two of them smoothly entered the courtyard of the residence. In the courtyard, a man in his 40s or 50s was trimming the shrubs. It was Luo Yang, the highest administrative official of Jiangxing. Besides Luo Yang, there was also a man who appeared to be his secretary. Zhu Kai, you're here. When he saw Zhu Kai, the man walked over. He approached Xiao Ruffing and said, You must be Zhu Kai's master? You look quite young. According to the script that Xiao Ruffing and Zhu Kai had discussed, Xiao Ruffing's current persona was Zhu Kai's master. My master is also from Jiangxing, Zhu Kai said. Upon hearing this, Luo Yang was a little surprised and looked at Xiao Ruffing again. You're from Jiangxing too? Xiao Ruffing smiled. Yes. He paused, then added, My father is Xia Taijun, the chairman of Miracle Mining. I've heard of him, Luo Yang said. His reaction showed that he didn't know much about Xia Taijun. However, this was also normal. Jiangxing was large, with over 10 million people and at least tens of thousands of businesses of varying sizes. Luo Yang had been the chief of Jiangxing for less than a year. It was normal that he didn't know much about declining third-tier families like the Xia family. Luo Yang paused, then added, Did you want to see me about something? I want to offer you some advice, Xiao Ruffing said with a slight smile. Go ahead, Luo Yang said. He was polite towards Xiao Ruffing. Anyone who could train a seventh-order martial artist must be exceptional. He had a daughter with martial arts talent, but Jiangxing was located inland, it was a commercial hub, and martial arts wasn't very strong. So he couldn't find a suitable teacher for his daughter. At this time, Xiao Ruffing spoke calmly. I suggest closing down Times Kindergarten. Hiss. As soon as he said that, the secretary next to Luo Yang gasped and his face changed. Absolutely not. The secretary took a deep breath and then said, Times Kindergarten is a property of the Gong family. What? Is the Gong family's property untouchable? Xiao Ruffing said calmly. Luo Yang then said calmly, Why should Times Kindergarten be closed down? Because that's where the Gong family cultivates connections. If all the elites of Jiangxing send their children to Times Kindergarten, it means they are all in contact with the Gong family. Do you know what that means? It means that the Gong family can control everything in Jiangxing. But you are the highest administrative officer of Jiangxing, and you're the true ruler of Jiangxing. If it continues, you will be completely overshadowed by the Gong family. Xiao Ruffing said calmly, Are you trying to stir up conflict between me and the Gong family? Luo Yang said sharply, Do you believe I can have you arrested right now? Xiao Ruffing laughed. He said nothing and then extended his hand. Soon after, a whirlwind began to form at his fingertips, and it became increasingly large. Luo Yang and his secretary's expressions changed slightly. This, the secretary stammered. Grandmaster Realm? Chapter 22. The situation is a little off. The Grandmaster Realm, the ultimate dream of martial artists. But how difficult it was to achieve. Out of China's population of over 1 billion, there were only a handful of Grandmaster-level experts. Excluding those who had secluded themselves from the beginning, every Grandmaster-level expert was famous. their names echoing like thunder. But Luo Yang had never heard of the name Xiao Rufeng. Is he a hidden genius? While he was pondering, Xiao Rufeng had already withdrawn the whirlwind from his fingertips. He looked at Luo Yang and smiled slightly. Chief Luo, estimate how many troops it would take to catch me? Luo Yang looked embarrassed. In the battlefield, a Grandmaster-level expert was a terrifying presence, capable of fighting a 10,000-man army alone. The total number of troops that Luo Yang could mobilize in Jiangqing was only a few thousand. Please keep this a secret, Chief Luo, Xiao Rufeng said with a smile. I prefer to keep a low profile. I understand. So, what do you think of my suggestion? At this time, Xiao Rufeng continued. Luo Yang took a deep breath, his eyes flickering, then suddenly said, I think what you said makes a lot of sense. The secretary's face changed slightly. Chief, if we close down Time's kindergarten, the Gong family might come knocking. Let them come. I actually have something I want to talk to them about, Luo Yang said. Seeing that Luo Yang had made up his mind, the secretary said nothing more. At this time, Luo Yang looked at Xiao Rufeng and said, Xiao Rufeng, I have a request. Go ahead. I have a daughter with a lot of martial arts talent. I'd like you to teach her martial arts, Luo Yang said. Xiao Rufeng nodded. I can do that. Where is she? Sigh, Luo Yang sighed. I let her and her mother down in the past. She still refuses to acknowledge me. He paused and handed Xiao Rufeng a business card. This is her card. After speaking, Luo Yang added, By the way, don't let her know that I asked you. Otherwise, she will definitely refuse. Xiao Rufeng took the business card and looked at it. Enlei, a teacher at the Yixing Dance Academy. Okay, I understand. Xiao Rufeng took the card and left with Zhu Kai. After Xiao Rufeng and Zhu Kai left, the secretary couldn't help but say again, Chief, we have been in Jiangqing for less than a year, and we don't have a firm footing yet. If we clash with the biggest local bully in Jiangqing now, I'm afraid it will be difficult to complete the mission given to us by the organization. Luo Yang had his hands behind his back, looking in the direction where Xiao Rufeng left, and then said calmly, Do you know what a Grandmaster-level expert means? The secretary was immediately silenced. Everyone knew what a Grandmaster-level expert meant. Apart from the reclusive Grandmaster-level martial artists, almost every one of the publicly known Grandmaster-level martial artists held a position of importance. Like the 5 war gods of the 5 major military groups, the commander of the Capital Defense Force, or else they were honored guests of the top families in the capital. The worst off was Lei Qing, the highest administrative officer of Huai Province, where Jiangqing was located. Lei Qing was originally the commander of the Northern Border Army, but because of negligence, he was caught off guard by a surprise attack by the Bear Kingdom 5 years ago and lost Songhua Prefecture in a short time. Later, Xiao Rufeng reorganized the Northern Border Army and led them to victory in the counteroffensive. After the war was won, Xiao Rufeng received awards and was officially appointed as the commander of the new Northern Border Army, controlling hundreds of thousands of troops from the Northern Border 5 armies. At the same time, he also effectively controlled the rule of the 3 northern provinces. He was like a Jidushi military governor in the Tang dynasty and one of the most powerful Jidushi in the Dragon Kingdom today. If some people were successful, naturally some would be failures. And the person who failed was Lei Qing. He was removed from his military power and was appointed as the highest administrative officer of Huai Province. The head of a province sounded prestigious. But among the dozens of provincial-level administrative units in the Dragon Kingdom, Huai Province was almost at the bottom in terms of area and total population. Within the province, other than Jiangqing, the rest were small cities with little national influence. More importantly, even though he was the head of a province, Lei Qing did not have any military power in his hands, nor did he have absolute control. The capital could remove him from his position at any time. He was much worse off than the Grandmaster-level experts who were in the service of wealthy families in the capital. Lei Qing's transfer was a demotion in disguise. He also knew it in his heart. Since arriving in Huai Province, he had become very passive. As the highest administrative officer of a province, Lei Qing had hardly made any public appearances. Some said he wasn't even in Huai Province. Of course, modern society was no longer in the era of rule by men. It was now a country ruled by law. As long as the laws operated smoothly, society could function properly. Therefore, Lei Qing's absence had not affected the operation of society in Huai Province. I understand. The secretary paused, then said tentatively, Is Chief hoping to give that reclusive Grandmaster-level expert a favor so that he will serve that great man in the future? Luo Yang. No. How did I choose such a stupid pig as my secretary? Luo Yang looked very frustrated, and then said, did a donkey kick your brain? How old did that person look just now? 22 or 23? Clap. Luo Yang knocked on his head, and then said, do you understand what a Grandmaster level expert at the age of 22 or 23 means? In the history of the Dragon Kingdom, the youngest recorded Grandmaster level was 30 years old. A Grandmaster level expert at the age of 23. How unprecedented is that? Do you understand? The secretary finally realized what was happening. My God, if this news is leaked out, I'm afraid it will cause a sensation nationwide, right? Then our deaths are not far off. He's all about keeping a low profile. If we were to leak it out, wouldn't we be courting death? Luo Yang said. Cold sweat dripped down the secretary's face. After a short while, he tentatively said, then, should we secretly report it to the organization? Luo Yang fell silent. After a while, he shook his head. No, recruiting talent is not within the scope of our mission. Let's not complicate things. Yes. At this moment, there was laughter in the office of Times Kindergarten. I'm dying of laughter. That guy actually had the nerve to say he was going to close down our kindergarten. He should take a piss and look at himself in the mirror. Does he think he has the ability? That guy's name is Xiao Rufeng, the son of a declining third-tier family. He doesn't know his place. He's just spewing nonsense here. Next time that guy comes here, I will just slap him so he knows how much he actually weighs. At this time, someone ran in frantically. Something bad has happened. What are you panicking about? At this time, a pot-bellied middle-aged man came out from the principal's office, frowning with dissatisfaction. His name was Pang Chuan, the principal of Times Kindergarten. Principal, a group of firefighters are here. They want to conduct a surprise inspection on our kindergarten, the person said. Firefighters? Pang Chuan cursed. What is Zhao Dequan up to? I'm going to call him. Zhao Dequan was the head of the Jiangqing Fire Department. The call was quickly connected. Hey, Zhao Dequan, what do you mean by suddenly inspecting our kindergarten's fire safety? Pang Chuan asked angrily. What? Can't I inspect your turf? A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the call. Pang Chuan was stunned. It was Zhao Dequan's voice. That was right. But the tone was a bit off. When did Zhao Dequan become so tough? Has he forgotten that the Gong family was the force behind him getting the position of the director of the Jiangqing Fire Department? Pang Chuan gathered his composure and said, Zhao Dequan, you haven't forgotten that this kindergarten is owned by the Gong family, have you? So what? Zhao Dequan asked again. Pang Chuan. At this time, Zhao Dequan continued. Someone reported that your fire equipment is substandard. For the safety of the children, we definitely need to carry out a detailed inspection. Otherwise, if something happens one day, who will bear the responsibility? All right, I am busy. I have to hang up now. After speaking, Zhao Dequan directly hung up the phone. Pang Chuan was so angry he was jumping up and down. Has this guy lost his mind? Afterwards, Pang Chuan called Lu Shun, the vice president of public relations for the Gong Group. After a few rings, the call was connected. Hello. A man's voice came from the phone. President Lu, something has happened, Pang Chuan said. What's wrong? That Zhao Dequan from the fire department doesn't know what's wrong with him, but he actually sent his men to suddenly inspect the fire safety of our Times kindergarten. Why? He said that someone reported that our kindergarten's fire equipment is substandard. Pang Chuan paused, and then added, that's not my main worry. Even if our kindergarten is found to have substandard fire equipment, it would only mean a fine, or at most, a temporary suspension of classes. But I'm worried that this is only the beginning. What do you mean? Who in Jiangqing doesn't know that Times Kindergarten is a property of the Gong family? He, Zhao Dequan, knows it even more clearly. But he suddenly launched an attack on Times Kindergarten. This feels fishy, Pang Chuan said. Lu Shun on the other end of the call also had his pupils contracted slightly. Have you offended anyone recently? After a short while, Lu Shun asked. No. After he finished speaking, Pang Chuan suddenly remembered something, and then said, just this morning, I expelled Jiang Li's daughter, the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. And then that playboy from Miracle Mining, Xiao Rufeng, threatened to close the kindergarten. How could he have that ability? If he had that ability, the Xiao family wouldn't have fallen to its current state. Who is trying to stir up trouble for you? Could it be the Jiang family? No. Absolutely not. That Jiang Li has already been removed from the Jiang family. Now that the Jiang family patriarch is dead, the remaining members of the Jiang family are hoping that Jiang Li will be unlucky. Pang Chuan paused and then said, President Lu, I am not trying to evade responsibility. I really feel that the other side is targeting the Gong group. Targeting the Gong group in Jiangxing? How many heads does that person have? Lucian paused and then said, "All right, I'll call and inquire about the situation." Afterwards, Lu Shun called Zhao Dequan. But Zhao Dequan didn't answer. This guy. Lu Shun was a little annoyed. He is ungrateful, a real turncoat. There was no choice. Lu Shun had to make a trip to the Jiangxing Fire Department in person. But he was turned away again. They didn't let him meet Zhao Dequan. At the same time, the results of the surprise fire safety inspection at Times Kindergarten came out. Times Kindergarten had multiple substandard fire equipment. The second and third floors of the main kindergarten building lacked evacuation stairs. The evacuation doors on the south side of the first floor used sliding doors, which was a serious fire hazard that threatened public safety. The firefighters issued a notice of temporary suspension of classes and rectification on the spot, which was effective immediately. In other words, the kindergarten children who were in class today also had to go home. A mahjong parlor in Jiangxing. A scantily clad young woman was smoking and playing mahjong. "Li Qian, why are you so happy?" A male mahjong player stared at the woman's chest without any restraint and said. The woman named Li Qian was the woman who had used the authority of her husband who worked in the Education Bureau to expel Jiang Yi from the kindergarten. "A little brat annoyed me, so I had her kicked out of Times Kindergarten directly." Li Qian took a drag of her cigarette and then grinned, saying the brat's mother's lover was still not convinced, and he said he was going to shut down Times Kindergarten. I'm dying of laughter. What does he think he is? He should take a look at who owns Times Kindergarten. That's a property of the Gong family. Who would dare shut it down? As soon as she finished speaking, Li Qian's phone rang. It was from the kindergarten. Li Qian directly pressed the answer button. "What?" No one knew what the person on the other end of the phone said, but Li Qian stood up abruptly, causing the mounds of flesh on her chest to tremble violently. Chapter 23, A Top-Tier Beauty. Li Qian's face was one of disbelief. How could this be? It must be a coincidence, right? Yes, it's definitely a coincidence. Just then, the male mahjong player from before asked again, "Li Qian, what's wrong?" Li Qian didn't answer and quickly left. At that moment, someone in the mahjong parlor said, "I just saw a local video on Douyin. It seems Times Kindergarten was raided by the fire department today. It was shut down for safety violations." Huh? That's hilarious. Li Qian was just boasting that no one would dare close down Times Kindergarten. This is such a slap in the face. No wonder Li Qian's face was so ugly just now. It's definitely a slap in the face. One of the female mahjong players said gleefully. Many of the women disliked Li Qian's flashy behavior. Meanwhile, Li Qian didn't believe it was true until she reached the kindergarten. Times Kindergarten was actually closed. Just then, Pang Chuan came out, and Li Qian immediately went up to him. "Principal Pang, our kindergarten will be closed temporarily, right?" Li Qian asked. "That's hard to say." Pang Chuan paused. He looked at Li Qian, suddenly a bit irritated. "It's all your fault. If you hadn't insisted on expelling Jiang Yi, maybe none of this would have happened." No, this has absolutely nothing to do with Jiang Yi or her people. They don't have that kind of power," Li Qian said, shaking her head vigorously. Pang Chuan didn't reply. He too had initially thought it was just a coincidence. But every time he recalled Xiao Rufing's charming but confident smile, he felt a shiver run down his spine. He had been able to get the position of principal at Times Kindergarten because he possessed a certain level of ability, especially in judging people. Back then, he hadn't paid much attention to that Xiao Rufing. But now, the more he thought about it, the more uneasy he became. Just then, Pang Chuan's phone rang. He immediately pressed the answer button. "How is it going?" "Bro, I found out. Someone saw that Xiao Rufing go into the city lord's house, and then Times Kindergarten was raided by the fire department." A voice said over the phone. Pang Chuan's legs suddenly went weak. The city lord? He never would have imagined that this matter was actually connected to the city lord. However, upon closer thought, judging by the attitude of Zhao Dequan, he would never have dared to be so arrogant without a powerful force backing him. But that Xiao Rufing is just a spoiled, good-for-nothing son of a declining third-tier family. How could he be involved with the city lord? Although Luo Yang, the highest administrative officer of Jiangxing, had been in Jiangxing for less than a year, he represented the capital and the central government. It was rumored that the current emperor was in poor health, and all kinds of forces were making moves, so the situation in the capital was quite chaotic. Regardless of who he belonged to, he was not someone a small kindergarten principal could afford to offend. I never would have thought that Xiao Rufing would actually have backing in the capital. I miscalculated. Phew. After taking a deep breath, Pang Chuan looked serious and said, Bro, pull all our people back. The water here is too deep. It's not something that small fry like us can meddle in. After that, Pang Chuan submitted his resignation directly. Before the higher-ups could even approve his resignation, Pang Chuan had already fled. To his credit, the fat man was quite perceptive. Unfortunately, before he could even leave Jiangsheng, Bai Bing caught him. In an abandoned factory on the outskirts of Jiangsheng, Pang Chuan saw Xiao Rufeng again. This time, Xiao Rufeng had Bai Bing and Zhu Kai by his side. He didn't recognize Bai Bing, but he did recognize Zhu Kai. At this moment, Zhu Kai was standing beside Xiao Rufeng as if he was a low-level lackey. Upon seeing this scene, Pang Chuan wasn't surprised. After all, this Xiao Rufeng could go in and out of the city lord's residence. It was normal for him to have a seventh-order martial artist as a subordinate. But, is this guy really just a spoiled son? Or is he actually a wolf in sheep's clothing? After composing himself, Pang Chuan looked at Xiao Rufeng and said with a forced smile, Young Master Xia, I was also just a pawn in this matter. You know, when the people from the Education Bureau said they wanted to expel Jiang Yi, what could a small principal like me do? I'm not here about that. Then, what is it about? Pang Chuan was confused. Xiao Rufeng clapped his hands. Soon after, two of Zhu Kai's subordinates escorted a man who was covered in blood and appeared to be unconscious. Do you recognize this person? Xiao Rufeng asked. Pang Chuan's expression changed drastically. This person was none other than his younger brother, Pang Tong. A few days ago, one of your brother's underlings drove a car to try and murder Jiang Li in front of Jiangxing University. Were you brothers involved in this? Xiao Rufeng asked calmly. Huh? Pang Chuan was stunned. Absolutely not. My brother is involved in the underworld, but he never gets into the business of murder. There must be a misunderstanding. We also think it was a misunderstanding, but your brother is very loyal to his gang and stubbornly refuses to reveal the whereabouts of his underling. If this continues, my patience will wear thin. I think your mother wouldn't want to lose two sons at once, would she? Xiao Rufeng said calmly. Pang Chuan's pupils suddenly constricted. What have you done to my mother? Xiao Rufeng patted Pang Chuan's face and said calmly, I didn't do anything. I just invited her for some tea and snacks. Don't worry, I never kill the innocent. But if the bodies of you two brothers were dragged in front of your mother, how do you think she would feel? Pang Chuan was silent. After a short while, he took a deep breath and then said calmly, Leave this to me. I'll help you ask. Xiao Rufeng said nothing and left the abandoned factory directly. Boss, wait for me. Zhu Kai quickly followed. Bai Bing then said calmly, Your brother just fainted. He didn't suffer any serious injuries. The blood on his body is actually just ketchup. Pang Chuan was stunned. Huh? Ketchup? Our boss has a weird habit of pranking people. After saying this, Bai Bing left. Meanwhile, on the other side, Boss, aren't you worried they'll run? Zhu Kai asked. As long as their mother is in our hands, they can't run anywhere. Xiao Rufeng looked back at the abandoned factory and said calmly, It's hard to find filial sons these days. Zhu Kai chuckled. Boss is very filial too. I've heard that you are currently pretending to be that spoiled young master of the Xia family. And you've even cured old Mrs. Xia's illness. You're so filial even though you're not related by blood. That's true filial piety. Xiao Rufeng rolled his eyes. All right, stop sucking up. If you're going to try sucking up to me, you should at least do a proper job of investigating Jiangxing. What's wrong with Jiangxing? I can't quite put my finger on it, but I have a feeling that the water in Jiangxing is very deep. Even you have to be cautious? I'm not invincible either. Xiao Rufeng paused, then took a business card from his pocket. City Lord Luo Yang fulfilled his promise. I should fulfill mine as well. Zhu Kai leaned over and looked at it, his expression surprised. Anli, you know her? That woman is a top-tier beauty in Jiangxing. Her, but is so perky and round. No man who has seen her doesn't want to touch it. Zhu Kai paused, then shook his head and said, It's a pity that woman has a very fiery temper and she's very strong. No one dares to try anything. After that, Zhu Kai looked at Xiao Rufeng and asked, By the way, boss, how did you get Enlei's business card? When Luo Yang had explained the matter about Enlei to Xiao Rufeng, it had been just the two of them. It was clear that Luo Yang didn't want too many people to know about his relationship with Enlei. This was also a way to protect her. After all, the higher your position, the more enemies you have. Of course, and Lei was even less interested in letting people know about her relationship with Luo Yang. In her eyes, the man who had abandoned his wife and daughter was no longer her father. Xiao Rufeng put away the business card and then looked at Zhu Kai. That's none of your business. He paused, then said, you go back and look after the mother of the Pang brothers. Whether or not we can find the driver who caused the accident depends on that old lady. Okay. Zhu Kai paused and then couldn't help but say, boss, you're too concerned about Jiangli. You're even doing things like kidnapping for her. You even exposed your Grandmaster Realm strength just to help her daughter get revenge. I don't think Bai Bing has ever received this treatment. Before he could finish speaking, Xiao Rufeng kicked Zhu Kai away. If you're tired of living, just tell me. I'll send you to liberation in a minute. Zhu Kai chuckled, got up from the ground, and ran away. Although Bai Bing had also come, she didn't say anything. I'm going to sew that guy's mouth shut sooner or later, Xiao Rufeng said. So, in your heart right now, who's more important, Jiang Li or my sister? Bai Bing asked suddenly. Xiao Rufeng was slightly embarrassed. You too. He looked at the time, then said, I'm going to meet someone. You've been busy ever since you arrived in Jiangcheng and haven't even seen your sister yet. If you have the time, go see her. After that, Xiao Rufeng left. Half an hour later, Xiao Rufeng arrived at the Yixing Dance Academy. Although it was called an academy, it was actually just a dance training institution. It was just a larger scale, similar to New Oriental. As soon as Xiao Rufeng arrived at the entrance of the Yixing Dance Academy, he was stopped by the security guard. What are you doing here? I'm here to sign up for dance lessons, Xiao Rufeng said. You're also here to sign up for dance lessons with teacher and Lei? The security guard asked. Yes. Get in line, the security guard said, pointing to the long line in front of the school gate. Xiao Rufeng glanced at it, his mouth twitched slightly. There are so many people. It seems that teacher and Lei's dance teaching level must be very high, Xiao Rufeng said. The security guard rolled his eyes. All right, stop pretending. None of you are here to learn dance. You're just trying to take advantage of teacher and Lei. But the security guard looked at the long line and grinned. What is it? Xiao Rufeng asked curiously. The security guard's smile was very meaningful. Nothing, just get in line slowly. After Xiao Rufeng left, the security guard said, another idiot. Just wait to be toyed around by Lei. She never teaches male students how to dance. Even if you waited until dark, you still wouldn't be able to register. Xiao Rufeng had exceptionally sharp hearing. He had heard what the security guard had said. However, he had not intended to wait in line. He wasn't that free. After a short while, Xiao Rufeng arrived at a secluded place, then easily jumped over a wall that was 4 or 5 meters high and entered the yard of the dance academy. But, Chapter 24, Beauty, if you have an issue, come at me. When Xiao Rufeng landed after jumping over the high wall, it seemed to be a swimming pool, and it seemed like he had landed in a changing room. At this time, a window on the side of the changing room facing the high wall was open, and a woman was changing inside. She seemed to have just finished swimming. At this time, she was bending over and pulling off her swimsuit, which was already down to her ankles. Although he couldn't see her face, the body displayed by this bent posture was absolutely flawless, especially her waist and hips. Her waist and hips are top-notch. When she bends over, there's not a single bit of excess fat on her waist. And her hips are just amazing, with a perfect shape. At this time, the woman changing in the room seemed to sense something and turned her head. Xiao Rufeng was a little distracted and didn't manage to hide in time. Both sides were stunned as their eyes met. Holy crap! Xiao Rufeng was a bit embarrassed. The woman was actually in Lei, the person he was trying to find. He had seen in Lei's photo in the school's brochure on the outside bulletin board. It was only an upper body shot. He hadn't realized that in Lei's lower body was even more stunning. No wonder that Zhu Kai guy said that no man in Jiangcheng can see in Lei's body without their hormones going wild. That waist, that hip, it's really hard not to get worked up. While he was lost in thought, Xiao Rufeng suddenly felt a surge of killing intent. Looking up, Lei had already changed her clothes and was walking towards the window. Xiao Rufeng, feeling guilty, quickly ran away. A moment later, Lei appeared outside the window. The changing room window at the swimming pool was located in a dead end. Outside was a high wall, and there was no other way to get to the window besides climbing over the wall. But this was a 4 or 5 meter high wall. Not to mention ordinary people, even martial artists would find it difficult to climb over. More importantly, even if you could climb over, you would inevitably create a loud noise when landing. But there had been none, and Lei's pupils constricted. Just who is that person? How did he sneak in, and when? Meanwhile, on the other side, after escaping from the Yixing Dance Academy, Xiao Rufeng sat down by the bank of Jiangqing's moat. And Lei's slim waist and pert hips were still etched in his mind. Her waist and hip ratio is so perfect. Is this what they call the golden ratio? At this moment, his phone alarm went off. He had set it intentionally. Xiao Rufeng jumped up. It's time to pick up E from school. When he arrived at the kindergarten, there were already a lot of parents there. Somewhat surprisingly, most of the parents were men. Usually, it was mostly women who picked up children from kindergarten. Do all the men in Jiangqing like children this much? While he was thinking, the male hormones around him suddenly surged. Xiao Rufeng then followed everyone's gaze and wiped a bead of cold sweat. At this moment, a young woman was walking over. She was tall and slender. Her posture was enchanting and graceful, and her steps were full of sway, like an elegant cat. Her gaze was bewitching, like a deep and bottomless lake that made people want to explore more. Her figure was exquisitely curved, and wearing a tight-fitting outfit only made her more eye-catching. Every move she made radiated a captivating fragrance that made people become addicted and unable to free themselves. To be fair, the woman was indeed a top-tier beauty. Xiao Rufeng also finally understood why there were so many male parents who had come to the kindergarten to pick up their children. They weren't here to pick up their kids. They were clearly here to see the beautiful woman. But this woman was none other than Enlei. At that moment, Enlei also saw Xiao Rufeng, her pupils constricting suddenly. This man was the one who had seen her naked body. She walked over to Xiao Rufeng, ready to slap this peeping Tom. Why are you here? At this moment, Zhang Li's voice suddenly sounded from behind them. Zhang Li had also come. She paused and looked at all the male parents nearby, and her mouth twitched. These men are so true to their nature. They're all here for Enlei. Enlei turned her head and glanced at Zhang Li, then looked at Xiao Rufeng. Zhang Li, do you know this man? He's my fiancé, Xiao Rufeng, Zhang Li said calmly. She had also told Enlei before that she had a fiancé, but she hadn't revealed Xiao Rufeng's name. Because back then, Xiao Rufeng was too embarrassing to mention. But now, this Xiao Rufeng, after losing his memory, although still a little frivolous and flirtatious, was so much better than before. At least, Zhang Li dared to say his name. Enlei snorted coldly. Your taste in men really sucks. Zhang Li also gave a cold laugh. You are better at picking men? If you have good taste, you wouldn't be divorced. Enlei, do you want to fight? Enlei said, her face filled with dark lines. Xiao Rufeng immediately pulled Zhang Li behind him. No way. Zhang Li didn't know any martial arts, but this Enlei was obviously skilled in martial arts. Beauty, if you have an issue, come at me, Xiao Rufeng said. While the three were arguing, the kindergarten children, led by their teachers, began to come out of the classrooms. Mom! A little girl, about the same age as Jiang Yi, ran towards Enlei. She was the friend that Jiang Yi had mentioned, Anqi. She was Enlei's daughter. The Enlei who had just been full of killing intent suddenly changed when she faced her daughter, and she had a gentle look on her face. Mom! At this moment, Jiang Yi saw Jiang Li and ran over. Jiang Li had already stretched out her arms to hug Jiang Yi. But halfway there, Jiang Yi suddenly saw Xiao Rufeng and became even more excited. Uncle Feng. Then, Jiang Yi instantly changed her direction and ran towards Xiao Rufeng. Jiang Li, with her arms stretched out, was left hanging, looking quite awkward. Upon seeing this, Enlei grinned. Oh my, someone's fragile heart is about to break. As soon as she finished speaking, Anqi, who was beside Enlei, also ran to Xiao Rufeng. Is this your dad? He's not yet. But he will be sooner or later, Zhang Yi said. Then, Anqi suddenly said, then can he be my dad too? Cough cough. Both Zhang Li and Enlei choked. Xiao Rufeng, while holding Zhang Yi in one arm and Anqi in the other, looked at Enlei and said, Children, say whatever comes to mind, teacher, and please don't mind. He didn't say that Zhang Yi was just talking nonsense, because he actually wanted to be her dad. Zhang Li didn't dwell on this point either. She was now Xiao Rufeng's fiancé, so Xiao Rufeng was theoretically Zhang Yi's future father. However, she looked at Xiao Rufeng and Enlei, a suspicious expression on her face. Do you two know each other? She finally voiced her inner doubt. I wouldn't call it knowing each other. We've just met once, Enlei said. Where did you meet? Zhang Li asked again. You would have to ask your fiancé about that. After Enlei said that, she came in front of Xiao Rufeng and said, Give me my daughter, Who would have thought that Anchi would hug Xia Rufeng's neck tightly? I don't want to go home. There's no one to play with me at home, and Mommy doesn't play with me either. Mommy's busy, And Lei clenched her fists and didn't say anything else. Xia Rufeng then said, how about I take Anchi back to my house first, and then I'll send her back to you tonight? And Lei was about to refuse, but Anchi said, that's great. Zhang Yi was also very happy. The two little girls held hands, looking extremely happy. And Lei's lips moved, but she didn't say anything in the end. At that time, Zhang Li smiled and said, if you're worried, you can come along too. No, I have something to do. And Lei paused, then looked at Anchi and said, Anchi, you can play until 9 o'clock at most. I'll come pick you up. Okay. Anchi nodded her head vigorously. And Lei didn't say anything else, and then left. After that, Xia Rufeng drove the car. Zhang Li sat in the passenger seat, and the two children sat in the back seat, and they left the kindergarten. After arriving back at the Xia family's residence, the two children went upstairs to play. Xia Rufeng, how did you meet Lei? Zhang Li asked again, and Lei's reaction had made her somewhat concerned. This? Xia Rufeng braced himself. It was just an accident. What kind of accident? Zhang Li asked. I went to the Yixing Dance Academy, and then I accidentally saw Lei changing her clothes, Xia Rufeng said weakly. Even if he didn't admit it, Lei would probably say it. Zhang Li. After a short while, Zhang Li said with a dark face, you really are a leopard can't change its spots. She felt a little angry. In the past, she didn't care what her fiancé did. It was fine for her to overlook him just looking at a woman changing clothes. Her fiancé had a whole string of mistresses. She never cared about that. But now, Xia Rufeng was speechless. Although stumbling upon Lei while she was changing was indeed an accident. But the fact that he had stared at Lei's naked body for quite a while was not something he could explain. After a short while, Zhang Li also realized that her emotions were a bit off. Sigh, why am I even bothered? I've already decided to end the engagement. Zhang Li stopped talking and went to the backyard to visit old Mrs. Xia. Under Xia Rufeng's treatment, the old lady's health was improving. By the way, Zhang Li, I heard that the Jiang family asked you to go to your grandfather's memorial service? Old Mrs. Xia asked. Zhang Li nodded. They asked me to bring Xia Rufeng along. She paused and then added, they probably have some ill intentions. They definitely do, but... Old Mrs. Xia held Zhang Li's hand and then said, I think you should go anyway. Your parents passed away early, and your grandmother also passed away 2 years ago. Your grandfather was your only direct relative. Okay, Zhang Li said. She paused and looked at old Mrs. Xia. Grandma, how's your body now? Much better. Old Mrs. Xia was very excited. I never thought that my grandson had this ability. I always thought he was just a good-for-nothing fool, and I always worried that he wasn't good enough for you. Zhang Li's lips moved. She wanted to tell old Mrs. Xia that she wanted to end the engagement with Xia Rufeng, but upon seeing old Mrs. Xia's expression, she couldn't bring herself to say it. Half an hour later, when she left old Mrs. Xia's yard, Xia Rufeng was standing at the door. If you can't say it, I'll do it, Xia Rufeng said calmly. He glanced into the room and then added, Grandma's health is much better now. Even if she is shocked, with me by her side, nothing will happen. Zhang Li bit her lip. This was an opportunity to get rid of the engagement that was forced on her and regain her freedom. This was the opportunity she had always looked forward to and wanted. But why couldn't she bring herself to say it? Hearing the happy laughter of Zhang Yi coming from the front courtyard, Zhang Li remained silent. During this time, her daughter's laughter was more than all of her laughter from the past few years combined. At this time, Xia Rufeng reached out and touched Zhang Li's head and said with a slight smile, you don't have to be so conflicted. Grandma is a sensible person. She will understand you. Xia Rufeng paused and then said, I'll go tell the old lady about the cancellation of the engagement. After that, Xia Rufeng was about to go into the house. But Zhang Li pulled him back. What is it? Xia Rufeng turned his head and asked Zhang Li. Zhang Li grabbed Xia Rufeng's sleeve and lowered her head. After a moment of silence, she said, let's wait a little longer. Xia Rufeng laughed. Okay, how about we wait until after your grandfather's memorial service is over the day after tomorrow? Otherwise, without the engagement, I won't be able to accompany you to your grandfather's memorial service. At that moment, Zhang Li's phone rang. After seeing the caller ID, Zhang Li's expression revealed a hint of weirdness. Who is it? Xia Rufeng asked casually. Gong Xin, the eldest daughter of the Gong family in Jiangcheng, Jiang Li said. Xia Rufeng. Jiang Li was just his convenient fiancé, and Gong Xin was his true fiancé. However, he didn't have a very good impression of this fiancé. I'll go take the call. After saying this, Jiang Li left. A moment later, Jiang Li finished the call and came back. What did that Gong Xin want? Xia Rufeng asked, pretending to be casual. She asked me to go have tea with her. Jiang Li paused, and then looked at Xia Rufeng and said, she asked me to bring you along too. Chapter 25. Two Fiancés Meet. Xia Rufeng's pupils constricted. When did the esteemed young lady of the Gong family become interested in a good-for-nothing son of a third-rate family like me? Jiang Li also wore a confused look. I don't know either. Let's go see, Xia Rufeng said calmly. In truth, he knew very well. Gong Xin had most likely recognized him. But it didn't matter. Xia Rufeng hadn't expected to be able to hide from Gong Xin. Moreover, even if she didn't come looking for him, he would take the initiative to find her. Jiang Li didn't think too much about it. It was impossible for her to imagine that her fiancé was an imposter. And even more impossible for her to know that Gong Xin was actually Xia Rufeng's real fiancé. Just then, Xia Rian also came back. She was currently a graduate student at Jiangcheng Normal University, still in school. Perfect timing. I was just about to call you, Xia Rufeng said. You two are going out? Yep, we have a date, Xia Rufeng said with a chuckle. Xia Rian's face darkened. Right, Rian, Jiang Li said. Yi and Anqi are playing in the living room. Please watch over them. Xia Rian was aggrieved. You value your love life more than your friends. Jiang Li was a bit embarrassed. Don't listen to your brother's nonsense. She paused, and then said, Gong Xin just called me. Then what is Xia Rufeng going to do? Of course, he's going to protect his wife. Xia Rufeng interjected. Xia Rian. Before Xia Rian could speak again, Xia Rufeng had already wrapped his arm around Jiang Li's waist and left. Once they were out of Xia Rian's sight, Jiang Li immediately peeled off the hand that was wrapped around her waist. You really know how to take advantage of every opportunity, Jiang Li said irritably. Xia Rufeng laughed. My wife's waist is really slender. What use is a slender waist? And Lei's hourglass figure with its slender waist and perky hips is the ultimate, Jiang Li said. Xia Rufeng nodded in agreement. Indeed, and Lei's figure is truly every man's ultimate fantasy. Jiang Li. She didn't say anything and turned to leave. Wife, I was just joking. Don't be angry. I'm not your wife. We're breaking up soon, Jiang Li said, pouting. Even when she was angry, she looked so cute. Xia Rufeng's heart suddenly beat faster. As a man, Xia Rufeng's hormones did surge more easily when he faced someone as stunning as Lei. But the one who made his heart flutter was Jiang Li. Of course, there was also Bai Shui from a few years ago. After composing himself, Xia Rufeng quickened his pace and caught up to Jiang Li. My little koi, are you still angry? Humph. Cute, Xia Rufeng said with a chuckle. Huffed. Jiang Li was nearly spitting blood. Her face was flushed, and she suddenly pounced on Xia Rufeng, biting his shoulder. Xia Rufeng was a bit embarrassed. Does Jiangcheng have a popular trend of biting people? He had been bitten by Xia Rian before as well. However, Jiang Li hadn't used much force, so Xia Rufeng didn't mind. In fact, he even enjoyed Jiang Li's little jealous moments. About half an hour later, Xia Rufeng arrived at Jiangcheng's pier with Jiang Li. Jiangcheng was a city located along the river and by the sea. Whether it was by the river or by the sea, there were floating restaurants. And the floating restaurant that Xia Rufeng and Jiang Li had come to this evening was called Water Moon. It was the most luxurious floating restaurant in Jiangcheng, converted from a cruise ship. But unlike other floating restaurants converted from ships, the Water Moon restaurant was mobile. It only stayed in Jiangcheng for 1 month each year. This mobile floating restaurant was very famous throughout the country. Each time it came to Jiangcheng, its reservations were always fully booked. But today, this floating restaurant was eerily quiet. At the pier, there was a sign that read, "Closed today." Jiang Li looked displeased. Is Gong Xin messing with us? As she turned around to leave, a man in a suit walked over. Are you Miss Jiang Li? The man asked. Jiang Li turned around and looked at him. Yes, I am. I am Cui Shi, the housekeeper of the Gong family in Jiangcheng. Our young lady is waiting for you on the deck. The man bowed slightly. His manners were impeccable. Jiang Li looked at Xia Rufeng. She probably didn't even realize it, but she was now subconsciously relying on Xia Rufeng. Xia Rufeng smiled faintly. Since Miss Gong has so graciously extended an invitation, let's go take a look. Zhongli pursed her lips. I think you just want to see Gong Xian's beauty. Is this Miss Gong very beautiful? Xiao Ruffing asked, knowing the answer. Stop pretending. Who in Jiangqing doesn't know that the Gong family's eldest daughter is both beautiful and talented? She's not only beautiful and has a great figure, but she's also extremely talented. In martial arts, she was accepted in a Qinglong Martial Arts Academy, our nation's strongest martial arts academy, at a young age. It is said that she's already a ninth-order martial artist now. Although Jiang Li wasn't involved in martial arts, she also knew how powerful a ninth-order martial artist was. It was said that even the head of Jiangqing's defense force was only an eighth-order martial artist. The gold medal bodyguard that their Jiang family had hired at a high price seemed to only be a sixth-order martial artist. And Gong Xian was only 23 years old now. It was easy to predict that if nothing unexpected happened, she would surely be able to advance to the Grandmaster realm. That was the pinnacle of martial arts at the moment. Every Grandmaster-level expert was someone who could control an area. Just then, Xiao Ruffeng smiled. Are you jealous? Yeah, don't flatter yourself. That's not possible. I would never like you in this lifetime, let alone be jealous of you, Jiang Li said decisively. This woman, using a modern, popular term, was tsundere. Xiao Ruffeng didn't say anything. Afterwards, under the guidance of Cui Shi, the two boarded the restaurant that had been converted from a cruise ship. The restaurant below was indeed empty. The three of them took the elevator directly to the top floor. This was the non-public area of the Water Moon restaurant. Even VIP customers of the Water Moon restaurant were not allowed to come here. Only those who were invited could reach the top floor of the Water Moon restaurant. The elevator opened after reaching the top floor. Please, both of you, Cui Shi said, bowing. Xiao Ruffeng glanced at Jiang Li and suddenly took her hand. Jiang Li's face flushed, and she instinctively tried to break free. But she didn't succeed. So, she simply gave up and allowed Xiao Ruffeng to hold her hand. As Xiao Ruffeng held Jiang Li's hand, his expression was calm and confident, and his pace was elegant and refined. This made Jiang Li feel quite unfamiliar. In her impression, although her fiancé was a son of a wealthy family, his upbringing and demeanor were truly not worth mentioning. He was completely like a thug. When did this guy become so gentlemanly? With this doubt in her heart, a woman wearing a burgundy evening gown came into view. It was Gong Xian. At this moment, Gong Xian, in her burgundy evening gown, was incomparably elegant, noble, and could even rival the brilliance of the moon in the sky. Jiang Li felt a sense of inferiority. Beautiful women were usually very conceited. Jiang Li was the same. But when she faced Gong Xian, Jiang Li felt a little inferior. Whether it was family background, martial arts talent, overall ability, or even her own beauty that she was most proud of, Gong Xian seemed to be stronger in every aspect. If it was between me and Gong Xian, no man would probably choose me. At this moment, the hand she was holding in Xiao Ruffeng's palm was suddenly gripped tighter. Jiang Li subconsciously looked up at Xiao Ruffeng. Xiao Ruffeng was smiling at her. Although he didn't say anything, that smile seemed to contain a healing power, dispelling the unease and even the inferiority in her heart. Gong Xian walked over. She had seen the subtle interaction between Xiao Ruffeng and Jiang Li just now. Her expression was calm, and no one knew what she was thinking. Jiang Li, you're here. Gong Xian greeted them with a smile. It's been at least 2 years since we last met after attending your grandmother's memorial service. About that, Jiang Li paused and glanced at Xiao Ruffeng before adding, let me introduce you. This is my fiancé, Xiao Ruffeng. Although many people don't know about it, my grandmother arranged our engagement when she was alive. Gong Xian smiled slightly. I know about this, so I asked you to bring him along. She paused and then pointed to the only dining table on the deck and said with a smile, please sit down. Xiao Ruffeng walked quickly to the dining table, then pulled out one of the chairs and motioned for Jiang Li to sit down. Then he sat down next to Jiang Li. Gong Xian sat down opposite them at the table. She looked at Xiao Ruffeng and said with a smile, you're so considerate. Not at all like the spoiled playboy that the rumors describe. He hit his head a few days ago and lost his memory, Jiang Li said. I see, memory loss can indeed change a person, Gong Xian said with a smile. Xiao Ruffeng knew very well that Gong Xian had already seen through his identity. However, he didn't speak. He wanted to see what kind of tricks Gong Xian was going to play. Right, Gong Xian, why did you suddenly look for me today? Zhongli asked directly at that moment. It's like this. Isn't the Times kindergarten on Taihu Road our family's property? Gong Xin asked. Oh, I know, Zhongli said calmly. My daughter used to study there. Used to? She doesn't study there anymore? No, she transferred schools. Why? Gong Xin asked again. The reason. Zhongli bit her lip and then said calmly, it's nothing. My daughter just didn't want to study there anymore. She paused, looked at Gong Xin, and then asked, what are you trying to say? That kindergarten has been closed down, Gong Xin said. What? Zhang Li stood up abruptly. She had just heard about this. Then, she suddenly thought of something and turned her head to look at Xiao Rufeng. Xiao Rufeng had once said, since he can't attend this school, then this school has no value in existing. Zhang Li had originally thought that Xiao Rufeng was just saying those words in anger. She didn't think that Xiao Rufeng could actually close down Times kindergarten. That was the Gong family's property in Jiangxing. In this city, who would dare touch the Gong family's businesses? But now, no, this should have nothing to do with Xiao Rufeng. I know exactly how much he can do. If he had the ability to shut down the Gong family's businesses, the Xiao family wouldn't have declined to the point of near bankruptcy. But is it really just that much of a coincidence? Zhang Li's mind couldn't process too much. At this moment, Xiao Rufeng gently flicked Zhang Li's forehead with his finger and said with a smile, all right, don't think so much. Maybe it was a concerned citizen who reported it. A kindergarten that doesn't focus on education, but becomes a place for cliques and personal gain. That alone is enough to be shut down. Gong Xian clapped lightly and said with a smile, well said. Actually, this Times kindergarten was originally a project that I spearheaded with the goal of cultivating better students for the country. The lives of many children could be determined from kindergarten, so I wanted to start systematically cultivating talent from kindergarten. She paused, shook her head, and then added, but unfortunately, this originally public welfare project has been led astray. Now many parents are desperately sending their children to our kindergarten, but not for the purpose of cultivating children. Instead, they're using their children as a medium, treating our kindergarten as a social gathering place for adults. It's truly an evil crime. Gong Xin paused, looked at Xiao Rufeng intentionally or unintentionally, and said with a smile, that unknown, passionate citizen was right to report it. If I knew who he was, I would definitely reward him handsomely. Xiao Rufeng picked up the conversation and said with a chuckle, he should be rewarded well. Then, Gong Xin looked at Xiao Rufeng and smiled slightly and asked, Mr. Xia, what do you think I should reward him with? Xiao Rufeng looked at the patch of white skin that was exposed in the neckline of Gong Xian's low-cut evening dress and suddenly grinned. Chapter 26. You're my man, others are just lovers. However, just as he was staring at Gong Xian's chest and revealing a hint of a wicked smile, Xiao Rufeng's foot was stepped on under the table. It was very clear that Zhang Li had stepped on him. Xiao Rufeng awkwardly withdrew his gaze. But then, another foot suddenly reached out, scratching Xiao Rufeng's leg. Moreover, that perverted foot was constantly moving towards Xiao Rufeng's crotch. It was poised to go straight to the heart. Xiao Rufeng wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He looked at Gong Xian, who was sitting across the table. At this time, Gong Xian still looked elegant and poised, very much in line with the demeanor of the eldest daughter of Jiangxing's top family. But, damn it, what is this woman's foot trying to do? So shameless. But it's also normal. If she had any shame, she wouldn't have drugged her own fiancé in order to break off their engagement. In other people's eyes, the eldest daughter of Jiangxing's Gong family was elegant, noble, gentle, and generous, and was both beautiful and talented. She was a perfect woman with almost no flaws that could be found. For many years, she had been the undisputed #1 goddess in the hearts of Jiangxing men. You might think that Gong Xian doesn't have that many suitors in Jiangxing. That's because most people know their place. They were very aware of the gap between themselves and Gong Xian. For women of this level, they could only admire from afar. They would even feel inferior if they got too close. They were to be viewed from afar and not touched. But Xiao Rufeng knew this woman's true nature very well. She was despicable, insidious, extremely pragmatic, and had a very deep level of scheming. Speaking of which, she's quite well matched with that Xiao Han. While he was thinking, Gong Xian's foot had already reached Xiao Rufeng's crotch. Damn it, this woman has really long legs. He didn't dare to reveal this to Zhang Li. He could only quietly put his hand under the table and grab Gong Xian's ankle. At this time, the servers started to bring the dishes to the table. They were all Xiao Rufing's favorite dishes. This woman is definitely targeting me. Just then, Gong Xian smiled slightly. Please try these dishes. I made them myself. Zhangli was a bit surprised. You can cook. Cooking is a necessary skill for women. As the saying goes, to win a man's heart, you must first win his stomach, Gong Xian said with a smile. Zhangli also smiled and said, that is meant for ordinary women. If you wanted to conquer a man, a single glance would make him surrender. You're exaggerating. I'm not exaggerating. As long as you speak up, the men in Jiangcheng will go crazy for you, Zhangli said. Including your fiancé? Gong Xian asked suddenly. Zhangli. She turned her head and looked at Xiao Rufeng, and her lips twitched slightly. Perhaps, Zhangli said. Absolutely not. Xiao Rufeng looked at Zhangli tenderly and added, my eyes are only for you. Zhangli rolled her eyes. If I was 10 years younger, maybe I would believe it. I have truly reformed. Haven't you heard that a prodigal son who returns home is more precious than gold? Xiao Rufeng said. I've also heard that it is easier to change a mountain than a person's nature. Looking at Xiao Rufeng and Zhangli bickering, Gong Xian's expression was calm, and no one knew what she was thinking. A moment later, she suddenly placed a piece of sweet and sour pork into Xiao Rufeng's plate. Try this. I heard that you really like sweet and sour pork, so I made it especially for you. Gong Xian said. As soon as Zhangli heard this, she sensed that something wasn't right. Her face darkened instantly. Gong Xian, what do you mean by this? Zhangli asked, displeased. If it had been in the past, Zhangli would have been delighted for other women to take Xiao Rufeng away. But now, she didn't know when, but she had started to have a possessive desire for Xiao Rufeng. Gong Xian laughed. Zhangli, don't misunderstand. I'm just joking. Zhangli rolled her eyes. She paused, looked at Gong Xian, and then said, Gong Xian, I more or less understand why you asked me here. However, you got the wrong person. The closure of Time's kindergarten has nothing to do with us. Neither I nor Xiao Rufeng has the ability to do that. So, I can't eat this meal. After speaking, Zhangli looked at Xiao Rufeng, who was sitting beside her, and then said, Xiao Rufeng, let's go home. But Xiao Rufeng just sat there, not moving. It wasn't that he didn't want to move, but under the table, Gong Xian's foot had hooked on his Xiao Rufeng's ankle. He couldn't move. It should be noted that Gong Xian was already a 9th order martial artist, and she had a lot of power. Unless Xiao Rufeng used the power of the Grandmaster realm, it would be very difficult for him to get rid of Gong Xian's soul-snatching foot without being noticed by Zhangli. Zhangli couldn't see what was happening under the table. Seeing that Xiao Rufeng was sitting there without moving, she also looked very embarrassed. Since you like staying here, then stay here. After saying that, Zhangli angrily left. After Zhangli left, Xiao Rufeng forcibly pulled Gong Xian's foot away from his ankle. Gong Xian, can you have a little shame? Xiao Rufeng said calmly. Xiao Rufeng's words were very harsh, but Gong Xian wasn't angry. She said with a smile, if having shame could lead to success, then I would want to have shame too. But unfortunately, having shame can't lead to success. What exactly do you want? Xiao Rufeng asked again. Gong Xian stood up and then walked to the ship's railing. She gazed at the city lights of Jiangcheng. She didn't say anything. Xiao Rufeng looked at Gong Xian's back. Although she was enchanting and alluring, she also had a faint sense of loneliness. What exactly is this woman carrying on her shoulders? Xiao Rufeng also walked over. He didn't continue to ask her. The one who was spying on me at my door the night before last was you, right? Gong Xian then smiled and asked, what? Are you still thinking about me? Xiao Rufeng rolled his eyes. You're thinking too much. I was just passing by there that day. He paused, turned his head and glanced at Gong Xian, then added, Gong Xian, it has to be said that you and that Xia Han are quite well matched. Match my ass. Gong Xian also rolled her eyes. What else can two foxes do together other than engage in infighting every day? That is not the kind of marriage that I want. She paused and then said calmly, Xia Han is just a chess piece to me. Like me? Xiao Rufeng asked. How could that be? Gong Xian reached out and stroked Xiao Rufeng's chest, then gave a charming smile. You are my man. Others are just my lovers. Slap. Xiao Rufeng smacked Gong Xian's perverted hand away, and then said, Gong Xian, Do you think that even if you do those despicable things to me, I would still forgive you? I don't think so. But Gong Xen paused, smiled slightly, and then added, we're all adults. As long as our interests align, we can put aside our differences. Isn't that how adults interact? Xiao Ruffing reached out and lifted Gong Xian's soft chin with his fingers, and then grinned. You know, sometimes I would really like to kill you, but other times you can be very cute. Gong Xian didn't push away Xiao Rufing's fingers and let Xiao Rufing's fingers play with her chin. She wasn't angry at all. Then, she suddenly smiled, and then asked, then tell me, how did you convince the city lord to go to war with our Gong family? I refuse, Xiao Rufeng said with a smile. If that's the case, then I won't be your little cutie anymore. Gong Xian then asked. You were never my little cutie, Xiao Rufeng said. The smile on Gong Xian's face instantly turned cold. Then, she suddenly pounced on Xiao Rufeng like lightning. Her speed was extremely fast, and she had almost approached Xiao Rufeng in an instant. Then, a sharp fist swung towards Xiao Rufeng's abdomen. The fist was accompanied by a fierce wind, containing a terrifying amount of power within. If an ordinary person were to take such a blow, they would probably die instantly. Just as Gong Xian's fist was about to land on his body, Xiao Rufeng moved. He extended his right hand and blocked it in front of him. Bang! This was the sound of fist against flesh. When the two forces collided, even the surrounding space rippled. The enormous impact force made the two of them retreat several steps. Gong Xian had not held back at all in this punch. It could be said that it was her full power attack. The power of this attack was at the top tier among ninth-order martial artists. And Xiao Rufeng hadn't used his chi. He hadn't even used the power of the Grandmaster realm, and he restricted his strength to the level of a ninth-order martial artist. My dear fiancé, are you trying to murder your husband? Xiao Rufeng said with a chuckle, clapping his hands. Gong Xian also smiled slightly. I knew that you wouldn't die, so that's why I gave it my all. But it seems like I still can't do anything to you. It's been 5 years since we last met. I've been studying at Qinglong Martial Arts Academy, and I thought that I could defeat you. But it seems that I'm still not good enough. You've also improved a lot in these 5 years. Where did you go to study? Gong Xian didn't know about Xiao Rufeng joining the army in the northern border. She had no idea that the northern border king, the Azura war god, was Xiao Rufeng. It's a secret, Xiao Rufeng said with a smile. Darling, you're not being fair. You were so gentle to Jiangli. Why are you so dismissive towards me? Gong Xian looked aggrieved, and then added, You're so biased. I'm clearly your legitimate fiancé. As soon as she finished speaking, Gong Xian suddenly attacked again without warning. This time, her speed had improved again, and was even faintly approaching the speed of the Grandmaster realm. This also made Xiao Rufeng somewhat surprised. It should be noted that Gong Xian had not yet broken through the large and small heavenly circuits, and could not use qi. Without the assistance of qi, her speed was already close to breaking through the limits of ordinary martial artists. This woman's martial arts talent is really a bit frightening. However, who is Xiao Rufeng? He was the northern border king, the Azura war god. In these past few years, he had fought in battles in the northern border, and his practical experience was many times greater than Gong Xian's. As Gong Xian was rushing towards him with the speed of thunder, Xiao Rufeng suddenly whistled. Gong Xian's mind was instantly affected. Although it was just a moment of distraction, Xiao Rufeng still seized the opportunity. Taking advantage of Gong Xian's brief lapse in concentration, he reached out and grabbed Gong Xian's neck lightning fast. Gong Xian, whose neck was held by Xiao Rufeng, simply spread her arms out. I lost. She looked at Xiao Rufeng, her eyes flirtatious, and then added, I'm willing to accept my defeat. You can now do anything to me. After saying that, Gong Xian tore off the clothes on her body. A flawless body was exposed to Xiao Rufeng's eyes without any cover or reservation. Chapter 27 Don't think I'm as perverted as you. Xiao Rufeng looked calmly at Gong Xian. Does Miss Gong have exhibitionist tendencies? Of course not. But being naked in front of one's fiancé isn't exactly immoral, is it? Gong Xian chuckled. Indeed, at this moment, only Xiao Rufeng and Gong Xian were on the vast deck. Xiao Rufeng's expression remained placid. Do you think you can do whatever you want and no one will blame you? Are you still dwelling on what happened 5 years ago? Gong Xian asked. There are many ways to break off an engagement. Why resort to drugging me? And even if you drugged me, why did you? A cold glint flashed in Xiao Rufeng's eyes. Why lock me in with an underage child? She was just a child. Doesn't your conscience bother you after doing something so depraved? Gong Xin remained silent. What if I told you that the girl only looked young, but was actually an adult? Would you believe me? Who? The girl you locked me in with. Nonsense. That innocent face, 12 years old at most. You're telling me she was an adult? Do you think I'm a fool? Gong Xin shrugged. Then I have nothing to say. She looked at Xiao Rufeng and added indifferently. You can kill me now. Xiao Rufeng's pupils constricted. You think I wouldn't dare? Gong Xin didn't reply, simply gazing at him calmly, offering no resistance. Xiao Rufeng's right hand still gripped her neck. He began to apply pressure. Gong Xin struggled to breathe, her face paling. But just then, Xiao Rufeng suddenly released her and leaped back. Almost simultaneously, a sniper bullet whizzed past the spot where he had been standing. Judging by the trajectory, the sniper had clearly aimed at Xiao Rufeng's head. Gong Xin, you despicable woman. You set an ambush. Xiao Rufeng's face darkened. Oh, what a pity. It didn't splatter your brains. Gong Xin chuckled. Xiao Rufeng shook his head. I knew someone as venomous as you wouldn't apologize with their life. I'm only 23. I have my whole life ahead of me. Why would I want to die? Gong Xin paused, then looked at Xiao Rufeng and continued. Xiao Rufeng, I know you. Want revenge, and I believe you're capable of it. But, she paused again, a grin spreading across her face. But what about Zhongli and her daughter? Xiao Rufeng's rage exploded. If you touch a hair on their heads, I'll make your entire family pay. Oh, how scary, Gong Xin grinned. Don't worry, that's why I'm here tonight. She looked at him and continued. How about we call a truce? Xiao Rufeng remained silent. Gong Xin added, I can't die now. I still have things to do. When I'm finished, I'll let you do whatever you want with me. But until then, I hope we can coexist peacefully. Xiao Rufeng's eyes flickered. He had to admit, confronting Gong Xin now would be foolish. His gut told him that turbulent undercurrents were swirling beneath the surface of Jiangxing. He didn't know what they were, but there were signs that they might be connected to the capital. The situation in the capital was volatile, and anything related to it could be described as a matter of grave importance. He needed to investigate. As a soldier, a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, his responsibility wasn't just the safety of the 3 northern provinces, but the national security of the entire country. So, at this stage, he couldn't afford to antagonize Jiangxing's local power broker. Fine, we have a deal. With that, Xiao Rufeng turned and left. After his departure, a maid brought Gong Xin new clothes. Once dressed, she was joined on deck by a woman in a tight-fitting suit. Miss Gong, I apologize. I missed, the woman said. Slap. Gong Xin slapped her across the face. Who told you to shoot? The woman was stunned. Recovering, she stammered. If I hadn't shot, he might have killed you. He wouldn't have, Gong Xin stated. How can you be so sure? If he wanted to kill me, he could have used me as a shield when he sensed you were about to shoot. But he didn't. He even subtly pushed me forward slightly to avoid any accidental injury, Gong Xin explained. That! Gong Xin clasped her hands behind her back and walked to the railing, gazing in the direction Xiao Rufeng had gone. That man, he's always had a bark worse than his bite. She paused, then turned to the woman in the suit. Any movement from Xiaohan? No, I think he might have realized he's being followed. Withdraw everyone. Xiaohan isn't someone you can handle. Gong Xin paused again. Also, I'm attending Elder Zhang's memorial service the day after tomorrow. Make the arrangements. Yes, Miss Gong. Meanwhile, Xiao Rufeng drove home from the Water Moon restaurant. By the time he arrived, Jiang Li and Jiang Yi had already left. Xiao Rufeng, what did you do to Jiang Li? She seemed pretty angry when she came back, Xiao Riyue asked. Oh, I lifted her skirt, Xiao Rufeng lied casually. Xiao Riyue glared at him. You pervert. If you met a boy you liked, wouldn't you want to take his pants off? Xiao Rufeng retorted. Xiao Riyue choked, sputtering in outrage. Don't think I'm as perverted as you. Xiao Rufeng just grinned. By the way, is that little girl Anchi still at our place? This is my place. You can't just squat here, Xiao Riyue said, on guard. Just then, a 3- or 4-year-old girl emerged from the house, Anchi. Instead of continuing to tease his adopted sister, Xiao Rufeng went over to Anchi. Uncle, when is mommy coming to get me? Anchi asked, her expression anxious. Uncle, does mommy not want me anymore? Tears welled up in her eyes. Xiao Riyue sighed. She had heard from Jiang Li that in Lei and her husband, he Shui, had divorced 6 months ago, and Lei hadn't asked for anything in the settlement except for their daughter. And she didn't quite understand what divorce meant, but she knew her father didn't want her. However, she hadn't spent much time with him anyway. He Shui had been recruited by the Southern Military Region during his 3rd year of university and had been trained as an elite soldier ever since. He rarely saw Anchi, or even in Lei. So, Anchi was more afraid of being abandoned by her mother than by her father. Xiao Rufeng sensed her anxiety and unease. He picked her up and smiled. How about I take you to your mommy? Yes. Anchi's tears instantly turned into a smile. Xiao Rufeng then asked Jiang Li for Lei's contact information. Her business card had a number, but it was the dance academy's general line, not her personal number. Although reluctant to interact with Xiao Rufeng, Jiang Li sent him Lei's mobile number. Xiao Rufeng called Lei. The phone rang a few times before being answered. Hello, who is this? Lei's voice came through. It's me, Xiao Rufeng, he replied. Mommy, Anchi shouted. Anchi, wait a little longer. Mommy will come pick you up after I'm done, Lei said. Anchi didn't reply. Xiao Rufeng glanced at her, then said, Lei, where are you? I'll bring Anchi to you. Lei hesitated for a moment. All right, she finally agreed. Add me on WeChat. I'll send you my location. After hanging up, Xiao Rufeng sent Lei a friend request, which was quickly accepted. She then shared her location. Seeing the coordinates, Xiao Rufeng froze. Chapter 28, Even So, I Won't Sleep With You. The location pinpointed the Jiangxing Military District. The Jiangxing Military District was under the Central Army Group, and the stationed troops were the 7th Regiment of the 13th Brigade of the Central Military District with a total strength of around 6,000. This is a military base. You can't come in. Wait for me at the south gate. Lei messaged. Understood. Xiao Rufeng put away his phone and drove off with Anchi. Anchi, sitting in the back, seemed curious about him, peppering him with questions, which he patiently answered. About 40 minutes later, they arrived at the military base in the outskirts of Jiangxing. It was quite far from the city, nestled among the mountains in the northern suburbs. Lei, dressed in a simple yet elegant white dress, was already waiting at the gate. She exuded a completely different aura compared to when she wore her dance attire. One was dignified and graceful, the other sensual and fiery. She's dressed quite formally. Who is she here to see? Xiao Rufeng wondered as he parked beside her. As Lei was about to get in, a jeep drove out of the base. The passenger window was down, revealing a man about Xiao Rufeng's age sitting in the passenger seat. Though young, his uniform displayed the rank of lieutenant colonel. Xiao Rufeng's pupils constricted. The Jiangxing Military District was small, hosting only a single regiment from the Central Army Group. The highest-ranking officer there should be the regimental commander, a lieutenant colonel. He looks only 22 or 23, and he's already a lieutenant colonel. Impressive, Xiao Rufeng mused, forgetting that he himself, at 23, was the commander of the Northern Border Army. Lei remained silent. Anchi, however, became excited upon seeing the man in the passenger seat. Daddy! Daddy, she cried, pressing against the window. The man clearly heard her, but he didn't turn back. The jeep simply drove away. Watching the jeep disappear, the light in Anchi's eyes gradually dimmed. She stopped calling out, simply staring out the window, tears brimming in her eyes. Lei still didn't speak. She got into the back seat and hugged Anchi close. Mommy, why didn't Daddy talk to me? Anchi asked, her voice choked with sobs. Lei bit her lip. I'm sorry. Seeing this in the rearview mirror, Xiao Rufeng sighed inwardly. However, it was a family matter, and he couldn't interfere. After a while, Anchi cried herself to sleep. Lei held her sleeping daughter and turned her head towards the window. That was my ex-husband, Yi Shui. He recently transferred to the Jiangxing Military District, she said quietly. Wasn't he in the Southern Military District? How did he get transferred to Jiangxing? This is Central Army Group territory, Xiao Rufeng asked, surprised. Lei shook her head. I don't know. She paused, then continued. I came to ask him to spend our daughter's birthday with her. Tomorrow is Children's Day, and it's also Anchi's birthday. But, she clenched her hand, leaving the sentence unfinished. I can't understand it. Even if the marriage is over, it's not the child's fault, Xiao Rufeng said softly. In his eyes, his career will always be more important than his family. Lei paused, then looked at Xiao Rufeng and asked, Do you have a cigarette? I do, but don't smoke in the car. Anchi's asleep. I don't want her breathing in secondhand smoke, Xiao Rufeng replied. I know. Pull over for a minute, and Lei requested. Xiao Ruffin complied, stopping by the side of the road. And Lei carefully placed Anchi on the back seat before getting out. Xiao Ruffin followed, offering her a cigarette and lighting it for her. And Lei took a drag, then blew a series of smoke rings towards the sky. I'm probably the biggest failure of a woman in the world, she said. How can you say that? I went to your dance academy today, and there was a long line of people outside, all there for you, Xiao Ruffin countered. A self-deprecating smile touched in Lei's lips. They weren't there to learn how to dance. They were there to take advantage of me. She looked at Xiao Ruffin and added, just like you. Me? That was an accident, Xiao Ruffin said defensively. Whether it was an accident or not doesn't matter. I'm a divorced woman, not some pure saint. It's not a big deal if someone sees me naked, and Lei said indifferently. Ha ha. Xiao Ruffin chuckled nervously, unsure of what to say. And Lei turned to him. I heard you lost your memory. Oh yes. That explains it, she said. Xiao Ruffin blinked. Explains what? Nothing. Hey, that's not fair, and Lei. You can't just leave me hanging like that. And Lei took another drag and exhaled the smoke in Xiao Rufing's face. You tried to grope me once, and I beat you up for it. Xiao Rufing's lips twitched. It had to have been his twin brother. Damn it. I'm taking the fall for him again. But, and Lei continued, you've changed a lot since your amnesia. You're still a lek, but you're good with children. They seem to like you. I'm honored, Xiao Ruffing smiled. He glanced at Anchi sleeping in the back and offered, if you don't mind, I could celebrate her birthday with her tomorrow. And Lei was silent. Xiao Ruffing quickly added, of course, I'm not her father. She probably wants her dad to be there. And Lei remained silent. Xiao Ruffing took a deep breath. Forget I said anything. I'll ask her when she wakes up. And Lei finally replied. Okay. And Lei didn't say anything else. She extinguished her cigarette and returned to the back seat. Xiao Ruffing also got back in the driver's seat. They didn't speak again. A short while later, overcome by exhaustion, and Lei fell asleep again while holding Anchi. Sometime later, she woke up crying, apparently disturbed by a dream. Xiao Ruffing handed her a tissue, and Lei took it silently, wiping away her tears, then sighed. You've seen my body, and now you've seen me cry. I'm wondering if I should kill you to protect my reputation. Don't do that, Xiao Ruffing said, then added. I'm still a virgin. I can't die yet. I have to explain myself to my ancestors in the afterlife. I need to at least continue the family line before I kick the bucket. And Lei's lips twitched. A virgin? You? Huh. If I had to name one of your good qualities, it would be your thick skin, she added. Xiao Ruffing smiled but said nothing. And Lei didn't fall asleep again. She stared out the window at the flashing neon lights. She had heard of Xiao Ruffing, a spoiled, wastrel playboy, indulging in every vice imaginable. Rumor had it he was even involved in multiple rape cases, making him a truly despicable character even among the Wanku, the spoiled rich kids. 2 years ago, this Xia family playboy had tried to grope her. Although he hadn't succeeded, she had still given him a thorough beating. She despised these parasitic playboys who were a menace to society. Beating him up had been partly about venting her frustration. Back then, she never would have imagined that one day she would be sitting in his car. An hour later, Xiao Ruffing drove them to a rundown apartment complex. It looked quite old. You live here? Xiao Ruffing asked. Yes, and Lei replied calmly. Xiao Ruffing hesitated, then said, I think you should find a more suitable place for your daughter. This is an old complex with all sorts of people living here. I don't think it's a good environment for a child. As if on cue, a group of drunken men approached and Lei. Hey, beautiful. All alone tonight? Hey, I know her. She lives in building 6. I just don't know which apartment. We'll find out if we follow her home, right? And Lei was more than capable of handling a few thugs, but holding Anchi made fighting impractical. She frowned, then quickly got back into Xiao Rufing's car. Let's get a hotel room tonight, she said flatly. Xiao Rufing blinked. Just the two of us? And Lei stared at him, exasperated. Me and my daughter. Xiao Rufing touched his nose, slightly embarrassed. All right. He paused, then offered with a smile. I have a secret property in Jiangxing that nobody knows about. Why don't you stay there? Are you trying to keep me as your mistress? And Lei asked flatly. Xiao Rufing shrugged. Call it whatever you want. I'm thinking about Anchi's future. It's not a mansion, but it's in the Jiangxing Normal University. Family housing complex. It's full of teachers and their families, a good academic atmosphere. It would be a better environment for a child. And Lei's eyes flickered with hesitation, but finally she said, take me there first. Xiao Ruffing nodded. Half an hour later, they arrived at the family housing complex. The apartment was a small two-bedroom unit. Although small, it had a scholarly feel. The previous owner's decor, which Xiao Ruffing had left untouched, contributed to the atmosphere. Bai Bing had recently cleaned and aired the place out, so there were no unpleasant smells. "What do you think?" Xiao Ruffing asked. "Thank you," and Lei said, then looked at Xiao Ruffing and added, "Just because you're letting me stay here doesn't mean I'll sleep with you." Xiao Ruffing shrugged. "I wouldn't dream of it." He glanced at his watch. "It's almost midnight. You should get some rest. I'll be going now." With that, he left. After leaving the complex, he sent Bai Bing a WeChat message. "Bai Bing, I've let a friend stay in my apartment at the Jiangxing Normal University family housing. You might need to crash with your sister." Bai Bing didn't reply. Xiao Ruffing sighed. The sisters hadn't spoken in a long time. He didn't know the reason, as neither of them was willing to discuss it. But he knew that despite their differences, they cared deeply for each other. Bringing Bai Bing back to Jiangxing had been partly motivated by a hope that they would reconcile. At Jiangxing University, despite the late hour, the welcoming banquet at the dining hall was still lively. The military instructors for the upcoming student training had arrived, 30 soldiers, all elite. Members of the Kirin Battalion from the Northern Border Army. They were scheduled to arrive in 3 days, but had come early. Jiangxing University had selected several faculty members to attend the welcome ceremony and banquet. Bai Shui, the university's resident beauty, was among them, serving as the event's MC. Jiang Li had also been chosen, but she had declined, citing childcare responsibilities. Bai Shui hadn't been able to find a suitable excuse, but she was also there voluntarily. She wanted to use this opportunity to learn the truth about her fiancé Ning Tao's death from these Kirin Battalion soldiers. At 1 a.m., the banquet ended, and Bai Shui was about to leave when a man in a Kirin Battalion uniform hurried after her. "Professor Bai, wait," he called. Chapter 29. Prejudice is a mountain in people's hearts. "Hello." Bai Shui stopped and addressed the man. "Excuse me. Do you know our deputy battalion commander, Ning Tao? I saw your picture on his phone once," the man said. Bai Shui trembled slightly. I know him," she stammered, biting her lip. Few people in the army knew about her relationship with Ning Tao. As a deputy commander of a combat unit, he could potentially be captured, and any personal attachments could be exploited by the enemy. Therefore, Ning Tao had kept their relationship secret. Bai Shui rarely visited the base, so few knew she was his fiancée, or even that they knew each other. Composing herself, Bai Shui asked, "Did something happen to Ning Tao? I haven't heard from him in a while." The man hesitated. "Let's find somewhere to talk." "Okay." They went to a nearby tea house. "Shall we get a private room?" the man asked. Bai Shui hesitated. "Let's stay in the main area. I have mild claustrophobia." She didn't, but she simply didn't want to be alone with him. The man didn't press the issue. "All right," he smiled. They sat at a window table in the main hall. "Ovdit Ning Todi?" Bai Shui asked impatiently, the moment they sat down. I can't say," the man replied. "What do you mean?" Bai Shui's fingers trembled slightly. "Wasn't his death an accident?" "In my opinion, no," the man said. "Then how did he die?" The man fell silent again. "Look, Miss Bai, it's not that I don't want to tell you, it's that I can't. Unless what?" Bai Shui asked urgently. "I'll be frank." The man looked at Bai Shui. "Although this is the first time I've met you, it was love at first sight. If you agree to be my girlfriend, I'll tell you how Ning Tao died." "You just want to sleep with me," Bai Shui said flatly. "If you're willing to marry me, I'm willing to marry you." The man paused. "I'm taking a huge risk. Think about it." He then left. Bai Shui remained in the tea house for a long time, lost in thought, until it closed. Walking down the street, she was still dazed. She almost walked into the path of a large truck while crossing the road, but someone pulled her back just in time. Snapping back to reality, she felt a surge of fear. She turned to thank her rescuer. Thus she began, then realized it was Xiao Ruffeng. "You were following me?" she asked, frowning. "Seriously? Can you stop thinking the worst of people?" Xiao Ruffeng sighed. "Why are you here so late?" Bai Shui asked. "I heard Jiangxing University was hosting a welcome banquet for the military instructors. I figured you'd be there. I came to make sure my men didn't cause any trouble after drinking," Xiao Ruffeng explained. "Don't assume everyone is as bad as you are. Not everyone is so scheming," Bai Shui retorted. Xiao Ruffeng shook his head and left without another word. Bai Shui stood there, her eyes clouded with confusion. Xiao Ruffing isn't your punching bag, a cold voice suddenly said. Bai Bing emerged from the shadows. You're his adjutant. Of course you defend him. I always side with reason, not relationships. Bai Bing paused. What did Guilin tell you? Guilin? The man you were having tea with just now, Bai Bing clarified. Nothing, Bai Shui replied flatly. Were you trying to ask him about Ning Tao's death? Yes. Bai Shui looked at Bai Bing. He said Ning Tao's death wasn't an accident, but he wouldn't say more. What do you think is scaring him into silence? Bai Bing sighed. You just want to blame Xiao Ruffeng. Prejudice is a mountain in people's hearts. Since you've already decided he's responsible, why bother looking for evidence? Even if there was proof that he had nothing to do with it, you wouldn't believe it. After all, she paused, looking at Bai Shui. You don't even believe your own sister. Bai Shui stood there silently as rain began to fall. Bai Bing stepped closer, holding an umbrella over them both. I have nowhere to stay tonight. Can I crash at your place? She asked. Bai Shui took a deep breath, her emotions calming. Yes. It was almost 1 a.m. when they arrived back at Bai Shui's apartment. As she opened the door next door opened, and Zhangli stepped out. The banquet went that late? What are the school administrators thinking? Don't they have classes tomorrow? Zhangli grumbled. She then noticed Bai Bing. Bai Bing. She remembered Bai Bing helping her and Yi when they were kneeling outside the Jiang family home. However, she didn't know about Bai Bing's relationship with Xiao Ruffeng or Bai Shui. Bai Shui was also surprised. You know my sister? Oh, Bai Bing is your sister? You're both so beautiful. Zhangli paused. She helped me out a couple of days ago when I was in trouble. So? Bai Shui hesitated, then looked at Zhangli. Were you waiting for me? Is something wrong? No, I just couldn't sleep. Why? Zhangli clenched her fists. That jerk Xiao Ruffeng is making me so angry. She continued venting. You wouldn't believe it. Tonight, we went to see Gong Xin, and he was flirting with her. I was speechless. Xiao Ruffeng and Gong Xin. Yes, it's strange. Gong Xin has plenty of men. Why would she be interested in Xiao Ruffeng? I don't know how to explain it. It's just weird. Bai Shui's eyes flickered, but she shook her head. I'm not sure. Okay. Zhangli paused. It's late. You should get some sleep. Bai Shui nodded. The sisters went inside. Xiao Bing, Bai Shui asked. Does Xiao Ruffeng know Gong Xin? Yes. What's their relationship? Bai Bing remained silent. Fine, don't tell me. Bai Shui paused. I'm going to take a shower. She went into the bathroom, which contained both the toilet and shower. Bai Bing leaned against the bathroom door. Jia, have you ever slept with Ning Tao? Bai Shui choked on the water in the shower. She opened the door, poking her head out. Why are you asking? I think Xiao Ruffeng might be a virgin, Bai Bing replied. Bai Shui stared at her. What do I care if he's a virgin? And how would you know? It's not like men can get tested. That guy has probably slept with countless women. He knows a lot about that stuff, but it's all theoretical, mostly from watching videos. He clearly lacks practical experience, Bai Bing explained. Bai Shui rolled her eyes. As if you have any practical experience. I don't. But I've researched the real experiences and reactions of many people, so I'm quite knowledgeable, Bai Bing said with a straight face. Bai Shui wiped away a bead of sweat. She couldn't win an argument with her sister. She closed the door and continued her shower, but thoughts of sex lingered in her mind. Practical experience? She looked at her reflection in the shower mirror, lost in thought. Xiao Bing, she called out. Is there a man you want to sleep with? Chapter 30. He spoils single mother's daughters. Yes, Bai Bing replied. Bai Shui turned off the water and reached out of the bathroom, curious. Who? Chief, Bai Bing answered. Brother-in-law. Bai Shui was speechless. I knew you joined the army for ulterior motives. Xiao Bing. How could you? Bai Bing sighed. Jia, you have no sense of humor. You can't tell when I'm being serious or joking. She continued. Ning Tao is handsome and popular with women, but he's not my type. I joined the army because only combat can improve my martial arts skills. Practical experience is the best way to get stronger. And, she paused, looking at Bai Shui. If I had to choose between Xiao Ruffeng and Ning Tao, I'd choose Xiao Ruffeng. Bai Shui didn't respond. She closed the bathroom door again and turned the shower back on, her mind racing. What kind of feelings does Bai Bing have for Xiao Ruffeng? She's always been aloof. Despite being popular with boys, she's never been in a relationship, almost as if she wasn't interested. But 4 years ago, at 16, she went to the northern border and joined Xiao Ruffeng's unit. She became his personal assistant and has been with him ever since. Before that, She'd never spent so much time with any man. What is their relationship now? How does Xia Ruffing see her? I asked him before, and he said he saw her as a child, a little sister. But she's not that 16-year-old girl anymore. She's a grown woman now, especially physically. And those D-cups are even bigger than mine. No man could resist having that in front of him all the time. Did they already? Is that why she said Xia Ruffing has no sexual experience? The thought made Bai Shue's expression complex. About 20 minutes later, she emerged from the bathroom. Bai Bing was texting someone. Xiao Bing, I'm done. You can go now, Bai Shue said. Okay. Bai Bing put down her phone and went into the bathroom. A moment later, her phone lit up with a new message. Bai Shue glanced at it. It was from Xia Ruffing. The lock screen prevented her from seeing the content. They're still chatting this late? Bai Shue felt inexplicably irritated. She took a beer from the fridge and chugged half the bottle, then stood on the balcony, lost in thought. Men are all pigs, aren't they? Flirting with everyone. Or was he just joking when he confessed his feelings for me that night? Bai Bing came out of the bathroom. Jia, can you find me some pajamas? Sure. Bai Shue went into the bedroom and promptly choked. Bai Bing was completely naked. Xiao Bing, why are you walking around naked? There's no one else here, Bai Bing said casually. Do you act like this around Xia Ruffing too? Bai Shue asked. Bai Bing looked at her. Why do you keep bringing up Xia Ruffing? Bai Shue spluttered. I don't. She paused. Just stand there. Don't come near the balcony. I'll get your pajamas. She found Bai Bing a set of pajamas. Do they fit? A little tight in the chest, but otherwise fine, Bai Bing replied. Bai Shue's lips twitched. Okay, I get it. You have big breasts. No need to rub it in. Bai Bing looked at the beer on the coffee table. Have you developed a drinking problem? No, just once in a while. Bai Shue took another beer from the fridge and offered it to Bai Bing. Want one? No. Xia Ruffing told me not to drink. He said it affects fertility, Bai Bing replied. Bai Shue was speechless. Are you two that serious? She asked calmly. Bai Bing opened the beer with one hand and chugged the entire bottle before replying. We have a purely professional relationship. We haven't slept together, or even kissed. Oh! Bai Shue's expression remained calm, but she felt a sense of relief. The most intimate thing we've done is wash each other's underwear, Bai Bing added. Bai Shue just stared at her. Let's go to sleep, she finally said, clearly wanting to change the subject. Okay. They lay down in bed together. It wasn't a big bed, but it was big enough for two. It's been years since we slept together, hasn't it? Bai Shue remarked. 15 years. Not since our parents divorced, Bai Bing replied. Bai Shue fell silent. After a long while, she asked, You really didn't kill our father? I hated him for his affair and for breaking up our family, but I wouldn't kill him. Bai Bing paused. I will find his killer and avenge him myself. Bai Shue didn't respond. She was completely confused. All the evidence had pointed to Bai Bing. The Qingqing police had even issued a warrant for her arrest. Later, after making a name for herself in the Northern Border Army, she had used her influence to have the warrant withdrawn. Their father's murder was the main reason for their estrangement. But now Bai Bing was saying she wasn't the killer. Truth and lies were so intertwined that Bai Shue couldn't distinguish between them anymore. There's something else I wanted to ask you, Bai Shue said after a while. What is it? How did Ning Tao really die? Bai Bing didn't answer immediately. Finally, she said, Jess, sometimes it's better not to know. Bai Shue didn't press further. The next day, Bai Shue woke up to find Bai Bing already gone. She made herself some breakfast and got ready for work. Zhang Li emerged from her apartment next door, yawning. Zhang Li, have you taken Yi to kindergarten? Bai Shue asked. It's Children's Day. Kindergarten's closed. Then where's Yi? Is she home alone? Someone came and picked her up early this morning, Zhang Li replied. Bai Shue paused. Xia Ruffing? Who else? Zhang Li said. Bai Shue smiled. He's so good to his stepdaughter. He must be a doting father. He's good to all single mothers' daughters, Zhang Li said with a hint of resentment. Besides Yi, who else? Anqi, my friend's daughter. It's her birthday today, and he took her to the amusement park. He took Yi along too. Bai Shue smiled. Is Anqi's mother pretty? Very pretty, and she has a great ass. Apparently, no man can resist it, Zhang Li replied. Bai Shue's lips twitched. Xia Ruffing had told her he liked collarbones best. He'd said that a woman's beauty was defined by her collarbones. But clearly, that wasn't true. Breasts, buttocks, even feet were what men really liked, including Xia Ruffing. He pretends to be a gentleman, but he's just another lecherous man, she thought but kept it to herself. Jiang Li didn't say anything else. They went to the university together. Isn't the freshman military training starting today? Jiang Li asked. No, the day after tomorrow. Bai Shui paused, sounding slightly annoyed. I was hoping to get some rest during the training. Oh, you can't. Jiang Li blinked. Didn't you see the message in the group chat? What message? The teachers are participating in the training too, Bai Shui revealed. What? No one said anything about that before. The administrators decided it at the welcome banquet last night. Why? Jiang Li exclaimed, exasperated. Some soldiers from the Northern Border Army commented on how unfit the teachers are and said we need more exercise. So, the administrators decided we should join the training. Seriously? Jiang Li was speechless. Bai Shui chuckled. But a lot of the female teachers, especially the single ones, are quite enthusiastic about it. Jiang Li rolled her eyes. They're just hoping to get close to the soldiers from the Kirin battalion. She paused, looking at Bai Shui. Did you see any appealing soldiers at the banquet yesterday? Bai Shui fell silent. Appealing? No. But I need a good excuse to reject Guolin, or he'll definitely try to take advantage of me during the training, she thought, suddenly dreading going to the university. Just then, a man in a Kirin battalion uniform approached them. Jiang Li's eyes widened. She recognized him. It was Han Jianshi, her cousin Jiang Hui's brother-in-law. Old man Jiang had 2 sons. The elder son and his wife had died in a car accident years ago, leaving behind their daughter, Jiang Li. The younger son, Jiang Hongshan, had 2 daughters. Jiang Hui was the younger one. The elder daughter, Jiang Lu, was married to Han Jianshi. He was a major in the Kirin battalion, and his father was a major general in the Northern Border Army. Han Jianshi had pulled strings to get the Kirin battalion assigned to Jiangxing University for the military training. Han Jianshi was dragging a young man with a bruised and swollen face, Guolin. Professor Bai, was this the guy who told you he knew about Deputy Commander Ning's death? He asked. Trick me? He doesn't know anything. Deputy Commander Ning's death is a forbidden topic in the Kirin battalion, and very few people know the truth. Guolin has no right to know. Han Jianshi punched Guolin again. You're expelled from the Kirin battalion. Get out. Guolin scrambled away. Han Jianshi turned to Bai Shui, his expression softening. Professor Bai, if anyone tries to coerce or bribe you with this again, just let me know. I'll deal with them. He paused, adding meaningfully, don't believe anyone else who claims to know about Deputy Commander Ning. In the entire Kirin battalion, only a few senior officers and I know the truth. He spoke with such conviction, seemingly full of righteousness. Jiang Li, however, sneered inwardly. This is all an act. Years ago, Han Jianshi had pursued her, but she had rejected him. Only then had he become engaged to her cousin Jiang Lu. Even after marrying Jiang Lu, he had continued to send her messages, suggesting she become his mistress. Jiang Li had blocked him. This was the first time she'd seen him since then. Bai Shui's phone rang. Excuse me, I need to take this. She walked away, leaving Han Jianshi and Jiang Li alone. Han Jianshi grinned at Jiang Li. Long time no see. I'd rather never see you again. Jiang Li replied coldly. Even after being kicked out of the Jiang family, you're still so stubborn. Han Jianshi post. Jiang Li, I told you before, my father is a senior colonel in the Northern Border Army. He's a major general now. Do you know what that means? Even the city mayor has to personally receive him when he comes to Jiangxing. So, you missed your chance to climb the social ladder, Jiang Li. You could have been a wealthy military wife, but now you're just a struggling single mother. You must regret it, right? Regret my ass. Jiang Li rolled her eyes. You're still as disgusting as ever. Han Jianshi's face flushed with anger. Jiang Li, I haven't touched you because I like you. But if you don't know what's good for you, I can make your life in Jiangxing very difficult, he threatened in a low voice. Jiang Li didn't respond. She wouldn't provoke him further. Han Jianshi, and especially his father, were too powerful to offend. After a moment, she said calmly, Han Jianshi, you're a married man. Please don't harass Bai Shui. Han Jianshi grinned. Are you jealous that I've shifted my attention? Jiang Li was speechless. She shook her head and walked away. A moment later, Bai Shui returned. Where's Jiang Li? She asked. She went back to the university. Han Jianshi replied with a smile. Professor Bai, let's exchange WeChat contacts. We need to discuss the military training. He added meaningfully, and other things like Deputy Commander Ning. Bai Shui hesitated. Don't worry, he reassured her. I wouldn't do anything to you. I'm married. My wife is Jiang Lu from the Jiang family. I'm practically Jiang Li's cousin-in-law. Reassured, Bai Shui accepted his WeChat request. Back at the university, the teachers were drawing lots. Jiangli, what's going on? Bai Shui asked, joining her. We're drawing lots to see which instructor we're assigned to. Jiangli paused. What did Han Jinsher say to you? He implied he knows something about my fiancé's death, Bai Shui replied. And the price? Sleeping with him. He didn't say. Bai Shui paused. But I get the feeling he's just like that Guilin. He just wants to sleep with me. Jiangli gave her a thumbs up. See? Every woman Xiao Ruffling has screwed over becomes wiser. Bai Shui blushed. Xiao Ruffling and I. She paused. It's nothing. They were called over to draw their lots. Coincidentally, they both drew number 14. That's not a very lucky number, Jiangli said, frowning. I hope we don't get some creepy instructor. Who's instructor number 14? Bai Shui asked. There's a notice board over there. Let's go see. They went to the notice board, which listed the names and photos of the instructors. Number 14. Found him. Wait, what? Both Bai Shui and Jiangli stared at the name of instructor number 14 in stunned silence.